Computer froze. Alright. So, where did we leave off? We had made quite a few changes. I am going to have to dig it out of our lists because... the depths of my deck lists, because we hadn't finalized renting the cards. But, I mean, there's not much I can do if my computer freezes. If the deck is saved, it's saved. If it's not, it's not. And in this case, I don't think it will be. But that's okay. Store. At least we know what we were naming it, right? Glimpse of Tomorrow. So this was the previous build. Which, I mean, maybe it's good for us to look at our previous build at least once. See how we wanted to go up on ley lines. Lots of other little changes too, huh? No love strucks. Yeah, so we really only changed a few cards. Not that many cards changed. Alright, glimpse. So we're on version 1.4 now, so it seems. Alright, glimpse. Looks like it doesn't have the build that we actually were at. Unless this is it. This doesn't look to be it, is it? Hey, what's up, Sam? This doesn't look to be it, though, where we left off on the deck. That happens, though, sometimes if your computer crashes in the middle of running Moto. So let's go back to last league and try to like stitch it together. We hadn't made that many changes. I think I remember the changes that we had made. Yeah, we're doing a 1-1 split on Teferi, so let's open a new copy. 1-1 split, we cut the Sacred Foundry. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. I went a little longer than I thought it would. But like I said, I'm a man of my word, and I wanted to, you know, not hang out with my friends as I said that I would. So I remember we maxed on Furies. I remember that change. We had second Urza, so we're going to play 2 Urzas. Yeah, we just did not find any other mana creatures we liked besides Omnath and Provisioner, right? So we decided to go up on Urzas. Because Urza's kind of the extra. Urza High Lord Artificer. But he has some issues, right? Because he only makes us blue mana, which the blue mana is helpful for Plea. The blue mana is helpful for Shardless. It doesn't actually cast either of them naturally, right? We were trying to find a lot of different weird ways to make more mana. But I just wasn't satisfied with any of them. So let's cut these. We're main decking both Borrowers now, and we're main decking a Teferi, and we've added another Teferi. Although the second Teferi, I believe, is in the sideboard. Cool. Cut these. Ended up cutting the Linvala too. We're going to play Fury, and I liked the potential to do a form of one-sided sweep with, what is that card? I mean, yes, Fury is a bit of a one-sided kind of effect, but also Fire Spout. I was considering a Fire Spout. I'm not sure if I am now. Assembler out? Yes, we're moving away from Assembler. We were looking for early game stuff to be doing. We found some. There's a few different spells that do this. I wanted to play the one that, while we're going off, it'll dig. Versus, there's 2 that are 7 mana. It's Outburst that I was interested in. But there's a couple others. There's, not Culmination. There was this one, which is also 7. There's Magnum Opus, which is 1 more mana than Creative Burst. I mean, like, these all make, you can discard them to make a treasure token. We need to be, of course, aware that the suggestion was to cut an Outburst if we're going to play a 2 of one of these spells. Masterpiece is just make a token, right? Well, let's make 2. So do we want the direct damage, or we were going to play like a 2 of one of these, or we could even do a split. I mean, they're doing the same thing, essentially. They're basically in the deck for the discard, create a token, and yeah, game 1 we're just looping and trying to loop Omnaths, right? I think that was the plan, to make the deck just try to loop Omnath. Was my idea, I think. I mean, it wasn't my idea. I'm sure other people have tried that with this deck, but just, and then we're going to cut the Scalding Tarn, or the Sacred Foundry, actually, and play Flooded Grove, which feels rather awkward. Actually, I own a Grove, so I'll just play the one I own, and we're going to play a 3rd Ley Line of Sanctity. Opus would be nice with Blue Gear Hulk. I mean, Gear Hulk is like the 5th Goblin Dark Dwellers when it comes to only Violent Outburst, right? I know we joked about Torrential Gear Hulk at some point in this deck. Yeah, it's a 5/6 body. The problem is it's only instants, right? I mean, it'd be weird. I think it'd be weird for us to like make that selection of like playing, you know, Opus or Outburst, because we've added a Gear Hulk as like an extra Dwellers, because Gear Hulk does combo with Violent Outburst. He does, right? But then it's like we're kind of playing fewer Outbursts because I don't know. I mean, like, Gear Hulk is something that I can channel all of my blue mana into that we're creating off of Urza, right? I could cast a Gear Hulk. And then then you would cast like a free one of these spells, such as Opus. But I mean, I think that's just a little bit. I don't know. This deck's already super deep, right? But that's the. I really just wanted to play these for the. I was thinking I wanted to play those for the discard make a treasure, because I wanted more early game things that we're doing that are building us up to the combo. And just these spells of make a treasure, giving us more 1 or 2 mana things to be doing. It seems like our deck is just doing lands for turn 1, which is fine. I mean, I think that's fine. You know, a lot of 4-color decks out there start their first turn with. So if we have any of these fetches, we can go get the Triome, or we're just going to go Garden. So I think a lot of these heavy color decks do. It's not that I think. I know that they do. They'll spend their first turn. That's what they're doing. They're going and grabbing a Triome. We could play 2 different Triomes. We thought about Ketria as well. Yeah, exactly. The fact that it gets to hit Violent Outburst is sweet. But I don't know if I want like a 5th Goblin Dark Dwellers effect, because Gear Hulk would only be useful if we had Outburst or Opus, and like those are both of the cards that we're kind of trying to slim on. I don't know. Maybe this is just wrong. I mean, there were other early game things we looked into. One of them being the adventure cards. I mean, I like the idea of like making a permanent though, since we're a Glimpse of Tomorrow deck, but it's also kind of fighting the deck. I don't know. It's tough, right? Because like in the same way that we liked Chancellor or Beast, well, Beast's problem was we didn't always have a 1/1. The Beasts, Lovestruck Beast. So like I don't hate the idea of these early game, and also these are blue and red. We're trying to play Fury and we're trying to play Force. So, oh yeah, we were going to cut the Dispute. We're trying to play both. Hey, what's up, Bonkers? So we were trying to, yeah, like we have a couple of slots left. I really want the deck to do something early. I mean, maybe we should just do it. Well, we can't do a 2/2 split on Fury. If we're main decking Fury, we have to commit to it and play like all the red cards in the deck except for maybe Fire Spout, which we could do. I mean, that would be this, something like this. Which, I mean, like, we could toast, you know, we could toast all the Ragavans and Asmos and, you know, such that are being played, right? But I still don't think that's enough red count for the Furies, right? Hang on, 12, 15, 21. And that would mean moving some number of the Brazen Borrowers or Teferis back to the sideboard. No, our agents are not. So yeah, I think that was one of the reasons why we were trying to hedge the deck in the direction of, what was that one card? There was like that dragon, 3/4 dragon with flying that made a treasure token, and then treasures made more mana or something. There was that idea. But yeah, I mean, these give the deck something early to do. Yes, they're a brick, but like your deck's already running at least 4 bricks, right? Now, granted, as we loop, if we hit a Fury or 2, if we go off early enough, like, yes, you do just wipe your opponent's board pretty regularly. But was it Goldspan Dragon? No, it was the Izzet colored one, which was good because we're playing both Force of Negation and Fury. At least we think we are. But I wasn't main decking the Furies. They were a sideboard plan. So I feel like our red count still just isn't there, even with like even if you add in the Fire Spout, that's 19 red for 4 Fury. That still feels, our blue count's fine, but the red. So that's why we were looking into some of these Izzet colored or, you know, just cards that are both blue and red. I mean, there's Prismari Command, but Prismari Command is a 3-mana play, and I already have so many 3-mana plays. Fury in the main feels so greedy. Yeah, I agree. I wasn't trying to. I just right now I'm doing a red count, and that's why I was thinking it'd be nice if I could side out of the Urzas sometimes and have like still 2 other red cards somewhere in the 75, and I'm thinking those would be something like Magnum or Creative or Masterpiece. Like some of these cards, I'll show you. I'm thinking about playing some of these cards that are early game, it's just make a treasure, and that's their only purpose in the deck. Also the fact that they're red and blue mana. But the deck really is hungry for more early game things that are hard to remove. And this is, you can't even counter this. It's a discard this, do that effect. And if you go with the instants, you can discard at instant speed, I think. Actually, no, that's not true. Even the Elemental Masterpiece, you can do the discard part of it instant speed. Why don't you just play some Bone Crushers? We've tried the Bone Crushers. I don't hate them. I'm concerned that they're not a blue card, though. Granted, we only have a couple force. I feel like Bone Crusher doesn't quite... Like, I need to clean up boards of Ragavan and Asmore. Bone Crusher doesn't kill Asmore either. So I think... I mean, not just Asmore. I mean, I'm thinking about a lot of different board states in Modern. Yeah, I mean, I think these are a sideboard plan for sure, and that I want Urza main, but then like how does the rest of it come together? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why not just play Spyros? Yeah, Spyro is great, but I'm thinking I have two more slots. I mean, let's check our blue count. Maybe it doesn't have to be some. Well, Spyro isn't also less than, like, the deck kind of felt like it wants more things to be doing between 1 and 2 mana. So that's where, like, Lovestruck Beast... The benefit of Lovestruck Beast is that it makes a token. Or, like, Chancellors. Like, the deck wanted, like, just a couple more things to be doing in the early stages. Like, yes, Suspend Glimpse is something I can do early game. It's not great. I moved the fetches over because I was thinking about when we fetch for Triumph is also a very common turn 1 play for this deck. Very common turn 1 plays for this deck is play Colony Garden or... crack a fetch, go get the Triome, right? But the deck wants like 2 other like turn 1 or turn 2 things to be doing. Beast, the nice thing about Beast, even if you're doing it turn 2, like let's say we have a fetch and we want to go get the Triome, and Beast is still, you know, Beast is something we could still do turn 2 that's creating a permanent. My problem with Beast was that the 5/5 was having trouble attacking It had less trouble attacking when we were playing also things like Spyro, or you could play like Risen Reef, or um, this or that. But yeah, I think um, I'm leaning towards Opus or Outburst. Maybe we just play a split until we figure out which one we were more interested in. Because they do essentially the same thing. They're both just make a treasure, and that gives us a lot more. It even just gives me a couple more early game things to be doing. I don't think blue and red is going to be that tough. I mean, it is because of Colony Garden. Fire Ice could work, but it's not a permanent. Yeah, I mean, and again, we could just play more Borrowers. Like that was the problem with the issue with. I mean, I'm not just looking for early plays though. Like Borrower is great. Like we have really liked Borrower in this deck, so I'm still playing them. I might even be playing the main board. The Teferi is actually a wombo piece in the main deck that I didn't really think about for a while. Is that Teferi can bounce Silent Ancient or Ardent Plea, and we get to keep going. He can also theoretically bounce a Goblin Dark Dwellers once there's a Glimpse in the bin. Because several different points of the combo, we may or may not have Glimpse in the graveyard. What about just play Bloodbraid? Bloodbraid's an interesting idea. Bloodbraid because it hits what? It hits a Cascader. Bloodbraid can hit the Glimpse. Bloodbraid would hit. Brazen Borrower would be a brick. But that's okay, maybe? Well, no, we like the Urzas because the Urzas let us tap mana as we're comboing off. There's actually quite a few different things in the deck that generate mana when it comes to Urza. Urza himself generates at least one. Provisioners are making treasures that we don't always necessarily want to crack because we don't want to go down a permanent. Shardless Agents tap for a mana, and then the Wave Sifters also generate artifacts, and those tap for blue mana. The problem is, and we can use all that blue mana to pay for colorless costs or blue costs. The problem with the Urza mana that we're making as we're going off, like Omnath mana and Provisioner mana seems to be better because it's colored, right? We're getting every color, one of every color with Omnaths that we hit, and we're getting any color we need off of the Tireless Provisioners. Still, a 3/1 flyer and Bloodbraid would help us chain multiple permanents. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe you're not wrong at all with Bloodbraid, right? Bloodbraid's also red count, right? I wonder if the deck would still rather max out on the 3 mana Cascades before you'd start playing Bloodbraids, but maybe you're right. Maybe Bloodbraid being another Cascade enabler, or, I mean, it hits some sideboard cards too. It hits, we wouldn't want to play Force of Negation anymore. We'd have to switch into something else, which is fine. I mean, we wouldn't be a Force Negation deck really anymore, but that would help with our red count. It's a gamble essentially, yeah. Yeah, Bloodbraid might make us want to change a few different things about the deck. Sure. I mean, that is a weakness of Violent over Shardless and Ardent Plea. There's a lot of advantages to Violent Outburst. One of the disadvantages to Violent Outburst is I don't end up with the creature at the end. I mean, it's a nice finisher because it gives me an Anthem, but you're not wrong. I mean, that would be interesting. That would be a really weird direction to take the deck, but not necessarily crazy. All right, have the Dwellers been performing? Yeah, you kind of need the playset so you can keep looping. I originally was like very skeptical with that card Bonkers, and then I realized, or as I started playing the deck more and more, we added more and more copies because I think I was playing 3 maybe originally, and it quickly went to 4 because it lets you keep looping. So like, let me show you what the deck actually is doing before we add weird cards to it. So, and even minus Borrower and maybe even Teferi lets you keep looping, so that's why I don't mind having them in the main board necessarily. They also fight a lot of the decks that can archetypes that beat us. But so we've got our lands, right? We've got our glimpses. So you've got things that do the glimpsing, right? And we don't necessarily need Grove if we're not going to play those cards. So you've got your glimpses and you've got your things that produce mana, and that's pretty much it. Like Goblin Dark Dwellers, of course, are also trying to result in a glimpse. And you're hoping to hit them. You hope you don't have to hard cast them. Like realize that when I'm playing this card, that's the thought process. And you'll notice, well, which pile's way bigger, Bruce Spy? Oh, sorry, Sifters are actually part of the mana production with Urza. They kind of beat to the they're kind of in a similar category, even as like the Colony Heart Gardens. You could argue, they kind of have their own place in the deck, but they kind of we'll put them next to Urza, because they make mana with Urza. But yes, we really need a way to filter that mana, and somebody like linked something. There's like a random artifact somewhere, that's like you can filter mana. What was it? It was like this. I mean, I don't hate the idea of playing it. It was like a 5 mana artifact that let you like, you can cast. It was something like, you can spend. I think it's you can spend. It was like a random artifact, but it made the Urza plan better. But it was like you can spend mana as if it was any color or something on an artifact. What about Magda? Isn't Magda CMC2 bonkers? Yeah, she's CMC2. If she was CMC3, yeah, Chromatic Orrery, is that the card? Was that the one? I thought it was better than that. Oh no, it's like this weird, yes, it's like 7 mana. What about Chancellor of the Forge? Yeah, so Chancellor of the Forge is kind of like the go-to build right now, and we're trying to go in a different direction maybe. But yes, Chancellors, you have to have them in the opener. But that was true too also for Lovestruck, by the way. Lovestruck also kind of needed to be in the opener. If we were playing Chancellors, I might consider Lovestruck again. What about Dragonlord Culligan for a kill? I don't know if I'm necessarily looking for a kill. I'm fine with us just looping Omnath over and over and over again to deal 4 damage. The problem is when you hit the Omnaths together, the Legend rule makes them start to go to the graveyard. And so that's where an Endurance would come in. And so that's the other thing to think about is... What do I have for CMC2 creatures? Not many. Well, no. Bonkers. If we play CMC2 creatures, it interrupts the Cascade combo. I'm sorry, I don't know if I explained that to you yet. So Glimpse of Tomorrow is what the deck's trying to do, and if we play something that's CMC2 or less, other than Glimpse of Tomorrow, all these different Ardent Pleas and Outbursts and Shardlesses, they're not going to do what we need them to do, which is to be a Glimpse of Tomorrow. So that kind of breaks down the... I mean, I do have 2 mana plays, like we can play things like Borrower. Fury is 0 mana, essentially. So we have things that the deck can do earlier than turn 3, but we need to be careful about which things we pick. Like Wave Sifter is something to do earlier than turn 3. But yeah, even the first Chromatic Orrery, as weird as this card looks, at least it would let us filter all the mana we're making off of Urza. And I have a Hypergenesis sleeved up and went over my head. No, you're fine, Bunkers. Don't even sweat it, my friend. So, yeah, I mean, I think if we're not going to play Flooded Grove, or if we're not going to play the Treasures, although Sacred Foundry could have helped us with those. The person that we were working on our mana base with, their help, they were trying to get me to consider the first Sacred Foundry, because it complements the Colony Gardens nicely. Just as a fetch target, but that would be our 3rd white source, right? We have Triumph, Fountain, and Foundry. No Temple Garden, but I think that's fine because we already have 4 gardens. We're usually not fixing in the direction of green. We usually don't have to. Yeah, I mean, I think an Orrery would make the Urza mana a lot more effective, right? I'm concerned about, like, at that point I'm almost tempted to just play what is it called? I'm almost tempted to play Omniscience at that point. Not that we're trying to hardcast it. At that point, if we're looking into like these 7 mana things, I'm almost tempted to just like why don't we just spend 3 more mana and just Omniscience, right? So we're looking for a different way to maybe filter the Urza mana. I mean, there are a few different filter creatures that have been created over the years. We could do some research and see if there's a few that like actually do something else in addition. Like Orrery, yes, it's a filtration that also does other things, right? I can pay 5 and tap and draw a bunch of cards, right? Or I can just make a bunch of mana, right? So like this thing does make mana. What's the Urza for? Like, what is the Urza mana for? That we keep going. So like as you're doing this, the deck's actually designed to keep looping, but you need to be generating mana as you're looping. So Tireless Provisioner and Omnath Locus of Creation As long as I'm hitting 2 or more lands or a fetch land even, this will keep generating mana as we keep looping because they count as new Omnaths. The Tireless Provisioner also will be generating, because this is the landfall whenever a land enters, I can make a food or a treasure. You almost always make treasure, but there's some instances where you would make the food token. 3's a lot though. What about Mole Drifter? It would let me keep going. Yeah, I mean, I think I like the Urza build. It's just I realize that Urza isn't as effective as Omnath or Provisioner. If we're gonna play something like weird like Orreries, I would want the playset of Urza if that was what we were doing. And I do think that's a bottleneck for the deck. Because again, if I break down the deck, we have things that are just generating early game permanents. We have things that are generating mana. We have things that are either cascading or recascading the Glimpse. Teferi fits in this category actually because he can bounce Dark Dwellers if there's a Glimpse in the graveyard. He can bounce Ardent Plea or he can bounce Shardless Agent and you get to combo off a second time or third time. Endurance also makes the Omnath kill because Omnath, as we're looping the deck over and over again, reshuffling the same permanents back in, shuffling them back out every time we Glimpse. But it's like, how many glimpses do I have to do before I kill somebody from 20, right? Because Omnath deals 4 damage on the 3rd landfall. The 4 damage to each opponent, which is cool that it's each opponent, because even if our opponents have something like a Leyline, we still deal the damage, right? So let's say we're playing an opponent that probably doesn't have any life gain, right? Let's just say we're playing against someone that has no life gain. So let's divide 20 into 4, so it's 5 times I'd have to loop and do the Omnath, right? And so that's the thing, is like, I do feel like the build, subtracting like Chancellor, is I'm trying to glimpse 5 times, and that's not impossible, but 5 of my glimpses need to be an Omnath. So I do think the first Endurance is nice because it lets me, even though it's a bit of a non-bow with Goblin Dark Dwellers, it lets me, if I have another Cascade in my hand, it would let me tuck the glimpses back into the library and maybe do that last 1 or 2 glimpses we need to do to deal lethal. What about Chandra, Acolyte of Flame? I think Chandra, Acolyte of Flame doesn't let us recast the glimpse though, I thought. Didn't we look into that already? Also, Planeswalkers are awkward, aka Teferi is awkward as we're looping, because if I hit anytime you hit Dark Dwellers mid combo, you don't actually really get to use your permanents, your Planeswalkers anyway, because you're gonna loop them off the battlefield before you got to do what they were meant there to do, what you were hoping they would do. So that was the issue with the Teferis, was they're a great sideboard card for this archetype. The problem is as we were looping, we weren't actually getting to use them if they hit the board, but we had a Goblin Dark Dwellers trigger targeting a glimpse. Yeah, but main deck Endurance also gives huge game against Living End and Dredge. It also resets your fetches. Well, the fetches are going back into the deck though, aren't they? Or not? Well, wait. That's true, right? Are the fetches... No, the fetches are staying in the graveyard. That's true. Maybe that's why we were having some trouble. That's true. I've thought about that a couple times. Or thought that, like, mana's getting harder and harder. And that makes sense, doesn't it? Because we are fetching more and more lands out of our deck, aren't we? Huh. Sammy says, try this list. You have a list for me? Yeah, maybe we should just play the first Endurance, not just because it's good in the meta, or a reasonable card to play in the meta, but because it's part of this plan. It's part of the looping the glimpse plan, right? So these are our glimpse. This could be our glimpse package, but like, look, our mana package is a lot smaller. There's just fewer cards that do what we need. And I would probably play the playset of Urza before I play the first Chromatic, right? Because Chromatic is like a dead card in my hand, right? I have to... Anyway. Sorry, I'm kind of spitballing with more Rainbow lands. We can get away with a playset of Gemstone because these get shuffled back in. I think Rainbow Pain lands is not what we want to be. The Gemstones go back into the deck and we refresh them essentially with every glimpse we do. So we've liked the Gemstone Mines, but I think other Rainbow lands we should maybe stay away from. I think we're already taking enough damage off of fetches and shocks, right? I'm fine if that's what the deck looks like. If literally our turn 1 is nothing but play a tapped land, like either, Garden or Triumph or a shock land, I think that's fine. I'd prefer the deck had earlier plays, but maybe that's fine. Yeah, I think Fire Spout could go, honestly. What about the 3-mana guy that makes a treasure clue or food? Could be win more, though. We were trying to make that card work, actually. What about the 5 mana 3/4 that enters the battlefield for 2 treasure? Isn't that the dragon we were looking at too? Oh no, it wasn't Guitar Jimmy. What's the name of it? That's not the dragon, is it? A 5 mana 3/4 that makes 2 treasure. Alright, what's the reason against Scholar of the Lost Trove? Do you find yourself actually casting the Dark Dwellers? What's the reasoning against Scholar? Scholar of the Lost Trove. This card? Scholar of the Ages. Okay, Scholar of the Lost Trove. Alright, when this enters the battlefield, it's not legal in this deck's format. This card's not legal in this format. This is from Conspiracy? No, Jumpstart. It's not legal in Modern. No, you're fine. I had to look at it first. I was like, maybe you're really onto something. I was all excited. So yeah, walkers are a little bit awkward in the loop, but I still think that Teferi might be nice to have access to. Yeah, I think adding an Endurance is maybe good. And yeah, I mean, if Chromatic is the other piece to unlock the Urzas, because Urza is... We've already proven that we like Urza, right? So if we have to play one other card to make the Urzas work, then so be it. Like, we were making tons and tons of mana with Urza already in the deck. The deck's already set up to make a lot of mana with Urza. Like, maybe we should just bite the bullet, and because I want to increase this pile, right? I just do. We're already really set on this side, and I don't really want to count the glimpses themselves, because suspending them is so slow. There's so many matchups of Modern right now where that's just not even... It's just not going to do it, right? So yeah, maybe we do play Urzas and we try to use some number of chromatics to make the Urza mana do what we need to do. Oh, it's Prosperous Pirates. And yeah, maybe the Pirates idea is better. So 5 mana 3/4, make 2 tokens. Okay. Omniscience would be better than Urza? Yes and no. It's not better for the fair plan. I've seen some builds do that. Maybe the Pirates isn't crazy. Do you like that it's got 4 toughness? I'd almost rather play the red. I'd almost rather, though, if like both Urza and something like Pirates is taking us away from the red mana requirements that the deck really has. And seriously, this deck has some high red requirements because we have found that the Fury just makes the deck more playable in the meta. The playset of Fury in the sideboard. And I think we're really far away from it. I mean, we were trying what? We were trying... I mean, maybe that dragon we found... the treasure dragons we found, maybe they were perfectly fine. They were also red count. They were making treasures. Goldspan will be just a better pirate. Oh, Goldspan dragon. This has to attack, though. Which... we don't always have the option to. If I'm going off with Outburst, I might be doing it during my opponent's turn. Some of it. But the treasures then sack for 2. Yeah, I thought like Goldspan plus the other... I thought it was an ETB. No, it's not. It's when this attacks or becomes the target. He does turn on that treasures have the tap sacrifice for 2. No, you're fine. There was a dragon from... We were trying... What was it called? It only made 1... treasure, though. I mean, it did something similar. Weirdly enough, it did something similar to what Urza does, but it was also red count for Fury. What about Pia and Kira Nalar? No, Pia and Kira Nalar doesn't make mana. It makes artifacts, though. I like P and K. No, it was a dragon from Strixhaven. Yeah, Gazela, thank you. Or Galazeth. So Galazeth we thought might have worked, and Galazeth was something I was going to do with... Okay, here was one of the issues I had with, not a playset, but maybe 3, but the... So this is a flying 3/4. It's blue for Force of Negation, it's red for Fury. 3/4 and flying, which are all relevant in Modern, the body. When it enters, we get a treasure token, cool. So as we're comboing off, we get more mana. And then artifacts I control can tap to add mana. Now the problem is, I can only spend that mana to cast instants and sorceries, so it only helps us cast Outbursts. So her other ability doesn't really matter that much. We were most interested in that this is a treasure token that's on a both blue and red card that is also a relevant body. Yeah. But the problem... But you can sack? No, I mean, I'm. Are you still talking about Mom Pop? Yeah, artifacts you control have add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast instants and sorceries. Not enough instants or sorceries for Dragon. Well, no, I'm interested in just the first 2 abilities on this card. Maybe flying. When it enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. I mean, the other way to go about the deck would be we do just play Manufacturer, right? And then we just have to play a bunch of, like other tireless effects or other, you know, things like Wave Sifter that make mana. And then all of a sudden, the Wave Sifter's in this pile. And every time we hit a Wave Sift and Manufacturer, every time I hit a, not Provisioner and Manufacturer, this doesn't actually make extra treasures, right? Read this very carefully. If I would make Clue or Food or Treasure, instead I make one of each, right? So it doesn't actually generate treasures if I'm already making treasures, if that makes sense. I'm not so interested in the clues or the foods, especially if we're not playing Urza at all. And then it's like, if you're playing Manufacturer, then you almost wish you were an Urza deck. But I digress. It's difficult, and that's also neither a blue card nor a red card, and we're trying to play both of those pieces. I keep wanting to say Prime Time. Saheeli Rai might not be terrible. The -2 seems clunky. Planeswalkers are a little tough, though. But yeah, Saheeli Rai making a bunch of things as we go off is fascinating. But we're not necessarily... That was the issue. There was like Xenagos we were looking into. That was the issue with... There's got to be things that generate mana. There's got to be other ways to generate colored mana. There's has to be. I think the Manufacturer makes it hard to whiff, though, says Munin. On your next glimpse. Well, no, Manufacturer might do nothing also, right? Like, so Manufacturer only does things if I hit Sifter. I'm not thinking about when I hit Provisioner. If I hit Provisioner, I'm not actually making treasure, right? Now that's true. Manufacturer, if I hit a Provisioner, it generates a lot more stuff. What do I need the mana for? I want to keep going, Cylon. I'm doing an Omnath loop build, is the theory. I just want to keep glimpsing, and that's why we're thinking of maybe adding the First Endurance to, as you guys said, put the fetches back into the deck, which we actually do care about, because we were running out of lands. Yeah, we want to make mana and keep going. I want to make mana and keep going and be able to crack the Wave Sifter clues, which Urza was very good at. Urza, I'll admit, was very good at helping me crack the Wave Sifter clues, whereas some of these other pieces weren't. Urza was good helping us draw through the deck, which is a weakness of a build that's not playing the Risen Reef, right? Yeah, if only we could play. Well, Tireless Provisioner is kind of our Lotus Cobra effect, right? Whenever a land enters, we get a treasure. And sometimes we want to make mana off those treasure tokens. Other times we just want them to be a permanent so that we hit more cards off our glimpse, right? So sometimes we need the mana to spend. Other times yeah. And Urza kind of like freed up those treasure tokens too. I think an Urza build could be sweet. I mean, like, Chromatic might really be the only way to make him work, though. But I'm fine with like the problem is the red count, of course. But I'm fine maybe with a couple of kind of, I don't know. Bonkers thinks the Manufacturer's too cute. We would need to like really build like into like we have to play like Tireless Trackers too. Like, we'd have to play a lot of stuff. We would need more than just Wave Sifter to turn these on, because really, in the current build, only the Wave Sifters turn on the full usefulness of the Manufacturer, which is they're trying to do a Tireless Provisioner impression, right? That's what Wave Sifter would do with Manufacturers. It would kind of let us do a Tireless Provisioner impression. What's it called that sees Legacy from time to time? What's it called? It sees Plague and Legacy. Okay. Omniscience? Is that the card you're thinking of? Which we could also do. Is that the card you're thinking of? Not Omniscience. How many bow ties for me to do my laundry? I haven't added that as a command, Steve. Lol. Will we play? Yeah, we'll play. We need to figure out the last few cards. Maybe Steve can help me. So this is a deck that's trying to loop itself over and over again with Glimpse of Tomorrow, and I'm trying to find a way for us to make mana as we're looping. What about Wood Elves? Wood Elves kind of does stuff for us, doesn't it? What else pulls the what? It's a forest card, but it's untapped, right? What else are it's yeah. What about Llanowar Tribe? Llanowar Tribe would have summoning sickness though. I mean, Wood Elves would be making mana as we go off. That's true, sort of. We would need to play a Temple Garden as well. So this makes us 1 mana. I don't know, I want something that makes more than 1 mana. That's my problem also with Gazaleth, right? Like, Urza also has the potential to make a lot more mana than just 1, but it's specifically blue. We could just play them. We had a few people telling us that Urza and just make lots of blue mana and just do his other ability, which is pay 5, shuffle my library, then exile a top card, and then I can play it. No. Tribe has summoning sickness, Steve. No, I'm with you that Tribe taps for 3. Tribe taps for 3 green, has some of the same issues as Urza. What about command cards that give you mana? Yeah, there's a blue-red command that does. Why not just play Priest of Ubrask? What color mana do I need? I need green-blue for Shardless. I need green-red for Violent Outburst, and I sometimes need white-blue for Ardent Plea. Sometimes I need red-red for Goblin Dark Dwellers. I mean, I need a lot of different colors that aren't just blue mana. No, you're fine, Samuel. We're going to use Endurance to loop the deck. We're going to tuck our graveyard back into our library. Pirates so far seems better. It's 3 permanents, 2 of those being mana sources. Was there another? I mean, like, I did like that Pirates helped my blue count. Pirates so far seeming better. It's making 3 permanents, 2 of them are mana sources. Right, whereas Urza only makes 2 permanents. That's true. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe you're onto something. What was the name of the Pirates again? Maybe I was too quick to... that was way ago. That was a while ago. What was the name of it? Yes, Chancellor of the Forge is like kind of the accepted build, Cylon. I'm looking at a way earlier. Oh yeah, Prosperous. And thank you, Jimmy, for suggesting it again. I mean, maybe Jimmy's just really onto something. I'm a little sad that it's 5 mana, but yeah, I mean, if our objective is it doesn't like if I'm considering like omnisciences and chromatic orreries, like I think you're maybe right that at that point. So Prosperous Pirates has the same body as Gazaleth. It's unfortunate that he doesn't have flying. It's unfortunate that it's 1 more mana. Unfortunate that it's not also red for Fury. I mean, if we can just skew the deck somehow, maybe with our sideboard even, to have enough red to play Furies, I'm down. What about Terror of the Peaks? Or just like something that like comes in and untaps all my mana. Terror of the Peaks is also 5. Spells your opponent's cast cost more. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under my control, Terror of the Peaks deals what? Oh, we just kill all their dudes. That's fascinating. What about Morsel Hoarder? Terror of the Peaks is interesting, actually. We just kill all their dudes as we're going off. That's kind of cool. I mean, if we hit Furies, it does something similar. But yeah, Morsel Hoarder. This is a classic. Add mana. In some ways, I like this. In other ways, the Prosperous Pirates being 3 permanents is nice, though. Munin says actually it'll just kill them. Spells my opponent's cast that target peaks cost additional 3 life to cast. Okay, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under my control, Terror of the Peaks deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target. Oh, to any target. Use this instead of Chancellor. Instead of just relying on Omnath. Why not just play Blasting Station? It keeps adding mana with Urza as I go off, and then it's repeatable damage. Blasting Station? That's a classic. There were like decks that were like, there were dedicated Blasting Station combo decks a while ago, and it also doesn't interrupt the combo. I'm with you. Oh, they did a reprint of this card. It looks kind of wonky. With like bears. Why? Yeah, Blasting Station is I can sack creatures. Well, I don't really want to sack our creatures though. I don't really want to be sacking our creatures though. We want to keep our permanents. This is spicy though. That's very spicy. I think we would only need 1 terror, but at that point, shouldn't we just be playing the Singleton Chancellor, or maybe not? I didn't like that Chancellor was hard to hardcast and Terror wouldn't be. Terror's also red count. That's nice, actually. Value 2. No, Blasting Station's value 3. Terror for killing the opponent. I like this as kind of like the 5th Omnath in a sense. Ignore the sacrifice part. Okay, I'm ignoring the sacrifice part for a second. Whenever creatures enter, untap it. Terror seems great. Terror doubles as a red card. It's also another win con. No. What about Wheel of Sun and Moon? Oh, Wheel of Sun and Moon is CMC2. Wheel of Sun and Moon. Wheel of Sun and Moon is CMC2. Oh, you want me to cascade into it? We thought about doing a build like that. Blasting Station also plays well with the Evoke. Well, yeah. So Blasting Station with Urza could work. We could make a lot more blue mana. But I think time and time again, I think where the bottleneck for the combo is colored mana, right? I don't hate the idea of pirates. It's blue count for force. Let's look at our red count and see how close we are. So let's do the colors one more time. Sorry, guys. These are green, so they don't help us. So blue count, red count. Blue count looks great. And then, of course, cards that are both, which is only Omnath, I think, in our current build. Yeah, it is. And then, can I sideboard into all of these Furies? And now we kind of need to reverse engineer the sideboard, which is fine. We can do that. We need to cut one card overall in the 75. I do feel like the deck is a 24-land deck. Don't apologize. This is almost more fun than playing. Oh, thanks, Bonkers. I like brewing, too, almost more than actually playing, sometimes. Well, actually, a lot of the time, I'm kind of a... Well, I'm brew spy. I like to do the brews. I do. So let's see. I mean, we've liked Brazen Borrower. I mean, like, Foundation Breaker fulfills a similar role. We just need to deal with certain permanents. I mean, maybe we don't have room for Breaker. Maybe this is our sideboard, and then maybe we need to add another red card to the main, or we just main deck Borrower. I liked either main deck Borrower or Teferi. Teferi, though, aids in the combo, because I can... if I hit a pocket where it's not a Goblin Dark Dwellers, I can Teferi to bounce either Ardent Plea, because it's a permanent, or I can bounce Shardless, because it's a permanent, or I can bounce the Dark Dwellers themselves. And Teferi theoretically could be main boarded, because it is part of the combo. Same with the Endurance. I mean, the Endurance is kind of part of our combo. What about something like the 2/2 elf that lets me play lands off the top? Why not just play Doubling Season with your Hornet deck? Oh, that's spicy, Steve. Doubling Season also has some combos with Planeswalkers in Modern, and you get to use their ultimate way sooner than you should be able to. So if you're trying to do that in a Hornet deck, I would also, if you're playing Doubling Season, you'd probably also want to play Planeswalkers that win the game immediately if you play them after the Doubling Season, such as Jace Architect of Thought is one. Doesn't Nahiri also win the game pretty much after, if you go seasons into double? Jade knows a lot about those kinds of decks. Azusa? What about something like that? Oh, no. Oh, I know what card. Not Azusa. It's the 4-drop. It's Muldaltha? No. What about Garrick? What about Blue Sun Zenith? Oh, Blue Sun Zenith in an Urza build? What about Vorinclex? Vorinclex lets us make more mana. Oracle of Moldiah, there you go. Which Vorinclex? This one? No. This one. Yeah, whenever we tap land for mana, we get more mana. It's also just a 7/6, which we could stop at if we hit. Yeah, Vorinclex is spicy. Not so much for their lands don't untap. I mean, yes, he's strong for that fact, too. That's spicy. That's a spicy way to kind of make more mana. It's a kind of a cool idea. Because, like, Prosperous Pirates, similar to the Goblin Dark Dwellers, it's starting to get out of what we're hardcasting. It's almost at the limits, anyway. What about Nyx Bloom 8? Nyx Bloom? Okay, Nyx Bloom. Why play Vorinclex over a Crater Hoof, though? Yeah, that's true. At that point, maybe we should just give him the hoof. Nyx Bloom is a little bit cheaper than Vorinclex. And that's the... If I tap... Ooh. If I tap a permanent for mana... Does that count treasures? That counts treasures, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It does, sure does. That's spicy. Is that what we need to be doing? So that's... Huh. It's also a 5/5 trample. It sure does. I'm an ex-level 1 judge, says Bonkers. Priest of Urbrask or Coalstoker. I think the problem with both of those wider is we need different colors, though. Not that Nyx Bloom Agent fixes that, but Nyx Bloom Ancient does fix that. I mean, I'm sad that it's not blue count for force. I think we found our blue count for force is fine, though, even if I were to swap out the Prosperous Pirates or something, or fewer of them. Blue count still looks pretty good. It's 23. With no changes to the sideboard, right? So maybe we're going to do Nyx Bloom Ancients. Why not just play Oni? Why Oni? Oh, why Onmath? Free spell or ramp. But this is also a way to kill them. Maybe we don't play Pirates. Maybe not. Maybe we do this. I still don't understand how you win. We're looping the deck and we're getting all 3 triggers off of Omnath because it's a new Omnath. So we're getting all 3 triggers off of the Omnath, which is going to be 4 life. We make 1 of each color, and we're also going to deal 4 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker that I don't control directly, even getting around things like Leyline. So we're just trying to loop the deck. We're thinking about adding another way to kill, such as maybe something like Terror. That's spicy. Ancient +1 land won't let you cast a Cascade, though. Mont Black says no. Ancient plus a land doesn't let me cast on a Cascade. If you Nyx Bloom, you'd also have to hit a land. Yes, I would. Or a treasure token, which we already have to, right? We already run into that issue, guys. Omnath and Tireless only make mana if I hit some number of lands. They both already have that drawback. What about Nissa? Won't you risk decking out without Endurance? Not necessarily, Jackie. I haven't lost to decking out yet, but yeah, that should be in the back of our minds. Thank you for bringing that up. Why not just do Omniscience? Yeah, I mean, Omniscience, the nice thing about Omniscience is it's blue for force, right? I might be at that point. I did like that Urza, though, lets us draw more cards. Because Omniscience doesn't let me crack all the Wave Sifter tokens. Which, by the way, I didn't hate the Tireless Tracker build of this deck either. Oh, this was sideboard. Yeah, I didn't dislike the Urza build that was using... let's see. I don't know, maybe the deck's already there and we're just trying to go too deep for no reason. Like, the Urzas were working with the Sifters, they were working with the Provisioners, they were working with the Shardlesses. Shardless is an artifact creature, we can tap it for blue. Like, we were making a lot of blue mana, and it was kind of doing it. 3 permanents just feels so good, though. Oh, you pitching the Pirates again? Yeah, but Urza's also just a card that can win the game, though. I see some deck was playing As Foretold. Yeah. Why not just play Crater Hoofs and Avengers at that point? Maybe. Because we are hoping to hit lands, right? That's the thing, is like Urza could make mana even if it didn't hit land, whereas Tireless Provisioner and Omnath are only generating mana if we do hit land. Don't you want Utopia Sprawl? Yeah, I don't want Sprawl because it breaks it, yes. I want stuff that's bigger. CMC 3 or bigger. I think the first Terror is spicy. I almost just wish this was something, was just like Chancellor, though. But was Tireless Tracker too medium? Tireless Tracker was very good when I was playing a lot of Urzas. I wouldn't call it too medium necessarily. Yeah. Like, the first Tireless Tracker is great if we're playing some number of Urza. Like, that's maybe what this other card should be. I was just trying to see if our red count could possibly pull off the Furies. I don't think they can anymore. Like, if we put all of our red cards in, we're at 19. I do think that Urza is the weaker mana engine, as far as its consistency, if I compare it to Provisioner and Omnath. So we don't need to play the playset necessarily. We were thinking we wanted Terror not just because it's red count, but because it also gives us more red count for Fury. So if we were to slim somewhere, and we're pretty sure we want the first Endurance, right, because we need a loop. We've had some games where we couldn't keep going because I wasn't able to tuck the Glimpses back into the deck. Granted, a lot of them get cast, though, because of Goblin Dark Dwellers. As we're looping, we cast these. So, like, I see what we're saying with Endurance, but I also wonder sometimes, I don't know. We're more likely to have a Cascade spell stuck in our hand than a Goblin Dark Dweller, that's for sure. Do you really need the loop if you have Terror, though? We don't need to loop as much. Yeah, I don't need to loop as many times. So yeah, I mean, maybe we play a 2 of Terror even, and just like are less worried about looping as many times, right? That would be another red card. So that's, now we're up to 20. I mean, how many red cards do you think we should be playing so that the Furies will work after board? Because there are aggressive decks that just beat us down. We need something quick, like Fury has been nice. I mean, there's also timely reinforcements, but it's a spell. We want permanents that help us, and there are not very many. So yeah, it's a complicated deck. Terror's not legendary. That's nice that it's not legendary. Why don't you just play Alloy Mirror? He has to tap himself, though, to generate mana. Why not just play more Outbursts? That would also give us more... Yeah. More Outbursts over Please. That's true. It makes the Teferi bounce a permanent plan a little worse, but that doesn't come up too often. Yeah, I mean, that's a way we could increase our red count, is just play the 4th Outburst. The more spells you add, the weaker that your glimpses are on occasion, because you hit an Outburst or a glimpse as you were trying to hit permanents. Teferi feels real cute. Teferi's really good, though, against a lot of the decks that can beat us. Some of the decks that can beat us. I thought the same thing at first, and then I found that, I don't know, like Vendilion Click and Force have been doing a lot of heavy lifting, though, in the matchups where it's hard to resolve our combo. And Violent Outburst helps us go off in the end step. I mean, maybe we don't need Teferis. I do like that Teferi is also a combo piece, though, because I can Teferi bounce these, or bounce Shardless, or bounce Dwellers. So he does have a place in the combo itself, potentially. The problem is if I have a Goblin Dark Dwellers trigger on the stack, I'm probably going to resolve that instead of using Teferi to bounce and recast a Cascader effect. But yeah, I think shifting to the playset of Violence makes us better in both of those respects. The fact that we have an instant speed Cascader, more red count. Is it worth going for a turn 2 bounce, though? Is it worth going for a 2-turn bounce? What, on... Oh, you mean Brazen Borrower? Steve's talking about Apex of Power. Until a turn, I may cast spells among them. That's spicy. Is it worth... You like Teferi again? You said Teferi feels recoup, but now you like Teferi? Oh, now you like Teferi? Yeah, he was we were trying to 1-1 split because he works with the Wombo. Yeah, I mean, we can main deck it. I don't think I need more than 1 Terror. Yeah, I think a 1 of Terror and a 1 of Endurance, because they're kind of just like... They're not really part of the setup, they're part of the finish. And this would give me room for another Tireless effect so that the Urzas are stronger. Oh, now you're not huge on the Teferi? Don't you think this could be a Yorion deck? It could be. I'm not very good at building mana bases, though, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even begin to know what the Yorion build would look like. We'd also probably have to play a bunch of that make a treasure discard spells like Opus and such. Like, I wonder if the Yorion build would just play a ton of this effect, even though they're not hits for Glimpse. They're good setup for Glimpse. I thought about even playing them in this build, but I just don't think there's enough room. What if you cut Urza for 2 of the Pirates? Urzas haven't been that great in multiples, says Guitar Jimmy. Well, yeah, the Urzas have the same problem as the Omnaths do as we go off, is like sometimes they make themselves go to the bin due to the legendary rule. It's true. We do still end up with 2 constructs at the end, and when it comes to Omnaths, we get double the triggers because they're both present for the lands being put into play. I mean, if we went with Pirates, then that's true. I don't necessarily need other enablers to try to make the Urzas work, right? That is the benefit of a Pirates build. Or even like, you know, Nyx Bloom or whatever. Using Teferi to rebuy a Cascader to go off again, wouldn't it be better to be more all-in? Well, yeah, but we're also like a mid-range build of this deck too. Like, one of the benefits, and it might be a weakness, right? So an all-in build of this doesn't look like this at all, Bonkers. An all-in build, so this is more like kind of like a Risen Reef style of this archetype, right? And more all-in build of this archetype, I think, would be like an Omniscience build where you're just trying to cascade into like an Emrakul or something, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Steve, that was the card that was making Urza work. I'm amazed that you found that. How did you find that so quickly? You weren't here when we were talking about it earlier. How did you find that so fast, Steve? And yes, chromatic orrery does make Urza make any color, which is a weakness of him. But at that point, I almost want to just be playing Omniscience. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to cap the deck at 5, CMC 5. So I mean, like, Pirates does fit that. I was searching for cards with at least CMC, rules, text, add, and mana. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, good job. I didn't fully paste in the chat, but yeah. It's so close, isn't it? Still thinking, though, that 2 or 3 Urza is probably still good. I mean, would it be like this? Red count is 20. Does Glimpse sack or exile? Neither. It goes back into your deck. It's like a Warp World effect. You shuffle them back into your library, to be specific. There were some aura cards I was considering, but the problem is they happen second, and they happen after the Dark Dwellers, so we're not playing them. There was like an aura that lets your land tap for more mana, and it also generates a clue. But the problem was it was a little weak with Goblin Dark Dwellers. It also wasn't blue or red, and we're trying to be high on both of those colors. Did we already talk about Codex? Oh, isn't that the 5-drop? Doesn't that let you... Yeah, that's the legendary little dude. I can't cast permanent spells. That seems like a problem. He also doesn't make mana... So, Steve, I'd have to control this for a whole turn before I can use its ability. That was the same issue I had with the Llanowar suggestion I have with Cody. Because just jam 4 Blood Moons. So you want me to try a split of Pirates and Urzas? Yeah, I mean, maybe the right number of, like, the Provisioner effect is, like, Pirates are kind of just, like, extra Provisioners or just worse. Is maybe 2 or 3. And then because Urza's legendary, we don't really want to hit 2 at the same time, but we play, like, a 2-of. Just play Crack Open. Destroy something and then make a treasure token. Oh, we're also trying... Gosh, there's so many constraints to this deck, Steve. I'm sorry. We're also trying to play things that aren't instants or sorceries if we can help it. Like, I'm fine giving up the battle on the Violent Outburst plan. The reason I'm trying to not run too many instants or sorceries is when it comes to Glimpse doesn't count them. In fact, you basically go down a permanent if you hit any of these cards, or post-board our forces. If we hit them, they actually make us go down a permanent. Wood Elves has so much nice synergy, though, with the landfall. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, Wood Elves, if we added a Temple Garden to the mana base, I think Wood Elves could, like, it gives us 1 mana. Prosperous gives me 2, but yeah, I mean, like, Wood Elves gives us 1 mana. So it has to be an add without needing to tap and be an artifact? Not necessarily. Just if we're doing Urzas, we want it to be artifacts. But yeah, I mean, like, Wood Elves is another way we could generate mana. Gives us extra landfall, that's true. I mean, the land has to be in the library still, though. Seems we're going too deep. Yeah. No, I mean, we've had 2 3/2s, a 4/1, and a 2/3. I do think the deck is more powerful than it looks like on the surface. Could just go back to the Chancellor build. That seems to be like what everybody else is doing. What about Culling Ritual? There you go. Oh, that's also black though, Steve, and we're not in black right now. I don't think we will be. Reef would generate mana or draw. See, I thought that too. It doesn't though. Reef generates draw and permanents for this deck. Let's talk about Reef. So there are a lot of people that have been jamming a Risen Reef build. The problem with this is it says if it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. We would need a way to untap that land to generate mana from it. But yes, this does draw you a lot of cards, Jackie. This is something that people are trying to do with the archetype. We would need to, like... And I do think that the Risen Reef obviously makes the Furies a much, much, much better sideboard card. That's very true. Like, a lot of the lists that were doing Fury as a sideboard plan are also had a place at a Risen Reef, and that's not something I'm doing. And so maybe we're completely wrong about this choice as like a way to fight aggressive decks. Maybe I should just be playing a bunch of the adventure creatures, right? Because in the 75 somewhere, because Fury really, really, really hurts us, but also helps us. It's hard to say. Play it more like an elemental deck, Reef, Fury, Omnath. Yes, and like, again, my issue with that archetype was it seemed like I almost wanted like a lightning storm effect or something, because like the Risen Reef build, we did try it already. I promise you, I tried it. I just felt like it needed a better payoff, because like you're generating all these permanents and you're drawing lots of cards. And actually, what I was interested in with Reef, like, yes, it's making lots of permanents. Yes, it has synergy with Fury or other pitch elementals. If we're gonna play like Foundation Breaker, right? You start to consider that card again. I think the thing was with Reef was we drew like a full hand of cards, and I needed something like a Lightning Storm. We could just play Lightning Storm. But, well, no, Lightning Storm doesn't work because Risen Reef is putting the lands onto the battlefield. Never mind. Never mind. Play Domri. Yeah, add red or green mana. There's another Domri that makes mana too. If you play Reef, then you would need Omniscience. Yes. And that's the thing, is like that's another way to do the deck. And I don't hate that build, right? It just looks like this. You just play a playset of Omniscience. Yeah, if you draw them, they don't do anything, but yeah, I think the Risen Reef build would definitely benefit from Omni. What about just playing Dawn's Reflection? No, you could play it to the battlefield. You can put it in hand. You don't have to put it in hand. What card are you talking about? If you play Reef, then you would need something like Omniscience. A landfall version draws fewer cards, generates more mana, and should play Cascaders. I am playing Cascaders. Oh, more Cascaders. Ah, okay. I'm playing 10. We've played 11. No. Put the land in hand when it comes to Lightning Storm. Oh, it's May. It is a May. That's true. Risen Reef does say if it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, a Lightning Storm kill would be hilarious. Lord says I play 23 land. Yeah, maybe we're playing one too many. I always feel like I'm hurting, though, I'm always hurting for the third land for some reason. Maybe I'm just getting unlucky. I mean, we've prized every time I played the deck, technically. Well, no, we haven't. We had a 2-3. That doesn't count as prizing. You get some of your play points back. Speaking of play points. Is this gonna... Oh, boy. Oh, we have 10 chesties, though. We should open some chesties. Because I don't have enough play points for us to play another league. Let's open until we have enough play points to play a league. Alright, there's 10. Avacyn Guardian Angel. Yep. That's a bad card. Alright, another one. Why not just play Tireless Tracker? Oh, we're there already. Burning Earth. Whenever we tap non-basics, it deals 1 damage to that player. Alright, we're good now. We have enough points. Sweet. Opening the chests. Honestly, I think Lightning Storms win more, though. Why not just play Tracker and the new Assembly Manufacturer? And yeah, we could do that, Kotrav. What about Elemental Resonance? Add mana equal to... It's the beginning of my pre-combat main phase, though. So we're already in our pre-combat main phase. Alright, so we're happy with this. Maybe an Endurance, maybe not. We're happy here. We could add more Cascaders, right? But I think we're happy here. How do we do the rest of the deck? That's the ticket. If we can just figure that out, right? How do we make the rest of the deck function? Do we even just need to... No. I was sitting there thinking, do we just need to... I didn't even need to finish that thought. I was thinking, do we just need to play a little bit more interaction for a second there? I mean, it would be Borrower. We liked the Borrowers in the main. Hey, Grizzlebeard with the raid of 4. Thank you so much. Burning Earth, just what this was missing, right? I mean, Love Struck was something we found we could do early. They're the make a treasure token cards. I still think that's not quite... We're getting to the point where we're doing the thing. We just want to keep doing the thing, or we want them to die. And again, like Terror or Chancellor, these are all things that like make it so we don't have to loop as many times, right? Because you fizzle. Yeah, Morsel Hoarder, Vornklex. I mean, I kind of wanted the things to be castable. Like Gazalith was interesting. I love your giant pile. Oh, thanks, Grizzlebeard. Interaction. This will be the most interactive deck in the meta. Less loops means less variance, says Bonkers. That's true. Yeah, fewer loops is less. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I actually had cut the Foundation Breakers, didn't I? I had. Because it was neither blue nor red count. And I mean, like, we could main deck the ley lines. We've done that in the past. All right, try 3 Pirates, 2 Urza, 1 Terror. You think so? Think we're onto something? Have I decked myself yet? No, not yet. I felt like there were a few times I couldn't quite figure out a line to do enough damage. I'm with you, Grizzlebeard. I haven't yet, but... And this was even before I was playing Endurance, by the way. I haven't had that problem yet. But, yeah, I mean, if you don't know the lines, I think it's very possible you could deck. This deck looks wild. Yeah. Just play Sorin and cheat in the Changeling that makes mana. Oh, that's spicy. Play Sorin and play Morphon and name Elemental. Endurance for yourself is smart. Yeah, I wasn't doing that originally. But yeah, it lets you loop the Omnaths more. I think I'm fine with Terror as well. We were trying to increase our red count because I want to play Fury out of the board. I mean, Morsel Hoarder was red count, though. Morsel Hoarder, the idea with Morsel Hoarder was actually not so terrible. Because it was red count. Is that why you suggested it, Gallagher? Or no, who was it? It wasn't Gallagher. Just play the Gauntlet of Power. 2 Terrors lets your double trigger and just play more Glimpse. I think I'm going to try 1 Terror. What about just Geosurge? It's not giving me different colors, though. It's just red mana. It has the same issue as Urza, and we might still play Urza, but that kind of has similar issues to Urza. As... yeah, the Morsel Hoarder was interesting. It was good for a red count and was also making mana. I don't know, is there a universe where I just play Morsels? It's the problem with Morsel is, yes, he makes us mana, he just doesn't make us more permanents was the issue, right? Even Urza makes 2 permanents. Prosperous ends up in 3 permanents, but we have to crack those. How many Furies do I plan on casting in a game? At least 1. I want to cast 1. Right? We want to cast 1 against some of the more aggressive decks. Just play Gilded Lotus. Yeah, there you go, Steve. I don't even think you're crazy. I wish it was able to be split, though. Gilded Lotus. I do wish that we could split it into different colors, though. 19's probably for 1. Yeah, I mean, maybe we already have enough red count, right? We're at 20 right now. No, you're fine. Do you think... I think Endurance is just enough. It lets you go forever. Well, we don't go forever. We sometimes fizzle, right? You don't think we need the Terror? You think we'd be good enough just to loop? There's a universe where you make God of the Forge into a token. I mean, there's Porphyros, too. Yeah, we'll play it soon. I think. I mean, Porphyros is also a kill similar to Terror of the Peaks. I just like that Terror of the Peaks is actually a body. I don't think we're getting enough red devotion for... it's P-U-P. P or P. What about Grand Warlord? Add that much mana. Until mana turn, I don't lose that mana. So that'd be after combat mana. That was kind of like that dragon we were thinking about. This one. Yeah, God of the Forge. Somebody said God of the Forge earlier. I think just so many times it just won't be a creature, though, in our deck. But yeah, I mean, like, Porphyros also deals damage as we loop, similar to the idea of Terror. If you don't need 24, you don't need 24 if you're only planning to cast 1. Terror blocks, yeah. What about Heartbeat of Spring? Yeah, Heartbeat would work. I don't like that Heartbeat also helps my opponent, though. Maybe we do try out the first Terror. It's easier to cast mana-wise than Chancellors are. Just try to win the turn you cast it. Yeah, that's true. Well, the problem with Heartbeat I could see is we cast it and then we pass the turn. Our opponents benefit a lot from it. Then they pass the turn back to us. Then we kill them. Like, maybe that'd be fine. Imagine if we could just cast Turnabout. I know, right? We need a creature that does that. Just something that untaps lots of permanents. I mean, there's like Deceiver Exarch. There's yeah, it's too bad there aren't more things like that. I mean, maybe it's a good thing there aren't more things like that. But like Deceiver Exarch would let us, or no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Deceiver, Pestermite, all that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, why don't you just put the Kiki combo into your deck? Which we could, by the way. I mean, that's another way to generate little tiny bits of mana, is like Pestermites and, you know, Deceiver Exarch, Exarches, untapping our lands. And then we play like, hey, what's up, Sam? And then we play like, you know, Kiki's in there somewhere. It's another funny way to maybe kill. Yeah. You have a sweet Heartbeat list if you want to see. Having Borrowers did seem nice a few times. Yeah, I mean, I think if there's anything in our deck we want main deck, it's maybe Borrower even over Teferi. Borrower's just very flexible. Could just be a Borrower is this last card we're looking at. I wanted to have more mana creatures. And yeah, I mean, Urza... Why not just play three fairy to ensure we go off? We were considering a main deck to fairy too. They do bounce the Pleas and the Shardlesses, but we cut on Plea because we were trying to increase our red count for Fury. What about just play Gigantha? Gigantha, we have a few cards that stop it from being in the deck as a companion. I don't think any companion works for this. Yeah, this deck's kind of all over the place to play into companions, I think. Other than maybe Yorion, but that would be... We'd have to, like, really rebuild this. What was the issue with Nyx Bloom Ancient? It was just too much mana? You want more mana creatures? Play a third Pirates then? Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Teferi seems good. I mean, Teferi's better if I have more things that are worth blinking besides just Dark Dweller's Plea and Agent, but he could work. I need to make room for him already, though. We have 10 Cascaders. And again, like, I need one of these to start going off. I mean, maybe we should just be playing one more Cascader. Somebody earlier was saying maybe I don't have enough Cascaders. We did play as many as 11 at one point. Just play Bloodbraid. Does Bloodbraid hurt us now? Not really. The only brick now is Provisioner, which isn't really a brick. Right? Let's do that math. I mean, yeah, I mean, Bloodbraid hits one of these. It's an extra Cascader that's red for Fury. It bricks on Endurance, and it bricks on Provision. Nah, I don't think I want to play it if it bricks, though. Has Urza been putting in the work? I've liked the Urza builds we've tried. It's just not as good of a mana producer as Tireless. It's close, though. And it's not close. It's not nearly as strong as these two landfall generators. Bloodbraid Alpha's Gamble, essentially. You don't like the idea of Bloodbraid? What about Market Festival? I mean, I think our red count is close enough, right? Isn't it? With Omnath thrown in? 20? Feels fine. Oops. 20 feels fine. 3 fairies going to be better. Market Festival has to enchant the land. Oh, auras are a little awkward with Glimpse, Steve. Just a little bit. So they don't work all that well with Goblin. Same with 3 fairy, by the way. Because this says put all non-aura permanent cards revealed this way onto the battlefield, then do the same for auras. The auras, there was another aura that like generates more mana on a land, but it and it also investigated. That was a really cool card because it was generate 1 extra mana, and it's a permanent itself, and it also makes another permanent. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like investigative something or whatever, investigation. But it the fact that it's an aura made it a little bit awkward. But yeah, I mean, that would be another mana producer. What about something just like Empty the Warrens? What about Mirari's Wake? It's a spicy one. Yeah, it's an Anthem, and it also... Yeah, Mirari's Wake could be sweet, actually. Whenever we tap lands, we make more mana. It's of the same type, though, so I'd have to hit the right lands. But, yeah, Mirari's Wake is sweet, actually. That card was printed into the Modern format recently. It's an Anthem, if we hit it. Wake actually seems awesome. Yeah, maybe... Let's try this version. Maybe Mirari's Wake. Because it's only when we tap mana. It's 5. Still at it. I am. It's not blue for force, but we're not hurting for blue count, even if I cut the Pirates and Urzas. That they really aren't making the mana that we want. We have Sift. Yeah, our blue count's fine. We already have 14 main, and then we're bringing in how many blue, potentially, if we were going to bring in forces? So we end up at, like, 22 blue. I think our blue count's very healthy. Wow, Mirari's Wakes? Works well with Terror. Mirari's Wakes? Why did I not think about this either, Steve? I think you're onto something. Wake just looks like a really bad Omniscience. Well, it is, but it's an Omniscience I can hardcast that's irrelevant. Like, the Anthem is relevant. What about just play Mycosynth? Oh, Mycosynth is banned. Wake just looks like such a bad Omniscience. I don't know. Only way to find out is try it as a flex spot. Well, we want one other thing that helps us produce color. Omniscience is more mana than we'll ever need. Like, we could just hit some Anthems and all of a sudden have just like a really big board as we're going off. Huh. Mirari's Wake. 2 of them? I don't want to cut any red cards to add them. Wake stacks as well, so does Terrors. You might just want to do 2 to 3 Omnath and 4 Terror. No. The Omnaths are actually really, really sweet. Don't knock the playset. They're there for a reason. Don't touch them. They have carried us for the 4 leagues I've played this archetype. We don't touch the Omnaths. We've learned. They're also both blue and red for Force and Fury. What about open the Omen Paths? All right. It's an instant. You already lost me. Mirari's Wake is a permanent. You had me. Steve, you had me at Mirari's Wake. They do stack. Do we consider the playset? Just because it's legendary, but I get you. Well, no, I need something else that makes mana. Like, if we look at... All right, let's break this down one last time. I feel like I have to keep doing it, but that's part of streaming. It's part of streaming, Bruce By. Let's do this. So we have this many Cascaders. And then we have how many mana production? Oh, you know what? Maybe we're... Well, I mean, Dark Dwellers are also hits, but they're not really good for starting us off. You know what? Maybe we're at the point where I do need to... Terror is only just a finisher. These are kind of in this pile, but I'll make a separate pile for them. These are mana producers, mana producers, mana producers. Let's put our lands all over. These are doing something else. These are setting up the deck. Terror doesn't. That needs its own pile. Yeah, so Sifters and Colony Gardens are kind of in the same category of they're setting us up. Let's move Terror over. All right, and then the Dark Dwellers kind of are in the same category as Glimpse, as we don't really want to suspend Glimpse, but we will. It will eventually get us to the combo. And we don't really want to hardcast Dark Dwellers. We want to hit them instead in the middle of our combo, but it will cast a Glimpse if there's one in our bin, right? And then kind of, I guess, Endurance and Terror are kind of like when we're like finishing the opponent, right? Endurance to Endurance ourselves, actually, unless they're a graveyard deck. And then Terror of the Peaks, also similar to Omnath damage. As we're looping through the deck, will deal damage, essentially. What about Paradise Plume? Terror looks really good in this deck, though. Yeah, I want to play the first copy. Terror looks worse without Pirates and Urza. Does it? But yeah, as far as like all the different mana creation effects, like, do we want to do a 10-10 split on this? Which would be 2 less Miraris. And then it's a 10-10 split. I mean, I can get behind that. 10 Cascaders, 10 things that produce lots and lots of mana, and then I have room for about 3 cards. I do think the first Urza is still good in the deck. Like he does make mana as we're comboing off, and we can at least use that mana, if nothing else, for our blue costs, which some of our costs are blue as we're comboing off, right? I do think the first Urza was still very good. If we want to add one more to this pile of mana producers. Thank you for helping me procrastinate. Sure. And then maybe we do play the 11th Cascade effect. After all. It's also blue for force. So Ardent Plea. And then we could main deck it to Fairy? Not running these in the sideboard. Yeah, maybe 11 Cascaders is good. And somebody was saying they were only playing 23 lands. I mean, we could try some of those treasure producers. I would love for the deck to have more like early game things it's doing. We could try a split on the... these are bricks, of course, as we're going off, just like the Outburst is. But like some of these produce... we're playing these maybe for just make a treasure early. But then I have to change the mana base again from playing... is this any? When I tap lands for mana, make 1 mana... of any type that land produced, period. So like it would work, this would work really poorly with the filter land though that I was considering just now. I think Creative Outburst and Magnum would still work. Magma Opus would still work. I'm just thinking of more early game things to play potentially. So maybe we don't want the extra plea. On Moto, time's a problem because it has so many triggers. Yeah, I almost lost a game to time. I actually have a picture of it. We took a picture of it because it was so insane. I was playing against As for Control. We had 6 seconds left on the clock. Right there, you can see it. That's a 6. Yeah, we comboed off. This is a build that had Spyros in it. We kind of did our thing. Does Mirari's Wake work with treasures? I don't think so. I think it says land, right? Whenever you tap a land for mana. Mirari's Wake doesn't work with treasures, no. There was something we were looking into earlier that just said when you make mana, you get more mana. What was it? Oh, Ancient. Nyx Bloom Ancient is maybe what you'll be thinking of. Whenever I tap a permanent for mana, yes, this is the one that works with, but it's also 7 mana. We could theoretically hardcast Wake, but not that I want to. Why don't we just do Zendikar or Ashia? Ashaya? Show me Ashaya. Oh, this one, yeah. That's sweet. They're still affected by summoning sickness, though. But yes, Ashaya, if I have creatures that aren't summoning sick, they can tap for green. It's interesting. We would have to... If we did an Ashaya build... Hold on. Maybe you're onto something. If we did an Ashaya build, we would just need to do the haste build of the deck. Maybe you just found it. Hold on. I forgot this card existed. Okay, non-token creatures I control, they're forest lands, and I would need to find a way for them to have haste, right? Forget the name, it's a Simic creature. What's up, Garfank? What about Skyclave Relic? Enters the battlefield if it was kicked. Add 2 copy... hang on. I have to kick it, though, Steve. I have to kick it. Oh, that's true. We could do stuff like signets. Well, not... They have to be 3 mana signets, but we could do stuff like that, like clue stones. Wait a minute. Maybe Steve's onto something. I know they're not colored. What were the ones that like were efficient for cracking and like making mana, but also making mana? Not clue stones. They made a different one of these effects at some point, right? Mirari seemed clunky though. Key runes. Was it the key runes? I thought there was something else that was like color, crack, draw card. Guild runes, border posts. No. What about Whisperwood Elemental? He'll manifest. Oh, Whisperwood? Oh, the lockets. Yes, lockets. Thank you. Yeah, Whisperwood is... That's at the beginning of my end step. This is useful if somebody tries to, like, blow up our board, though. I like that for that. Locket. Yeah, Boros Locket, all these. And we can't do both with them, though, right? They're either mana or we draw with it. And we get a choice, right? Like, when we hit these, it's either we make a mana or we have a bunch of extra mana and we're drawing cards. I don't know. That's probably bad. Yeah, they seem real bad now that I'm looking at them. Thank you. Okay, so could we make an Ashaya build work? I'm not kidding. So how do we would just need to play the haste pieces that we weren't playing before, but we would have to. If we were to make this work as our other mana producer. I forgot about this card. Hang on, we may have just found it, folks. So are we sure it's 11 Cascaders, or can we get away with 10? Are we sure that we want to have both Endurance and Terror? And then we just also play those haste pieces we were playing. Stadium Vendors? I thought Stadium Vendors is not Modern Legal. What about Kinnan, Bonder Prodigy? Kanon? Isn't Kinnan 2 mana? I think he interrupts the combo. Yeah, he's 2 mana. Otherwise, that'd be sweet. You just have to play a land that gives haste for 1 red. Oh, what? The legendary one? Well, we would want everybody to have haste. I don't know if I'd want to... I wouldn't be satisfied with just... We'd want our whole team to have haste and them all able to tap for mana. Non-token creatures you control or forest lands into... Well, we'd have to filter that mana too. It runs into the same issue as the Urza. Just play Flamekin Zealot. The problem with the Ashaya mana is they're forest lands, so they're just tapping for green, right? I mean, and again, between Ashaya and Urza, we'd be making green mana sometimes, blue mana sometimes. But yeah, Ashaya would be a 2-card combo. Urza's not quite a 2-card combo because our deck's naturally making artifacts. Like, I'd have to have a haste effect, and I'd have to somehow... Yeah. We'd have to somehow benefit from the green mana. I don't know if we will. Like, there's green mana involved in Outburst. There's green mana involved in Shardless. Urubrosk. Priest of Urubrosk. Oh, Urubrosk for haste. Yeah. There's a few different ways to give the whole team haste. Yeah, creatures you control have haste. I don't think it quite works, though. Just play Tireless Provisioner. We're playing a playset, Steve. But yes, that's exactly what I want. That card you just found, find me more of that. Something that does what that card does. You might run into Lotus Cobra then. I don't know, maybe it is something weird like the Morsel Hoarders or the Pirates, right? We keep trying to find something else, but I can't really find anything better. I liked that Morsel Hoarder was red, count. We just want too much out of this card we're trying to find. What about Tome of the Guild Pack? As we cast our multicolored cards, we draw cards. That's kind of cool. As we're kind of comboing off, we get to draw some a little bit. What about the 1/4 pirate that makes 1 treasure for 3? Yeah, that might be more mana efficient. We should just be playing Trinisphere? No, Trinisphere stops us. People play Trinisphere against us. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with what... just play Rapacious. Golden Span also doubles my treasure mana. Yeah, I do like that Gold Span does have that treasures tap for double. We did like that effect. And it was also a reasonable body. It had haste. We'd have to attack for it to make a treasure itself was one of the issues I had with the card. But other than that, I really liked it. 4/4 flyer with haste is sweet. Just a strong card on its own. What does the deck need, though? We think it needs more mana production. We're at like 10 or 11 cascade effects. And these are like stuff that as we're looping, they're useful, obviously. Like we like having a glimpse in our graveyard. We like hitting the Goblin Dark Dwellers, Terror, Endurance. These are things that are useful or have utility as we're comboing, but they don't help us in the setup. We need more setup. So we need more setup. We need more... We maybe don't need more Cascaders, but we need more mana production. More setup, more mana production. And again, I do think that the 3-drop Treasure Creator is setup for the deck, right? Sailor of Means. This card kind of, in my mind, fits in the same category as kind of a setup card, but also mana generation once we're already going off. It might be the perfect card because of what I just said. That it's low enough mana that it's 2 permanents. It's mana as I'm going off. It's also 1/4, so it's not going to die to all the bolts floating around. What about just Verdant Eidolon? Oh, Verdant Eidolon could be sweet. I forgot about that card. Yeah, from Ravnica, and we get them back as we're comboing off. Why did we not think of this card? I've seen Jeskai Control... Sorry, not Jeskai Control. I've seen Jeskai Ascendancy combo use Verdant Eidolon to some effect. They play like a singleton. So whenever we cast multicolored spells, which we have quite a few, We get to get this back to our hand. Is that relevant, though? Do we want it in our hand, though? I don't know if we care about that second part. We care about I have to pay a green, but then I get 3. So it's kind of like a ritual. I'm not knocking that. Like, this is producing mana. Obviously, it's not going to stay as a permanent. We don't go down a card, but I don't know if I benefit from it being back in my hand, though. This is close, though, to meme as a bonus. Why is that better tracker than manufacturer? Manufacturer needs something that's producing something. So the manufacturers do work with... That's a great question. So Academy manufacturers do work with Wave Sifter. We would need to run also a bunch of tireless trackers. Because when it comes to tireless provisioner, manufacturer actually isn't making me more mana. It's making me other things. It is. And manufacturer is sweet in a Glimpse deck, theoretically, right? But it's not making me more mana. And what the deck is starved on is mana production. And manufacturer does make us mana if I hit a Wave Sifter, but nothing else. We'd have to, like, maybe... I don't know. This is a 60. Maybe we just go here. Manufacturer works well with Sailor. Why? Does it make me second treasure? It doesn't. It doesn't make an extra treasure. That was something I realized a while ago, and I started being less excited about manufacturer. It's one of each. It's not also make another of what you already have, right? Think about it. If I have a manufacturer plus a tireless provisioner, I still get the same number of treasure I would have anyway. I just also get some clues. I just also get some food, which is great in like an Urza build. It's awesome, right? If we were to do an Urza build of this is awesome, and we should do that. They stack if you have 2 out. Yeah, and then we need to play a playset, but they need other pieces. It's not set up, though. I feel like once you consider a 4 mana card, you might as well play a 7 mana card. Similar effect. Xenagos? Yeah, Xenagos produces mana. We thought about Xenagos. It had some of the same issues as Teferi has, except Teferi is a legitimate sideboard card. Xenagos is cool. Xenagos does make mana that would cast Outburst. Xenagos doesn't quite work with Dwellers, though, because I can't stop mid-combo. And that's the same problem with Teferi bounce one of these permanents, is I have to stop comboing. We have to fizzle, basically, for me to either bounce something with Teferi or for me to do any activated ability on any Planeswalker. We'd have to stop mid-combo because of the way that Dark Dwellers works. And Dark Dwellers is very integral. You could argue that Dark Dwellers himself is in this pile. You could argue that the Glimpses are. So we're still really hurting for the mana production side of this combo. So I do think something like Sailor could do it. You want mana? This seems like the best option. I would try it, see how it feels. Still like the 5 mana pirate over the 3 mana pirate if they don't have a cascade effect. Early the deck doesn't function anyway. And then the bigger one makes extra mana for spins. Right, what about Leia? Every time the card is exiled, it'll get more counters on it. What's up, Stasis guy? Why not just play the Prosperous one? Yeah, that was what Guitar Jimmy was suggesting. The big one is bad in the early game, though. It is. I think we need more... Like, I need other things that help us in our setup. Like, you could argue that Provisioner is not very good setup, because I need another land. Like, I don't really want to turn 3 Provisioner. I don't think that Provisioner really is in the setup phase of this deck. I do think that, like, Endurance, you can make an argument that he is, because we should just play it out. You could make an argument that Sailor of Means is pseudo setup for this. Spyro is also great for setup. Yeah, Spyro is very good setup. I will admit that. Young Pyromancer, Seasoned Pyromancer is very good setup for this. When we were playing Spyro, I actually was considering things like Lovestruck as also early setup. I was doing we did a 2-2 split of Lovestruck, Spyro. We were playing a 2-2 split maybe, or something like that. Any Evoke Elemental is kind of set up if I have Outburst. Yes, they are. Yeah, if we play something like Lovestruck in our early setup, like Spyro also feels good. Did you cut Urza? I did. Maybe. Maybe. What did I cut for it, though? What, Lovestruck Spyro? We moved into different engines and we're trying some different things. I do feel like the Evoke Elemental setup, with the exception of Fury, because I think Fury is one of the few cards that like helps us, that we've really liked out of the sideboard that helps us buy enough time to actually combo against certain decks. I see 0 Wynotas, 0 out of 10. I know, Blaze Rider. We worked on Wynota for about 2 months is what he's referring to. I haven't really. I have created a Wynota deck. Have you been following with the Discord? I have made one actually. If you guys want to see some of the weird stuff I'm working on, consider joining the Discord. It's free. You get an invite. Where was the Wynota deck I was working? This is a General Ferris deck. Oh, this was my take on Titania combo. Using, what were we using? Karn to go get Zernorb. I didn't really end up liking it though. Yeah, Mayhem Devil build. What was it though? I mean, this was a Wynota build, but that's not. No, it wasn't. This is a General Ferris build. Where was my last Wynota build? Here it is. This is the last build I created. And it was playing Urza Sagas to find different things. Also, constructs are not humans. Yeah, it had like an artifact undertone, so we had obviously the playset of Spyro, but also some Breas. It's just sweet. Kind of had some like light Taxis feel to it, some like Givers and Leonins, and anyway, yeah. That's the deck you want, Blaze Rider. The fastest I ever got Bruce by to go on a tangent. Was that your objective? Alright, did you get out of Mirari's Wake already? I have a stretch and a hydrate. Oh, I do. I have a stretch from Steve. Thanks, Steve. I gotta touch my toes? What? I gotta touch my toes? I gotta touch my toes. Let's leave the camera on this, though. It's more interesting than me touching my toes, I'm sure. I'm wearing socks this time. Okay, how many seconds? Ooh, that actually feels really good on my back. Not so much. Yeah, that feels nice, actually. How many seconds? I can't see chat. 15 seconds. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do they have to be like 1 Mississippi? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, I could maybe keep going, but I think that's a good stretch. It's a good stretch. Just put the Mirari back in and go for it. Well, the Mirari was like kind of bad though, wasn't it? It wasn't blue or red for Fury or Force. Didn't we think that Mirari's was maybe not so great? But yeah, like Lovestruck and Spyro help with the setup. I mean, like maybe we just needed Terror of the Peaks and we're happy with, you know, like maybe the Endurances and the Terrors are what the deck was missing, and we'll be happy and we'll just be killing through the loop itself and not worried so much about generating mana to keep going. It's just we kill them in fewer loops. I don't know. Say pick some of the tweaks and just jam some games. Stormkin Artist could also be cool if you loop spells, says Garfank. Stormkiln? Yeah, but Mirari's is doubling your lands. It is. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah. Yeah, whenever I cast or copy an instant or sorcery, I make a treasure token. Yeah. It's also a red count. This is interesting. Cast or copy instant or sorcery. Oh, you know what? We're trying not to play too many instants or sorceries, though. I mean, yes, all of our cascades result in a spell, but what about Thopter Engineer? We give artifact creatures haste. Thragtusk for the sideboard. Yeah, Thopter Engineer might be interesting in an Urza build, right? Give our constructs haste. Play a 2v2. Play 2v2. All right. Yeah, Thopter Engineer gives haste. Well, we're pretty happy with our sideboard. We're just trying to figure out what the main board wants to be doing. So we're thinking about like Spyros and Lovestrucks as setup. We're thinking about Sailor because he's set up and he's also mana as we're going off. He's also 2 permanents. Keep Urza in your sideboard. Nah, we would main deck the Urza. We would main deck it. I think I might be content to try a Sailor of Means build. It's setup-ish, and I did not mind the 11th Cascader. is setup. These are when we're looping. This is the Cascade spell itself. I think we should just run it. I think we just run it and we'll figure it out, right? I think I'm at that point. Definitely reaching fatigue. I mean, not like fatigue of the deck. I enjoy the deck. I mean, just fatigue because it's late. Let's just jam. Let's do it. I think you're just saying it looks awesome, so I stopped the brew part. The brew part of my stream is some of people's favorite part, though. It's one of my favorite parts. All right, let's get the cards, though, and jam. Thanks for your patience, folks. Let's get the cards and let's jam. Let's jam this nonsense, shall we? I might not have enough money to get the deck in its current situation, by the way. Load. That is 624 tickets. Dang it. Why is it so expensive? What have we done wrong? Is it because we added the Endurance? Endurance are 43 tickets a pop. I already own a Brazen. Why are you so expensive, deck? Furies are up a little. Double to I mean, we give up the second Teferi Time Raveler before we give up the Endurance, right? We want to test the Endurance. What else is so expensive? Terror's 2 tickets? Why? Why is Terror 2 tickets? Tell me why Terror of the Peaks is 2 tickets. I already have these. You already have the Glimpses. Huh. Why are you so expensive? Scalding Tarns. We could slim on Tarns. It's better for me to play Tarn than Wooded, but we could play one more Wooded and get fewer Tarns. I have my Shocks already. All my Shocks, right, except for Breeding Pool. Oh yeah, we also added the Gemstone Mines. That made it a little more expensive for me. I'm just baffled that it's this expensive. It's such a meme deck. What about Hive Mind? Hive Mind for doubling my Glimpses? That's spicy. Is Teferi expensive? Yeah, they are 29, nearly 30 tickets each, and I'm playing 2. We're at 539. I'm close. Closer. I own some of my own art plea, looks like. I mean, if we cut a Tarn, it's closer. I don't think I can play it. I think adding the 4th Fury and the Endurance put us over. Put something in my sideboard besides Teferi. Yeah, we might have to do that. So if I cut it to Teferi, it almost gets us there. Let's just look at it together. Puts me to 509, and then if I cut a Scalding Tarn, maybe. And then the other things I can do to budgetify the deck, I could maybe there are cheaper versions of some stuff, so we could hit Optimize and see. Yes. So it adjusted 6 cards for me. Well, I didn't need it to adjust the Sailors, but what did it do? Oh, is the other? Oh, this Omnath's cheaper by slightliness. Okay. This is a cheaper Shardless. Well, I'm still not there. 491. We're still not there, but we're closer. We would have mismatched Brazen Borrowers, though. I don't really want to do that. Not about that. Do you really need Teferis? Chancellor of the Forge has looked explosive. Yeah, Chancellor's sweet. Why play Sailor instead of Tracker? Tracker doesn't produce mana. Sailor does. You can lend me the Fury. I know Mount to Blink. I don't really want to do that, though, because you might not be awake when I'm finished with the deck. Or I might want to save this. More likely what's going to happen is I might save this deck for another stream. I really don't. And because that's the case, I don't want to borrow your Furies. I very much appreciate that, though. That's very kind of you. But I don't want to borrow cards if I can help it, because then you're like, yeah, you're like tied to the stream, and that's no fun for you. Let me figure this out. Who's paying? It's a sponsor. Yeah, I have 500 tickets worth of account I can rent from Card Hoarder. Maybe I'm still renting some cards. Like my full account is actually 500. I'm like borrowing a bunch of random one-ofs because of decks we brewed in the past. So I'm wondering where I got hit. Ardent Plea. Oh, we can turn these. 3 tickets on the Glimpses. Yeah, just like little things. Some Trinket Mages. I can free up a couple tickets. It's a little annoying to manage, but it's a great deal. I'm very thankful for the sponsorship. It's just sometimes you gotta go back through and prune some of these. Yeah, we're not playing Linval anymore, and get rid of these Trinket Mages. But I want to see it now. Furies, how much do they cost in US dollars? Oh, don't do all that, Steve. I appreciate that though. That's very nice of you, friend. Submit. Yeah, if I did own more of the deck, I mean, somebody donated me a Scalding Tarn a while ago. That's actually I didn't have that on my account originally. I had one of you viewers actually donated a very beautiful Scalding Tarn and Verdant Catacombs. It did unlock some decks for me a little bit more. Yeah, I think the Endurance is what really put us over. Endurance is like 40-something tickets. Look at this. It's like 40-something tickets for an Endurance right now. People figured out it's a good card. It is a good card. It's a very good card. So they're very expensive. We could like trim a Fury. That also gets us there, doesn't it? Like cut a Fury, still play the extra Tarn. I could do that. I don't want to, but I could. Trim one Fury. I vote we just cut the Endurance. We haven't needed it for the looping before. That's true. Maybe we need to loop fewer times with Terrors. Maybe just play the second Terror. 3 Fury feels fine. You vote that we cut Endurance. Legacy is what it ruined Endurance. Alright, does Embodiment of Fury work with that card that makes non-tokens forests? What? You could also just use Loaming Shaman. That's true. Oh, land creatures you control have trample. Is there one that gives land creatures haste? I don't think so. Play 3 Fury, go to 1 Teferi, try to keep the Endurance. Yeah, we could try that. I mean, that's already where I'm priced at. I'm already at 1 Teferi, actually. I'm already there. I'm already seeing what it prices out at 1 Teferi, I think. Just play 0 Teferi. I feel like it's been really nice, though. It's a permanent that helps us against counterspell decks without needing to play for it. I mean, not needing to have force in my hand, rather. You really like the Endurance, though? Me too. I mean, my issue with Sailor Means is, like, if we're stuck on mana, I have to sacrifice the permanent to make the mana. It is kind of a bad spot because we're going down a permanent. I will admit that. This card is still not exactly quite what I want. Ah, dang it. I'm having second thoughts. I really don't want to fork out for a league that we just lose. Loaming would be a fine Endurance. I'm also thinking that I'm losing faith in the Sailor of Means idea. I kind of just want more early setup stuff. I do think that, well, we won't be able to afford Spyro the way we are. I mean, I didn't hate Chancellors. That was something early for the deck to be doing. It's also red count. Just play Farhaven Elves. What about Wood Elves? Chancellor returns. We've talked about Wood Elves a couple times. Farhaven? I think there's a card out there. We just haven't found it. Like, we, last Friday, discovered this card, and, like, the deck has been going off in a wonderful direction. Maybe just Landfall. Did we really fully drink in every possible landfall? Because that's kind of what the deck really is with Omnaths, and like that seems to be the engine set we're working, where the landfall engines, Provisioner and Omnath, are both landfall engines. Let's look into landfall one more time, folks. Let's give it another chance, and let's go CMC. Let's save ourselves a little bit of eyeball room. Let's go 3 and up. So obviously Provisioner. So there's Avenger. There's Retreat. Gain life or make counters, not great. This makes 1/1s, okay. Oh, is this all modern legal stuff? Hang on, let's make sure it's format modern. Let's go ahead and cut black as well. Right? Maybe this will cut black for me. I think it does if I do it that way. Did I discard again? Oh, yeah, no worries, Boss Rush. Yeah, we did play it and then we cut it. Felidar makes a bunch of cats, or we can put tokens on things. I was thinking that Valakut Exploration could be interesting, by the way, in this archetype. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, this is played in Legacy. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under our control, we exile the top card of our library. We may play that card as long as it remains exiled. At the beginning of our end step, if there are cards exiled with Exploration, the problem is this exiles my whole deck, right? And then I'd lose, but they're dead. Right? Maybe this is exactly what this deck wants. Oh no, if we don't control the Valakut Exploration anymore, those cards are just exiled. Never mind, maybe not. That's interesting though to think about. Yeah, there was Scute Swarm, goes wide. These could be in our mana base. They're landfall threats that don't get to attack, though we have to haste them. These are also a land drop. Tapped land. Watch it exile your glimpses. What about Old Obnixilis to bolt them with the landfall? Yeah, plants, Spore Mound, okay. Make a token. Then I have to give them their permanents back. This is the one that steals all their stuff, but I have to give them back. After we lose the Royal Elemental, gotta give them back. Akum Hellkite, I think, is not modern legal, isn't it? Oh, no, it is, but it's just a worse Terror of the Peaks, essentially, for this deck. We could look into stuff that's similar to Terror of the Peaks, a similar, like, whenever another creature enters. I wonder if there's whenever another creature enters, like, some sort of, like, when creatures enter, generate mana. Like, whenever another creature enters, make mana. I wonder if that exists. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, you may return non-land permanent card from your graveyard to my hand. If that land is a plains, I may return that non-land permanent card to the battlefield. What? This puts things on the battlefield. It's also 7 mana, but hold on. Hang on. 4/4 flyer. Whenever lands enter the battlefield under my control, I may return target non-land permanent card from my graveyard to my hand. If the land is a plains, I get to put it onto the battlefield instead. You can use Angel to exile your own creatures. Oh. Use, and then I get to keep them? Is that what you mean? Do we want that? These are interesting, actually. There's some interesting stuff happening now. Tap target creature. Yeah, retreat. It's obviously combo potential for that card. We're well aware of that, most of us. Elementals get bigger. Nope. No. Yeah, so we exile all of our... This deals damage to each opponent. On a 3/2/3, yeah. This is kind of doing what this is doing, a lot worse, though. Horn Reef. Yep. No. Undergrowth is funny. Territorial, no. Grove just gets bigger. There's this Omnath. Oh. There you go. If you wanted another kill, Omnath, because he's seeing the legendary Omnaths dying, doesn't he trigger? Couldn't this work? In theory? Yeah, I know it's 7 mana or 6 mana. We make tokens. When he or another elemental we control dies, they're not dying though on Glimpse. They're getting shuffled. I don't think it counts, right? This deck is wild. This doesn't work with our combo, right? Quite, because they're getting shuffled. When he or another elemental I control dies, Omen of the Sun does a budget. Spire Impression, 3 permanents for 1 card. Doesn't work. I didn't think so. Doesn't quite do it. Grazing Gladeheart gains us a ton of life. That's fun. So our creature has to block my... If we had haste, this would be fun. Turn Timber Basilisk. None of these are really doing what we want. I mean, thank goodness they never printed something like Provisioner, right? I mean, now they have, right? Well, I mean, there's Lotus Cobra. It's 2 little mana. We thought about playing Exploration as well, but it was instant, so it was kind of ruining our combo. Morag was interesting to think about. You get an additional combat phase, but they don't have haste yet. Just play Crater Hoofs and Chancellors. Play Double Terror over a Vigor. What about Confusion in the ranks? Alright, so it's not landfall. It's whenever another creature enters. I haven't seen these decks play Search for Tomorrow. Why is that? They could play Search. If we're looking for like more early stuff, yeah, we could play Search. Gain life equal to... this is the... Yeah, this pile's going to be huge. There's like 330 matches. We're already filtered into the right colors, though. Gold Knight's fascinating. Oh, I need to save mana, right? Maybe mana will come up. 4 matches. All right, what are they? Reaper King. There you go. I don't know why Reaper King came up. Maybe like untap. On that thought, he gains us so much life. Yeah, he does. All right, so there's Midnight Guard that gets untapped. Great. It doesn't really help me. Tap or untap a permanent. No. Tap or untap creature. No. I need something that's like Grimgrin. There you go. I need like something that involves land, right? Whenever another creature enters, something that involves land. So yes, there's Risen Reef, Evolution Sage, Proliferate. It doesn't really do what we need. Baru is Anthem, yeah. What about Intruder Alert? Oh, Intruder Alarm? Is that what you're thinking of? Search for landfall? We already did that search. Yeah, Intruder Alarm's funny. Yeah, we could just, seriously, we could just play Search for Tomorrow. Part of the reason the deck's not playing Search for Tomorrow is it's any sorceries or instants or duds. So I'm even not that happy about playing this many Violent Outbursts because I'd rather just play a different red card there somehow, like Spyro, which Spyro was in the deck because the deck was trying to play this many Fury. Just don't play Search. Yeah, Search is rough for the deck because it's reducing our permanent count. Play the Modern Horizons 2 version. Oh, the suspend. The guy that taps for... I think he only taps for a green, though, doesn't he? Rift Sower? No, it's add one of any color. He does have haste at the end of his suspend. We did talk about this card, didn't we, briefly? Gets haste off its suspend. I wish this card did a little bit more. And I'm sure somebody's like, Bruce, what more do you want it to do? It's going to give you another mana on the turn you're trying to go off. That's true. We have talked about this card a little bit, but I never put it in the deck and never really wrapped my mind around it. That is an excellent turn 1 for us if we don't have Garden. This is like the mana dork that the deck really does kind of want in an opener. Does give us that extra mana to go off with. Right, turn 1 I suspend it. It's suspended for 2. Then turn 2 happens. It's still not here. Turn 3 it's here. Hey, we're going off. And we have an extra mana to go off with. But it doesn't do anything while I'm in the middle of looping, but maybe that's okay. We have been looking for more early game things for the deck to be doing. We just have to have it in the opener, but that's the same for Chancellor. Chancellor you really want to have in the opener for it to do its thing, right? Yeah, maybe Rift Sower is where it's at. And our red count's still pretty much the same, right, for Furies? 20? Yeah, it's still at 20. Yeah, maybe we do play this card after all. Has anybody else tried it in this archetype? Also, it needs to be in your opening hand. How is it better than Chancellor? I'm not saying... Maybe I shouldn't have said better than Chancellor. I should have chosen my words more wisely. Maybe I should have said, I like that it gives me an extra mana to go off with. Tireless Tracker's still really good, though, in terms of backup plans. No. Tireless Tracker's great in an Urza build. We liked them when we were playing Urzas as well. Needs to be in my opening hand, though. Yeah, that's so true. This kind of almost hits, and it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, the 4 of Chancellor, it's like, it does make me an early creature, and it also gives me something to do late game. I like that Chancellor isn't Darksteel Ingod after glimpsing. Yeah, we might not be able to get away from the Chancellor build. We really might not be. Right? I'm kind of beating around the bush with maybe considering that card again. Because I wanted to see if there was a different way to go. There might not be. And then this makes it so I don't have to necessarily play the playset of Outburst because our red count is a lot nicer for Fury. Right? He just clears that problem up of... I have not tried to make the deck a Yorion deck yet, Shadows. Chancellor's pretty good in this deck, though, isn't it? It is, admittedly. I was trying to see if we could go a different direction. I mean, if we're playing Chancellors, I don't need to bother with Terror. They were just trying to kill them with the tokens, right? Yeah. Maybe just make it an Urza deck, though. I liked the Urza builds. It didn't kill directly, though. Wave Sifter... Yeah, and like the deck wants more things like Sifter too. I mean, like even this last card we're thinking about, I kind of want it to be something else that's in this category if it does something in the early game. Right, because if you have a Chancellor in the opener, it does something for us turn 1, and it's also a finisher, and it's red for Fury. I mean, I might be sold on this if I'm trying to play the playset of Fury. Chancellor plays well with Terror, though, because it makes tokens. I don't even know if I want to bother with Terror, though. If we have Chancellors, we're just trying to kill them with the Goblin tokens. We're not trying to get fancy. If you play some number of Chancellor, this is how you're trying to win the game, and that's fine. I was trying to see if there was an Omnath build that was like looping, but yeah, I mean, if you're playing Chancellors, some number of Chancellors, I don't know if I'm in love with the playset, but you don't mind them in your opener because they make you a permanent. So maybe you should just play the playset because you might see 2. Well, 2 might be too many. Doesn't Terror make the kill quicker, though? Guess it doesn't matter. You can outburst to Anthem the Goblin tokens. When you get to the point where you just make so many of these, they're just dead. You make so many tokens, I should say. Like, you'll eventually hit, like, a double Chancellor. If you play the playset, you'll hit double Chancellor, and then it's just over. Do people play Gemstone? Yes. We were playing 2 of. We were playing, like, a 1-1 split. Lands... Also, it could beat Ensnaring Bridge. What? Oh, Terror the Peaks? Yes, it does. But so does Omnath damage. Tap clues to spin Urza. Exactly. Yeah, that's what the Urza build was doing. I liked it. It was more mid-rangey. The Urza build was a lot more mid-range feel. I mean, I just wish that we had more red cards that also worked with the Urza plan nicely, which... A lot of the enablers for Urza just weren't red. Thanks, Bonkers. If your opponent has Ren or Lava Dart, I will notice the difference. I'm not sure, Render Arc. Now I'm like losing faith in what we thought we were setting out to do. A lot of people are running EE main deck though these days. Yeah, that's very true. And then the Chancellor tokens don't do it, right? So I was liking like killing from the looping itself. I did like that philosophy. Terror gave us another thing to loop into that kills, or helps us to kill. I got your hopes up just to dash them away. Yeah, sorry, Shadowless. Yeah, we just want too much, right? I mean, like Chancellor, also the same problem that Rift Sower has, similar issues as Chancellor is if it's not in the opener, doesn't do that additional thing for us. In the late game, Rift Sower is just a permanent, right? For Glimpse. Chancellor is a finisher for Glimpse. I like Terror, though. We like silly stuff like that. Is Rift Sower slower? Is Rift Sower slower than... Oh, is Sower better than Sailor? I'm not sure. The Sailors of Means? Just wish there was like a card that did this that was red. Honestly, that's when enters, make treasure. There's gotta be... That's what we really want, even if it's like more mana. Don't we just want to make sure our red count... So we were talking about Gazalith. It's 1 more mana than Sailor, but it's also red. There's... Freebooter, but Freebooter's bad. Okay, good to know. Rapacious, also a lot of mana, but it's red. But Gazalith would probably be better. Yeah, there's not a lot of great choices here. Upside is you don't need to use the treasure though. Yeah, no, and that's the same upside with Gazalith or any of these other options, right? Is that I don't have to use the treasure. Rift Sower kind of lets us use our mana every turn. I don't know if that's a thing. What do you mean, Ironblood? Oh, were you doing some calculations? They do need to both be in my opener, Chancellor or Rift Sower or anything like that. It needs to be in my opener for it to be of maximum use. Alright, what's Chandra's mom that makes Thopter? Pia. She doesn't make mana, though. Let's just look at every treasure card ever, right? Let's just do it. Let's just do it one more time. I think we did this earlier. Oh, yeah, we started seeing this card, which was an early thing to do to make a treasure token. These cards. Masterpiece, Opus. There's also Prismari Command. I mean, if we're at the point of we just want an early play that also generates a permanent... we should just be playing Spyro at that point. But this is blue and red, Fury, and... turns on Fury and Force at the same time. Yeah, Gold Span was something we looked into. It has to attack or become the target of a spell to make a treasure token, though. But it does make our treasures more impactful. He's the one that makes them add 2 instead of 1, the Gold Spans. Yes, we've got about 4 slots left we're trying to figure out, right? Forging makes a treasure token and then makes more treasure tokens, so that's probably bad. Smashing Success. No, it's an instant. Hull Breacher. Not legal in this format. This is also not legal in this format, right? Yeah, not legal. Gold spans so much win more, though. Yeah, probably. Gadrek doesn't make the tokens immediately, and only during end steps. This is not legal. Not legal. Yeah, I thought so. Treasure Keeper, also not legal in this format, right? Oh, it is, but I don't think it does what we need. Might search gold too, since it was treasure before treasure was made. Oh, you're right. There were the cards that made a gold token. Thank you. Gold token. I forgot about that. What about the legendary pirate? You talking about Ragavan? I forgot about gold token. Why does this come up? Oh, gold span dragon. This doesn't make a gold token till forever into the card. This then transforms into making mana and making... That doesn't help because its name is golden. Wasn't the gold mechanic like a black thing to be doing? Yeah, Guild was gold. King Makar was gold, but they're both black. Curse of Opulence, gold. Yeah, there wasn't like a lot. Gold token. Should I just look up gold? You'll be disappointed I looked. Yeah, I'm very disappointed. I'm quite disappointed. Make a token. Put things. Draw 2 cards. Then make the gold token. Yeah, the first Iroan games just kind of takes way too long to do. The mana part. But hey, it does make 2 permanents for us immediately, and then like way many turns later, when you do like cast if we comboed into the first Iroan, it does start on the first chapter. We immediately get the token, but play Captain Lannery. Oh yeah, there's Captain Lannery. She has to attack though. Yeah, Captain Lannery. We're also if this is that spell this turn, we're also falling under that category. If we've cast the such and such spell this turn, aren't we? Or not really? Because we're casting a lot of spells in one turn. Yes, like storm spells. I know. I'm trying to see if there's some like non-sorcery things. There's also like that storm, the storm creature, the dragon, or what was that? It was like a permanent. It wasn't a storm ooze. Yeah, we could do something weird like that too, or the one that like is cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So there's Eve. There's also, I mean, now we're just off the total deep end, right? But there was also the dragon or the dinosaur. No, it's when you cast this spell. Yeah, and I think the same is for the dinosaur I'm thinking of. It's when you cast this spell. We'd have to cast it from our hand. We can't just combo into him. Thrasta? Yeah. I think Thrasta also... Like, if I had a Thrasta in my hand, this would be a lot cheaper. But I think that also doesn't quite work. Like, sure, I could combo into him. He's got haste. Sure, if he's in my hand, he's going to be a lot cheaper as we go off. But I think neither of them really... Dockside Extortionist. Brass's Bounty. Oh, that's the big enchantment that like would make us a ton, right? Yeah. Oh, no, it's a sorcery though. But yes, for each land we control, we make a treasure token. For each land, maybe we should be looking for each. Maybe we should look at that for each land. Is that a common thing on a Magic card or not really? Yeah, Obsidian Charmor's cheaper if they have non-basics. Draco does cool things. We've thought about Draco in this deck and then it didn't happen. So this is a sorcery on the back end, but a creature for Glimpse. Hang on, what does this do again? Doesn't it help my opponents though? Yeah, it's each player looks at the top 5. Each player gains. Yeah, I don't really want to help my opponent out, but yeah, we could think about the split cards where it's doing something useful for us on one side, but the other side is legal for the deck and a permanent. Have we not looked into that yet? Like the split cards? We veered far enough from the path. What is our end game now? Hold on though. Yeah, Convoke could work. Yeah, it'll also just be like, might be like Tired Brew Spy happening here. Still think that Spell Queller could be looked into, because it helps me trap my Cascade once you roll into Glimpse. Oh yeah, similar to how Goblin Dark Dwellers works. Spell Quellers could trap my Cascade 3 drops. Huh. If I hit a Spell Queller, I counter my own Violent or my Shardless or my Plea. Hang on. That's spicy. I know you said that earlier, and forgive me for not processing it till just now. I forgot that Spell Queller is similar to Dwellers for this combo. It's a lot more vulnerable to like bolts and such, but maybe we don't even care. They would have already spent their bolts at this point. They would have killed like a you know, garden token. I forgot that Queller works with this combo, kind of, sort of, in a weird backwards way, similar to how Dark Dwellers do. Yeah, Quellers also kind of function. If you run Queller, you could run Admonition Angel and try to go off 3 times guaranteed. Are you serious? We play Admonition Angels? Admonition Angel to... I mean, I don't know if we need to go that far, do we? Like, Terror of the Peaks could be a way for us to pop the Quellers, right? If we stack the triggers right, couldn't we also pop our own Quellers with Terror of the Peaks? What's wrong with the other version of this deck people were playing? There were things about it I didn't really like. I didn't really like the deck's grind plan, which is why I tried to start moving into Urza. I wasn't that excited about the way the deck seemed to be grinding when you couldn't get off the glimpses. Which, I mean, is a spot that the deck doesn't want to be in the first place, but things like Teferi were helping that. The Brazen Borrowers, the... I mean, we maybe just want to have more of that kind of stuff, guys. If you exile Queller, then Angel itself, you get the 3rd glimpse guaranteed, though. So what I'm supposed to be playing Angels? Let me try to wrap my mind around what you're saying, Shadowless. If I exile, we should play the other art so you guys recognize what the heck this card is. It's from Original Zendikar. Admonition Angel. Teferi so gross with Queller? It is. Yes, they're very happy together. They're very so happy together. They are very happy together. Yeah, Admonition Angel. We play like a singleton Admonition. Like, because Terror and Admonition would give us ways mainboard to kind of pop our own Quellers. I don't know. We've been working in a very different direction ever since Friday, Ironblood. That's a great question, though. You're asking, okay, what was wrong with their builds? Could we improve on it? Is that the question, kind of? We could play one less Cascader. Admonition doesn't pop the Quellers, it blinks them. Oh, okay. Glimpse also pops Quellers. Yes, and that's important that it does. We would need more. Thanks for that follow, by the way. We would need more ways. Silvatog. I also missed you earlier, Chip Douglas and the Dr. Dave. Did I miss any other follows? I'm sorry about that earlier. Your narrator's dog is not here anymore, maybe, but if you're still here, your narrator's dog, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Brew Crew, everybody. A lot of new faces, a lot of new names. Yeah, Glimpses also pop the Quellers. Yeah, Queller's kind of neat. Queller is kind of neat, where it's like giving us a relevant thing to do end step and then go off the turn after. I want you to see you, Sahili Rai, copy the Dark Dwellers. Because filters, creates another permanent, and then triggers. The way this is going, Restoration Angel doesn't seem terrible. Yeah, Angel to blink Omnath, Angel to blink... it doesn't work with Shardless, but yeah, Restoration Angel works with Queller as well to reset the Queller. If we stack the triggers properly, right, doesn't it? So we nab the Glimpse. No, we don't nab the Glimpse. We nab the Cascader with the Queller, and then we play Resto. We Resto our own Spell Queller, which lets us cast the thing. Can't Dweller goes off before you could have a chance to ride. Hey, maybe we don't need Admonition. Maybe we should be playing something like Resto instead. I'm with you that it'd be cool for us to pop all of our Quellers. Resto's so sick with Terror too. I'm not worried about it being so sick with Terror. I'm interested in it with its value with Sifter. But do we need? But do we need more? Do we honestly need more stuff to pop the Queller? I'm all for this idea. Do we need something to pop them though? Make sure our red count was good. I don't think we changed our red count, right? Thank goodness. Still 20. I don't know if we need something to pop them. No. I'm just saying admonition is best to let you chain the dwellers. Okay. Like, should we do 3 Quellers? Because Goblin Dark Dwellers is kind of better? I mean, is Dark Dwellers better? See, now I'm, like, asking the big questions, aren't I? I think Dwellers is slightly better. But, like, Queller kind of achieves a similar... No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because I have to pop them. Or glimpse them, and then it gives me a double glimpse, right? Yeah, okay. Now I see. They're good, but maybe they're not as good as Dwellers. And if we could cut on one or the other, it would be the Queller. And then, would that be an admonition? This also just lets us exile our whole opponent's board if we need to. Queller gives some more interaction. It does. But yeah, if we're playing... Gosh, this is so weird. I thought we already looked at all the landfall stuff. This also, if I hit like 3 lands, exiles my entire opponent's board, maybe. Which is fine. We could maybe stop there and win the game. It also does that on a 6/6 flyer body. We're not hardcasting her though, but maybe that's okay. Alright, well, I'm tired of brewing. I am actually ready to play, and I rarely ever say that. You guys know I rarely say that. Let's try it. Let's try the Quellers. Are we playing 11 Cascaders? Dang it, I forgot to answer that question. We're playing 11 Cascaders, right? Still really don't know why we need Endurance over Shaman. Yeah, still not, Steve. Still not. Flips the table. Brawr. Alright, export. Can we afford this? I think the answer is no, right? Didn't we already figure that we couldn't afford it with this many pieces? Or many things I have to borrow? Load. So right now it's 617 tickets. Let's try to get that down a little bit. Yeah, I think we already discovered it was too expensive, didn't we? Spell Quellers aren't too expensive, though. Have 2 of the please already. Glimpse, Outburst. I do think the extra Cascader is important for us because we're not playing Spyro. That's right. That's why we want the extra one. Let's cut this. Cut this. Maybe we could try to like make our mana base cheaper to still get this. But I don't know if that's a good idea. Have that. Have that. Need these. Have that. Have that. Have those. So we're looking at 537 tickets, and I have 492 balance available. So I need to get that down by about, what, 40 or so? So it's worth about 40. The Fairy's almost worth that on his own. Furies are only about 15 tickets. The Endurance would be worth that on his own. I mean, maybe we haven't I haven't needed the looping in the past. Maybe we don't bother. Well, no, that was the plan. We wanted to loop. We could play a budget piece. A budget. I mean, is there a different way besides Endurance? It's Loaming Shaman, right? There's pretty much not anything else that does that, right? Play a Bajuka Bog? No, that doesn't do it. I was thinking of Graveyard Hate cards. Just cut it to Fairy and a Fury. We really want the playset of Fury. I really want the Teferis now that we're playing Spell Quellers a lot more. Honestly, I prefer Shaman, though, because you can leave stuff in the grave if you want. Let's look at this card and like start to parse it out. So yeah, I mean, if I cut that, I almost can just straight up get the deck. It's very close. So when it enters the battlefield, target player shuffles any number of target cards. Do we like that it's target cards? So it's Incidental Graveyard Hate, and then we can choose what's going back. I guess we would choose what's going back into the library, right? What would we choose though? I would need to like know, okay, what needs to go back into the deck, what doesn't. I feel like I want to know the answers to those questions before I queue a league and like time out because I'm sitting there thinking about my Loaming Shaman. Was there an issue with decking? Not quite. There was an issue of running out of Omnaths because they're legendary and we kept hitting 2 and 2 and 2. There was the issue of running out of Glimpses. So the issue that the Loaming Shaman's trying to fix is a fundamental issue to the archetype, which is running out of glimpses without needing to run the playset of glimpses. But even if you run the playset, you might still run out. And then also the fact that Omnath's legendary, you start to kill them off, and you want to keep hitting them. And because they're legendary, if you hit 2 or 3 at the same time, we've even had spots where we hit all 4. Weirdly enough, like we hit like all of them at once, and then they all went away almost. And now this is turning into a difficult deck to pilot, though. Just default to Shaman, putting everything back into your deck. Alright, Sifter goes back in. If you have Outburst, Engrave, you want Glimpse back in. Okay. It's that simple. Alright, Sifters always go back in. If I have Outburst, Engrave, I want Glimpses back in. Okay. You can do it. Thanks, Steve, for having faith in me. If I just make the deck a little bit more budgety, or less pretty in some areas, it should be affordable for me. Are the other ley lines cheaper? Are there cheaper somethings? We have the cheapest gemstone mines already. If I play a less pretty Triome, how much is it? And some of you guys probably hate that Raugrin Triome anyway, the promo looking one. They're a little bit different in price. Yeah, so that's one change I can make. Almost a whole ticket, actually. There you go. Easy. And then what else? Does that get us there? Nearly. Best deck to beat is actually Jessica's Stoneblade. Jessica's Stoneblade, I actually played against it last league. I did. I don't disagree with your statement. I think the non-promo Omnaths are also cheaper. I might be willing to make that change too. I'm not attached to them being the pretty ones. I'm really not. If we can get the deck like this with second Teferi, 2 Force, 4 Fury, please. I'm interested. Oh, I already have 3 Glimpses though. Actually, we're maybe already there. We're already there. We can keep those Omnaths if we want. All right, place order, and we'll get the other Triumph, which, by the way, I'm not attached to the promo Raugrin. It's not really that pretty. Maybe not worth. Oh, what is the deck to beat Jeskai Stoneblade? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't care about the Triomes. Me neither. You should warm up. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good on the... Well, I don't know how the Quellers and stuff are going to work. Would it just be a deck that bounces tokens? What is the best deck to beat Jeskai Stoneblade? Would it be a deck that bounces tokens? This is like Rogue Squadron in immersive mode. You've played Rogue Squadron? Game's great. Have you played it in VR? Even better. You could, Steve, because you own a VR system. Yes. That was super fast. How did you do that, Card Hoarder? How did you do it, Card Hoarder? They just grabbed all of this nonsense for me super quick. I don't know how they did that. Okay, my mind is kind of blown right now. Oh, you've referenced it? There you go. Play Vapor Snag. Play Porphyros. All right. And we are going to... I don't tend to care about art too much. Raugrin Triumph. I don't tend to care too much. Let's jam. Let's just do it. Oh, before I do that, though, we should update the deck, Stream Decker. In such a bad habit of not doing that. Really should do it. Actually, let's curve this thing, though. Let's curve it, take a picture, move on. Let's say cheese. Actual terror of the peaks. We're doing it. We're doing it. I'm going to tuck the admonition under the... Let's just do this. Let's just do a big, like, there we go. Say cheese. That looks good. These are not 2-drops, though. Lots of 3-drops. It's to be expected. These are 2-drops. This is a tap land. I'm not really thinking I'm going to cycle this on 3 in this deck anyhow. We do on occasion. But it's pretty rare. Looks good. Take a picture. Alright, for like 3 days now, I've tried to say, if you want endurance, just run Shaman. You finally listen. I do try to listen endurance. I do. Deck, add command. Deck. Oh, did it not? Dang it. It didn't do it. I needed to make a web link. Didn't do it. That. It's generating. There's a little app called Light Shot, which is pretty sweet. All right, copy. check out today's deck list as a visual spoiler. There you go. And then I do like to add this also to my Stream Decker, so you guys can look at the deck as we're playing. It does help you guys. It helps me too, because you guys can like see something I don't see. Hopefully, it's kind of a team effort, you know. Decks, paste. Open this. Copy pasta that. Easy, right? Easy, easy. Copy pasta. Copy pasta. Nope. Wrong pasta. There we go. Copy. This is groups. Tomorrow version 1.4. Let's still continue to mention TCG. CGG gaming. Version 1.0, I did use a lot of their tech. We've very much moved away from it, but I still like crediting when I can. Reference another deck creator. Magic decks are usually a community effort anyway. Very rarely is it like, unless you hole yourself up in a dungeon. I mean, I have a couple decks like that, but I always share them with you guys at some point, and then you guys really help make them shine. You guys can't see everything though. Let's bring these over. I feel like I'm gonna mess up the Admonition Angels with the Quellers. I feel like that's coming already. Bunch of landfall triggers, and I just have to stack the Admonition below the Spell Quellers, right? Targeting the Quellers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that needs to go off later. That needs to go off after. We got this. We've got this. Right? We've got this. We got this. We've got this, right? Is that too loud? I might want some stuff in the background too for me. Maybe something more upbeat though, it's late. Is that too loud? Or is that good? Is that a good volume, folks? Too loud? That's probably too loud. How about here? Is that better? I want you guys to still be able to hear the... I kind of wish there was like a way to filter it so it was only instrumentals. I'm using Monster Cat. Could I just get something that's like... Ooh, there's acoustic. Is that exactly what we need? Hang on. Nope. 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 Are these all gonna have like vocals though? That's my problem. Well, that doesn't seem to have lyrics to it. Alright, well, I'll change it later maybe. Yeah, it's got lyrics. Now, I knew the ambient was good. For sure, the whole playlist... Or ambience? The whole playlist guaranteed didn't have vocals. Just shuffle it. Sweet. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're clear for takeoff. 100 play points. No big deal. Just burning 100 play points. No big deal. It's not like I wanted those play points anyway. Alright, let's do it. Now, we're going to get another 4-1 like we did Friday. Let's do it. Alright, J Free Z, I'm a real. I have no idea what's going on here with this deck. Yeah, maybe neither do we. No, we think we know what we're doing. Right? We have red cards for Fury, and we have blue cards for Force. What else does the deck need to do? Oh yeah, we do need to do something game one. We're doing this game one. Glimpse of Tomorrow. Shuffle all permanents we own into our library, then we reveal that many cards from the top of our library. Blah, 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 blah. Then they put the rest on the bottom, and we do things. We make mana. Lots of mana. Yeah. Put things on the table, make lots of mana. Okay, we keep going. All right, we exile our own Cascader. Okay, all right, we use Goblin Dark Dwellers to cast the Glimpse. Okay, yes. Oh wait, as we're doing this, they're dying to the Omnath. Wait, are we winning? Wait, we're winning. Wait, and now I have like a bunch of 3/2 flyers and some 2/2s and a 4/4 and yeah, and some 2/3 flyers and a 3/2 and. But we keep going. Oh, we hit the Terror of the Peaks. They're dead. Sweet. Yeah. I think I just described the deck pretty accurately, actually. Like, we don't even really know what we're doing as we're going off. But this is a very... I used to really enjoy Jeskai Ascendancy combo because it was a non-linear... It was like you don't know if you're going to get there, but you probably are. But you do need to be smart as you're comboing. It's kind of like a Rubik's Cube combo kind of feel. This reminds me of Aloran, actually. No downside 93. Thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. Did I miss you, Silvatog? Chip Douglas. I miss you too? Welcome to the Brew Crew. Sorry if I missed you. You went straight to a league. I did, Steve. I did do that. I did. Will he ever learn, right? You know what I really need? I need like a glass of water like right here so I can hydrate as we play. There's a water jug right behind me, so don't worry, chat. Right here. See? It's like I never left. Just need some water. Once we get into this league, I'm probably not gonna wanna, you know, leave as much. Wish you could play Battlegrounds in a window on your stream while you're queuing. Alright, here we go. You gonna make a backgammon command, Steve? Alright, hey, good luck and have fun to our opponent. Oh, you know what's wrong? Hang on, this is what's wrong. Taskbar, why have you betrayed me? Hide, go away. Go away, Taskbar. Go away. Should go away. There we go. Awesome. Alright, so this opener does have a Cascader. It does need to hit third land, though. We're playing 24 lands, so we're probably good in that area to keep this. You like this, Shadows? This hand does nothing if I don't... I mean, it does Wave Sift, though. Alright, let's do it. Don't take my Wave Sifter. Or my Cascade spell. Guard and go. You can keep this on the play. I just hope that we don't miss on a land. Uh-oh, bobble. They're doing bobbly things over there. Alright. Turn 2 Colony, turn 2 Sift, 2 draws at a land. Easy. Easy. Thoughtseize me. Inquisition me. Take my Outburst. They take the Glimpse, because they don't know what they're doing. Watery Grave. Thoughtseize. Take my Outburst. Need to draw another one? Oh, that's not good. Need to bring in ley lines. Why weren't we main decking ley lines? Is this going to be like last league where we were like sitting there the whole time like, why weren't we main decking the ley lines? It can work in this deck. It's fine. They're extra permanents. Ugh. Is that going to be our reality again? Again? Yep, so they take my Cascader. Dag nabbit, they're playing like cards that many modern decks play. Shoot. Leyline isn't fine though, it's often just a bad Chancellor. At least it's confusing to Thoughtseize. We've drawn an Omnath. Alright, so we will fetch and just pray, right? I'm feeling... I know I just drew Omnath, but I'm feeling... Well, Foundry doesn't sift. I'm feeling the steamy vents, right? Right. No attacks. Not sending a message. Not right now. Ah. 4-color Chancellor. Seal of removal, my plant, why don't you? Yes. Give yourself your delirium. Yes. Alright, well, we need a land drop, so I guess we're cracking a clue. That sucks to go down to permanent, but we need to hit that land drop. They're going to seal of removal my plant for sure. Don't have no idea what my opponent's doing. Ooh, we found a Cascader. Okay, land, please. Oh, land. Oh, land. Land. They're playing Lurrus, by the way. If you're wondering why they had seal of removal, I probably should show you guys that they have a Lurrus. Shocking. Scourge. I'm with you still, opponent. Tarfire me? Okay. Alright. Yep. Attacks each combat so you don't actually have to click it. Clicks itself. Alright, land please. Thank you, deck. Thank you so much, deck. I gotta tell you, sometimes you just gotta be thankful. Here we go. Ooh, they might not seal or remove my plant? Maybe not. Wow, they didn't. We do want to pay life, right? Because I'm gonna... Oh, I don't have enough colors here to... I don't have the right colors here, rather, to spell queller my own shardless. Darn it. We're still maybe dead, right? I have to block the Scourge. Yeah, we're just dead here, guys. Well, no, I have 2 blockers for Scourge, so we're not dead, even if they seal of removal. They don't really want to seal of removal a shardless, because it gives me another Cascader. Dang, so we didn't have the right colors for the Queller. I mean, that happens a reasonable amount of the time, right? Because we... Well, no, this is going to be a tapped land anyway. I have more blockers. I forgot about the garden. Yeah, so we're... Okay, hang on. So we're not paying the life. Yeah. We couldn't have done it anyway. We couldn't have done it anyhow. But I'm ready. You can see that I'm ready. I'm like, I got to fire this off on our Cascader, guys. All right, so we have some blockers. We have more permanents. Need to hit another Cascader. I'd also take... I don't know. I think we're done here. I think this is over for us. That Thoughtseize was rather good. We'll bring in ley lines. That's really all I need to bring in, right? Ley lines, maybe force. I mean, not force. Sorry, maybe fury. Battle rage. Yep. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty dead. We're pretty dead. Hey, there's land. All right. So the Quellers are awkward against their archetypes, so maybe we cut this package. Fury seems useful. We don't cut any red cards when we bring in Fury, so no touchy. None of the red cards. No touch. If we bring it in. I'd be willing to cut the Loaming Shaman. Yeah, it turns off their or it can shut off their delirium for a little while. But like, I don't think we have the luxury of, because we need to run ley lines. Ley line over an extra ardent plea. Ley line over what? Honestly, I prefer bringing in Brazen and ley line only. You don't think Fury's where it's at? Then I could cut the Terror. You like going in this direction? So you like Borrowers, you like Brazen Borrowers and ley lines only? Yeah, I can't really sideboard a whole lot at once. I'll admit that. It is not that easy to do. Fury's not going to kill most of them. That's true. They're a shadow build. That's actually a good point. So I need to bring one card back in. So do we just want Terror of the Peaks? They do get themselves low, and then this could just kill them. Play Shaman. Play Loaming or 3 Fairy. You're with me, though, that we don't want Spell Queller in this matchup, right? The Spell Queller package? There's forces to consider. There's clicks. There's Teferis. It's terror, right? Queller feels bad. Yeah, let's leave Queller out. Let's leave the Queller package out. Let me grow this a little bit so you guys can see a little bit better what I'm working with. That would be good if I did. The mana base isn't under discussion anyway, so I'll just do this. Queller's worse than any other flyer here. Play Terror or Shaman. What do we end up replacing Sailors with? We're trying a Spell Queller package to kind of similar-ish to how Goblin Dark Dwellers work. We're trying to quell our own Cascade piece. Just play Fury. Now we'll play Terror. I don't think we have enough red in for Fury. I mean, like, you're kind of all or nothing when it comes to us playing the Furies, right? We don't have room for both Leyline and also... Oh, cool, this hand has Leyline and perfect mana. Sweet. Awesome. Sneep it up. And don't forget to put the Leyline into play, Bruce Pie. Don't forget. Don't forget. They're going to kill this, maybe. But I think I still want to go Colony first. No, maybe it was Ralgren first. Looks like an easy GG here. What a draw. Yeah, this is great, Steve. So Leyline, of course, as you well know, we have Hexproof. Hey. Hey. We might get there. This card's great. I'm okay with 1 Terror, 1/3 Fairy, 1 Click, or Shaman. Okay. They're taking a long time on this Serville. It's a thinker. It's okay. We do our fair share of thinking with this deck too. We do. We big brain combo, right? But no, it's not. I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, it kind of is, but maybe not. Kind of curious if they're going to top it. Ooh, they top it. Whatever it was, they topped it. So probably not a Thoughtseize. All right, drew an Outburst. All right, Triome. Go. We want to start going off with Shardless, right? Then rather than Outburst. Unless you think they have a counterspell in their hand, they are showing us blue mana. They could be playing. Their archetype sometimes plays that 1 blue counterspell. They play. What is the name of it? It's 1 mana. If I have, it's Ferocious. Oh, has it been that long since I played against a blue-colored Shadow? Come on, Bruce Pie. Oh wow, they're like 5-color Shadow. I mean, they're not. They're 4 colors. We haven't figured out why they're green yet. Shardless is a body, though. Yeah. Even if we lose the counter war. Yeah, Stubbies. They're probably playing a Stubby D build. This is probably getting stubbed, but we can keep going. So we don't really care. I don't really care. I might actually even get Mountain here because I have a Glimpse in my hand. Yeah, it's probably a stub. Honestly, don't I just suspend Glimpse? They don't have a good clock yet. I'm tempted to suspend Glimpse. I mean, they're just obviously sitting on Stubby D. Their deck doesn't... More land drops is fine. Ish. Honestly, we could play around Stub by waiting a turn. We want to use Outburst first. Yeah, like I could sit on an end step Outburst, or I could suspend this. I think I might just Outburst during their end step, right? Suspend just feels good. Yeah, I mean, they're really not that proactive this game. I will suspend. I want to be doing something productive while they're sitting on the Stubby. The Stubby D. The Stubby D. They're trying to counter my Glimpse. They have a 1/1. This also protects this from like a surgical effect. Oh, it's in the suspend zone. It's not in my library. It's not in my hand either. It is in a safe-ish zone. We got like Necromundia earlier. Necromundia? Necro whatever earlier in a match, which was funny, and then they named something bizarre. They named Chancellor. Not on Chancellors. Bada bing. Suspend feels good though. It has some inevitability. Yeah. I mean, they can't sit on their counterspells forever. They do need to get going. Their hand also might be a lot of hand hate too. The Leyline might have blanked a bunch of cards. Let's not forget about that. We already play around the first Stubby if I shock. We do already play through the first Stubborn Denial with a shock. So I'm going to do so. Shardless, do you have double stubby? Do you have other sideboard cards? What do you got? Let's just go for it. We could start off with a Violent Outburst cascaded, but this gives us one more permanent. I think I like leading on Shardless. Show me double stubby. Show me a different counterspell. Alright, cast. We showed them a whole big chunk of our deck. Not happy about that. They do have a 3-mana counterspell. They playing Archmages? No. Are they Kolaghan's commanding my plant and what? They're Aether Gusting it. Okay. If you're wondering what they had, it was actually a Gust. Play some Fury Charms to speed it up. High quality play. Oh, I love it, PK Slime. Outburst in the upkeep. Alright, Gust, and I'm going to put that on the bottom. Sweet. I have a 2-2. It's okay. If you're wondering what they were sitting on, it was Aether Gust. Want to see somebody play Suspend? Yeah. Suspend has some interesting synergy. You can suspend the Evoke creatures. I was thinking about that the other day. You can suspend the... you could kind of play it as like a bad 5th Ephemerate, but the problem is I think it suspends it too long. Yeah, there's that green splash. What's up with that? What's the green splash for? They're playing Goyfs. That's probably what it is. Sure. We shocked to play around a card they didn't have. That sucks. Or maybe didn't have. They might have the Stubby in their hand. No. You suspend as hard removal. Yeah, you play it with Teferi. Doesn't suspend count as... Doesn't it? Don't they have to cast the creature? Doesn't it say that they get to cast the creature again? No, it doesn't. I'm thinking of delay. How goes the new brew? It's alright, it's Philosopher. It's alright. Down to 12. Yep, there's a Tarmogoofy. I mean, we could block it if we need to. Alright, Glimpse. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to go off main phase. Show me Stubby / another Gust, right? Yeah, Teferi does beat Suspend. Okay, so they stay suspended forever. Alright, land drop. Yeah, I kind of like just going for it. I suspect they'll counter. Show me Stubby. So they do have a stub. Do they also have the Battle Rage? They always do. It's tough. This is a deck that, and it's one of the reasons why I at one point in paper actually bought and built Grixis Death Shadow back when that was actually, well, hopefully people are thinking that Dragon's Rage is maybe putting the deck back on the map, but it might be. But it's one of the few decks in Modern that interacts on a lot of different angles. Like you'll see Legacy decks, playing a lot of the Legacy decks that were like young Pyromancer decks back in the day. They had hand disruption and removal and also counter magic. Grixis Death Shadow is maybe one of the very few decks in the Modern format that interacts on all three of those axes I just shared. I do think that's tough for a deck like ours. They've got a fast clock. They're disrupting our hand, which they didn't do this game, but they did have enough counter spells. Right, couple counter spells. Maybe I'm just dead. We dwell if they counter the suspend, right? Yeah. Probably instead of violent, right? Down to 9. They fail to find. Yep, we're gonna die to this guy. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down, chat. It's okay. We're gonna die to the fail to find. Yeah. They're inquisitioning themselves to surveil. So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 8 plus 3. This puts us to 1. They showed us that their hand is indeed. I mean, can we go off at 1? Yeah, I just can't use my fetches though. It's tough. Do I want the extra permanent instead? Probably. Terror Omnath has to be lethal. Because it's upkeep, it's technically into speed though. Yeah, like we're gonna go off, try to go off as much as we can during the upkeep actually, right? Glimpse is gonna go off and we're gonna outburst. Omnath will gain us some life too. Yeah, I think we have to let it go. We know their hand is a swamp, and this is not quite lethal, so yeah, I don't think we can afford any blocking, right? We want the extra permanent. This is yeah, I mean that's 11, I'm at 12. So, all right. Let's just make sure we don't accidentally crack a fetch until we've gained the life off Omnath. Roll the dice. Go to 1. They cast Rage. Wait, they did cast Battle Rage. It's not lethal though. You're fine. Cast holding control. Float the colors. So that's where we're already making red there. Hang on. So these are for sure locked in at what they are. Do we want blue here? I mean, it might be nice to make one of each color. And more red mana because of things like Dwellers. Unless you're very unlucky, you probably win here. Yeah, we probably do. Okay, that's an Omnath. Step 1, success. And we found some lands that don't hurt us. Even better. We want to keep going off instant speed as far as we can. They're down to 5. Like, we don't want to just throw this mana away, right? I could also crack some clues. I think we're supposed to outburst. Like, we can go off instant speed a little bit longer. What's up, macro photo? Oh, using those emotes. I love it. All right, we try to keep going off, right? Or do I wait? I can't let all that mana get deleted. Am I better off continuing to wombo? Yeah, we keep womboing, right? Yeah, we definitely keep going, right? It's crazy. It's crazy talk, Bruce Spy. Just keep spinning them wheels. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Hope for enough lands to do the Dark Dwellers. So I could pay some amount of life, but not that much, right? Oh, we also hit a tireless provisioner, so I'll say no. We win. They conceded. Okay. But from here, we make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 treasures from provision 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 treasures with provisioner. I have plenty of mana to move into the next phase, and we do the Dwellers. But honestly, this might just be good enough. They're at 5. They're about to go to 1 from another Omnath trigger. Awesome. Won't Omnath just kill them? Didn't the Omnath second trigger put them to 1? That's a good question. I don't think I killed them right then and there, but I think we killed them soon. Turns out Leyline's pretty good. Yeah, it stopped an Inquisition, right? It stopped 1 Inquisition. It didn't stop more than 1 Inquisition, but it did stop an Inquisition. Do we... So instead of the Terror of the Peaks, do we want some ways to fight their permission? They're running a pretty permissive sideboard, right? Oh, that's not true. That's not all that uncommon. Like, we know that their archetype plays Stubborn Denials. What I wasn't sure about is that they're playing... yeah, they're also playing... I mean, Click would take a Battle Rage or a piece of... this could take Battle Rage, which gives them a much quicker kill. Click could be interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking about the Mendelian Clicks, aren't I, as well? Like, yeah, Click might be actually what we want to do. And Click also can block. That's very true. Maybe that's the one of we want. My bottleneck wasn't having enough Cascade spells, but it will be if I don't hit Leyline, right? So let's just play a fun of, I think. Well, sweet. So you're saying there's a chance. They're still thinking, so let's look at the deck list while they think if they want to play first or not. I'm pretty sure they do. Stubbs is non-creature, yes. Alright, here we go. It's going to incentivize us not to suspend. I mean, this hand has double Cascade, but they could have double hand disruption. This merits 2-piece. I don't know if I'm in love with this hand. It's also missing the blue for Shardless, because we thought we were so clever to add Sacred Founder to our Shardless Agent deck. We thought we were so clever. I think this might be a mulligan, guys. I think we could get a 6 with Leyline. Mulling feels so bad against Thoughtseize decks, though. Yeah, but like our 6 could have Leyline and still enough lands we could top deck to a Cascade. This hand's not great. I mean, it's decent, right? But it's like, this is kind of a mulligan. Let's mulligan one more time. This hand's worse. But at least this is getting a Sifter on the table. They probably don't take Sifter, even though it's actually one of our better cards. We need a better 6. This just dies. Yeah. You disagree? You think this is better? What do I put back? Omnath? Or Dwellers? If we are keeping this. Yeah, this could be like, if I keep the lands, Dweller and Omnath back. I'm only hand 1 was actually better. Yeah, maybe. Hand 1 was better because it had more Cascades. Now I have to draw into a Cascade. I mean, we have 11 of them. You think this is an easy mull, to be honest? Hand 1 only worked, though, if we found a blue source. That's very true, nitpick. So this hand, we're going to keep Sifter and Click, and the 3 lands, probably. I mean, we're also on the draw. I'm actually going to keep Omnath, right? This hand could cast him. I'm actually going to keep Omnath, which is maybe greedy. Maybe greedy, I just did that. Drew an Outburst. That's a great first draw. I mean, we're going to be using this gemstone heavily if I go get the Raugrin, though, right? This is where I kind of wish I had a Ketria. Because if I go Raugrin right here, we have to start immediately using the gemstone. But I kind of want to, because I don't want to take a lot of damage off of shocking in the steam vents. I mean, I'm going to have to shock us with the steam vents at some point. It's just that Scourge. The Scourge. Wish I could gain some life right here. This would die. Just grab a forest. Yeah, I think this is where we wish we had like Temple Garden even, maybe. Stomping Ground is interesting to think about. Breeding Pool is probably best because of Click. But maybe not. Okay, so I could sift off of Basic Island. And continue to prolong our using of the Gemstone Mine. But like maybe we're already at the point if we want to use it. I mean, I grow the Scourge if I crack a fetch. I don't really want to crack a fetch this next turn with Scourge swinging. Maybe we should just try to max out our Gemstone usages. Just for the sake of I'm growing their Scourge. Changed my mind. Greedy, but let's do it. You're fine with the shock? I don't know if I am. Let's let the gemstone heal us. Let it heal us some. We probably need to lead Vendilion Click. Yeah, it's maybe dangerous for me to have played the gemstone this early, actually. Here they go, thought seizing my outburst. Yep. They have 2 cards left. I need to pay attention when they top cards. They dump a Tarmogoyf. They take my outburst. They take my Vendilion Click. They have a counterspell. Okay. Be very surprised if they didn't have a counterspell. Just shock here. I do want to save my Scalding Tarn for the Omnath, right? But we're not going to get that off, right? Because I'm going to use the Gemstone, then Gemstone. You still think it's shock here? Grows the Scourge, though. Mind Pass is actually what I'm thinking. Try to play around it. I don't know. Could be an Aethergust. End a turn violent, then you still get to use a Gemstone for Omnath. I mean, lands is not our bottleneck. It's a 6. Now it's 8. Do you even get to play around a counter? Not really. I think they've got us. They had a pretty reasonable clock. I try to outburst. They counter it. We play Omnath. Yeah, I don't know. This Omnath isn't going to give me life, though. Yep, there's the stubby. You could try to do the violent if they fetch. You can violent if they 2 out in response to fetch. Oh, you mean like a if they were like playing Battle Rage there? I mean, I'm dead even if I shock finally, right? When it comes to Steam Vents. Yeah, I think it was foolish for like as early as I played Gemstone out. Because like this first Omnath just gets blocked, right? Or killed. Yeah, we're not really going to get to use an Omnath with a fetch. The way that I sequenced this was not great. I think I started using my Gemstones 1 turn too soon. And it's okay. It's my inexperience with Gemstone in a deck like this, right? We're not going to discover it off the bat. I do also wonder if the Gemstones would benefit from us playing... No, I don't really want to play the... what was I thinking of? Yavi. I do own a Yavi. You thought it was 1 turn too soon also. Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, it saved us some life points. It did, but yeah, it was... I agree with you that it being... Or excuse me. 1 turn too early, and it really hurt us. I'm actually going to get the mountain. But it's A-okay. We're learning. We're learning. That's why you would have liked shocking turn 2. Yeah, I think I had to, and I didn't. I would be at 5 right now, though. But it doesn't really matter. Like, the Scourge got big enough anyway. Oh, this has Delirium. Sick. So we're just dead. Nice. That's what we were drawing to. But that kind of a matchup is tough. I think those are some of the decks that where main board Leyline is nice. We should just like make like a list, or not a list, but just like number of times we wish that we were just playing main board Leyline. This is at least like 4 tonight, by the way. We played against Grief decks twice last league, and then at least 1 Thoughtseize deck. This is the first Thoughtseize deck. I mean, it doesn't even need to be Thoughtseize. Like, even Inquisition of Kozilek works against us. That is the issue with the Cascade combo. Shadow says, only 37% discard Brew Spy. Yeah, but isn't the rest of the percentage of the meta, like, playing Bolts? Main deck Leyline to the bot. Yeah, but what percentage of the meta is also decks that have burn spells that go upstairs? I think the percentage does go up, though. Do we care about being bolted? Yes and no. Depends on how fast the bolt deck's draw is. I'm just making the argument. Just saying. Tonight I played against way more than 37%. I'll tell you that much. It was over 50% for me, but that's just happenstance. This hand is, we're on the draw. I think we keep it. It's that many Cascaders. Even if I don't see a blue source. Wow, we're seeing Foundry with Colony again, but I'm going to do it. Hey, good luck and have fun. Swamp, take my thing. You still sure it's 37% shadowless? This is like the 7th hand disruption deck I played against tonight. Today, I should say. Earlier today as well. Oh boy. Unless they are actually Burn I Relish. Well, Goldfish doesn't necessarily hit everything. They take the card I couldn't have cast. They take the card we couldn't have cast. What's happening? They took the card I can't actually cast unless I drew a blue source. What's happening? Ah, that's what's happening. They're playing Inverter. That's what's happening. They are playing blue-black Inverter combo. Our deck is kind of the faster combo, but not necessarily. Oh, I can't sift. Dang it. Yeah, this Foundry just feels so bad. Why did we add this again? Somebody talked me into it, and I think it was wrong. Like, well, Temple Garden wouldn't have done it either there, but... Need another land, regardless. We're in trouble. We're indeed in trouble. They do play like a little bit of Permission. Don't they play like Remand? Which is also bad for our health. May want to try to play around Remand. You think it's definitely wrong? What do you think it should be instead, Shadowless? Do you mind working on my mana base a little bit? Mana bases are indeed a weakness of mine when it comes to brewing, and I'm fully aware of that. I have no problem outsourcing for some assistance. What do you think it should be? Granted, like, maybe you can't really design a mana base without the rest of the picture. Maybe I should just... Well, if you want the whole picture, it's just command deck. Okay, so maybe we try for an end step outburst. They do play... Some lists play Remand. My opponent with blue mana up doing nothing is a little suspicious, a little suspect. Another Inquisition. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have waited. That makes me feel like I shouldn't have waited. Joe says mana bases are fun to work on. What about a Triumph? Yeah, we were playing a Ketria and the other as well. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have waited. They may have had us either way, though. They may have already had the permission. But you also want blue-green then on 3? Remand. I mean, they remand us, we start suspending them. Archmages? Yep. The problem is I'm not going off this coming turn, though, unless I hit another Cascader, which I didn't, but I can Sift. Or I just play Omnath. I mean, is suspending Glimpse playing out Sift better? I'm almost a Goblin Dark Dweller status. I feel like setting up is better for this deck. Turn on the Dark Dwellers? Yeah, we did just turn on the Dark Dwellers. I think I just set up. Evoke and Glimpse. Suspend. But then again, maybe playing Omnath still set me up better, right? Than doing this line. It's very possible that Omnath actually set us up a little bit better because he drew me to the... He drew me maybe to the 5th land drop. This line feels fine, though. Oh, they might just be killing me, right? I mean, their combo's pretty mana intensive, though. Sometimes it involves Jace. Other times it involves... So this time it's involving Jace. Now they just need to deck themselves. They milled me. Okay. Well, I wasn't about to draw the 5th land, but I was about to draw an Outburst, which I wouldn't have minded. Alright, deck. Land or a Cascader, please. I'll take it. I don't actually have to fetch either. There's an Urborg. So I don't think I will. Showtime. We want that Glimpse to stay in our graveyard. We actually want to burst another one out of our library. Here we go. So I'm actually going to cast this because there are more Glimpses in our library still. There's 2 more. You'd run a second Steam Vents. Yes, we're going to shock. So, Goblin Dark Dwellers on the bottom. We get to keep going, thank goodness, because I don't have a lot in my hand now. Always yield, make a bunch of treasure. Why not Omnath into land, into Dweller, says Jackie. We didn't know if we... Oh, shoot, you know what? You're right, I could have. Because it was a fetch. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I missed it. Do we need a lot... I mean, we're going to float all this mana for sure, but do we... and then blue-green. Do we want to crack some of these treasures, or probably not? We'd rather have the permanents, right? I already have some mana going into this. I could cast the Omnath, so let's do it. Let's keep going. Stacking paper will be such a pain. Alright, ooh. We hit the Omniscient. We hit a Spellcaller. Oh, yeah, we just get to keep going. Sweet. We get to keep going a lot. Okay, hold on. This is where the deck gets super confusing, right? I'm not sure if I want to grab the... I want the Queller to go off very first, right? We finally found something that we want to happen underneath. I also might lose the time right now. So I think Queller we want to be on the very bottom, right? Or no, Admonition Angel. Admonition Angel is what needs to be on the very bottom of this. Angel to exile Queller, right? Opponent says amazing combo. Queller top, Angel bottom? But if Queller is on the full top, we... Hold on. Don't we want to resolve all this other stuff, though, before the Queller gets picked up by the Angel? I'm pretty sure that we want... Let me make some more room. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that we want... Then Queller before that. You're right, I need the Queller to resolve before the Angel grabs the Queller. Because it needs to have the spell already underneath it. Okay, I understand now. And then we want Goblin on the absolute bottom still. I think it's okay for it to still be on the absolute bottom, right? There's still more Glimpse to pull out of the library. Well, no, that's what we're trying to do with the yeah. So this deck is best to resolve in paper. Yeah. So okay, we're gonna start with Goblin. We've committed to it, and then I want to resolve my... Queller top, Angel bottom. Angel exile. Angel has to go off last. Oh, okay. I did mess it up, Shadowless, then. I mean, I could just choose not to do the Dark Dwellers, and we're practicing how Angel functions. Can also grab the Jace, by the way. You're still okay. Honestly, am I just supposed to grab their Jace and be content? Like, I feel like we've done enough. They're at 19. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have lethal. Don't I just grab their Jace and be content with this? With hitting the main deck Angel? I actually think they were thinking too deeply about this. I think we're fine. This is Porphyros. You would have won already. I know, right? I think I just nabbed their Jace and we don't care. Unless they have, like, main deck sweepers, but I'm not aware of an inverter list that... I mean, maybe they're playing Damn now. I don't know. Don't we just grab their Jace? And just be content? Like, this is half of their combo. Omnath almost just kills their Jace here, though. Why not just flicker all your creatures, try to get a bigger pile of permanents, just grab Jace? I feel like just grab Jace is better because we're also wasting so much time and I'm thinking about it. Like, I realize that we're trying to practice the combo, but isn't this a spot where it's just grab your permanent, win the game? I need to practice the Spellcaller stuff, but I already messed it up. Like, yes, Angel was supposed to be on the bottom. Was Angel supposed to be exiling a lot of other stuff too? Like, doesn't Angel have lines with Goblin Dark Dwellers too? I'm wondering how an Angel like needs to exile itself, and when does Angel need to exile itself? After or before? There's just like so much to think about. Angel also has lines with Dwellers. Yeah, it does. Does Angel have lines with Sifters? She does. So, like, I mean, if I'm doing these, then I'm not committing to the exile Jace. Okay, I am committing to the trying to learn the deck. Am I not supposed to exile these other things? Angel doesn't need to exile itself if you're glimpsing without Angel's help, though. I see. Let's just mess it up now and learn from the messing up. So I'm hitting all the things that have ETB benefits, and also their Jace, which was dumb of me. Because the Omnath actually won't kill the Jace now. But, I mean, we're trying to keep looping, right? We're trying to keep looping. Okay, I don't need to do the other Admonition Angel target, so let's say cancel. Do I have to target is not a May? No, it's May. Alright, we'll have to leave those on the bottom of the stack then. So do these. Oh, no, Spellcaller next, and grab the Outburst, right? Cancel, alright. This, grab this. Alright, stack all this nonsense. I mean, it's only going to get worse, though, from here. Like, as far as... Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with adding more landfall creatures, or even things like Admonition, the dragon we added. Like, as I add more landfall effects, it's going to get harder and harder to resolve in time on Magic Online, because you can't auto-stack unless they're the same type of trigger, I think. When you have a variety of triggers, it doesn't quite... Well, anyways, let's make the mistake now, right? Cancel. Yeah, I don't want to have to target something. Oh, the May happens when I'm doing the thing. Gotcha. So this is no. This is no. I mean, I still could fix what we're doing, actually. Yield to all the Omnaths. Always yield, please. Make a bunch of treasure. We'll just click through those ones. Yeah, so we did mess it up, I think, but we're learning, which is important. Draw a card. Awesome, I'll draw a card. Thank you very much. We'll sift, stift. I should have yielded to these two. Sift, sift. Make more treasure. 15 seconds left, folks. Alright. So did we do this part at least, or right, or no, we didn't. Let's zoom in on here. So what's happening is we quelled our own outburst, right? And that I did correctly. But now all these Admonition Angel triggers I didn't do correctly, right? And honestly, I think because of the clock, I'm just going to stop here and be content to get rid of the Jace, right? Just because of the clock. You probably did do it wrong. Yeah, because if I hit all these permanents, but then go off, like the Jace gets to come back with full loyalty. No, you did it right. Yeah, but I think because of my clock, I'm not going to keep going. But okay, if we did it right, that's great. But I'm concerned about the clock. So no. So I'm not going to actually use the Admonition Angel as we maybe had envisioned it. You can also just target all the angels on the Queller to make it easy. Like here, it's tempting to do it. Not going to do it. Let's just hit the Jace. Yes. I think we just be content. Because that's how I lose this, right? Let's cycle the Triome at least. Here's a Spell Queller. Perfect. It counters their combo. Great. Moving on. I think having the Spell Queller in my hand made me very much happy. But we didn't know we were going to have that, and they just scooped to the board anyway. Alright, well, we have 15 minutes left to get another kill in the next two. Their deck cares about Teferi. Their deck tries to do Disrupting. We do want to make their combo not happen. So there's like a lot of things I want, right? But we can't run them all. Admonition, Terror might want to go. Shaman. Cut Admonition and Terror for time. Wish I could play this deck in my meta. I 4 control decks, 2 Death Shadow Lantern. Don't think it would work out. Yeah, probably not, Slumpty. I'm sorry, friend. I am. Just cut Quellers because of time? Really? But they interact with them. Don't we want to interact? Oh, we're cutting Quellers because we're also cutting Angel. I'm with you. I mean, I tanked there, right? I was looking to chat and like, I knew that was going to happen at some point. I knew I was going to be like, I don't know exactly how I want to resolve this card. I knew it, and it did. But I'm excited about it, but the Wombo, but because it kind of gives us access to more Goblin Dark Dwellers in the deck. We need to make this not tank for the matchup. Yeah, no tanking, no tank. Well, but no, maybe we should play Terrors because Terrors is just very simple. I just go through the triggers as per normal. And they just take damage, right? And they just die. Maybe it's not that simple. I mean, how do we keep the forces? I just want to be able to counter their combo, right? I'm not so scared about their permission. I'm scared about their hand hate, and I'm scared about them going off, right? So isn't it like click, leyline? Hang on, I'm overboarding for sure. We really can only board about 5 cards anyway. I'm overboarding. Yeah, I don't want their hand hate to work on me, and I want to force their combo. What's our blue count? That's what I need to fix, actually. Blue count's 13. Blue count's 17. Play just Leyline and Force. I think you're right. I'll cut a Dweller. This is also kind of part of this package anyway. Maybe I don't need the playset of Dwellers if we have Quellers too, actually. Gosh, is that the solution? Well, not really. Not quite. 2 Vendilion clicks. Click can touch either side of their combo, whereas Force can only hit like the Jace and the tutor part. Dweller will be better than Queller. Alright, so there's a Vendilion click, there's a Cascade. I need a green source, but green is the most common source for us to draw to. I think we could keep this. This hand, any land, pretty much, will let us cast Vendilion click. Like, sure, we could try to mulligan to a 6 with Leyline, but I don't hate this hand. It's just not outbursting, right? Well, maybe this hand's actually not keepable. It's basically just a Vendilion click hand. Easy keep when we're on the draw. Alright, let's give it a whirl. They're kind of a slower combo themselves, so maybe it's okay. Alright, Dweller hits Glimpse and Outburst. You get 6 glimpses, whereas Queller can only hit your 3. Dweller hits Glimpse and Outburst. Queller only hit the 3 drops. Moosey feels like this is a mull. Yeah. Very possibly. Here's their Thoughtseize. 2 dud Omnaths. Yeah, they're pretty dud here. Like, sure, I have 2 colors for them, but I wonder if they take Click. I feel like they gotta take Agent, though, right? Agent is what I'm closest to. Yeah, Agent's what we're closest to. Yeah, they take Vendilion Click. I think that's reasonable to take Click or Shardless there. Oh, wow, we drew Ardent Plea. Sweet. Any land. Pretty much any land. Doesn't need even to be a green now. Alright, deck. Pretty much any land. Alright, I feel like this is easier in paper because you can shortcut the triggers. Yeah. I mean, this might just be a deck that we just chalk up to the... This won't function on Moto like we need it to. Like the Omnath loop build. Or I mean, I guess we're not purely Omnath anymore now that we have some of these other weird loops going on. This is going to be a really tough league, actually. Now, if I can't resolve the... I mean, you said that I resolved the Admonition Angel correctly, but I'm not so sure. I also hit both Queller and also... Yeah, I also hit them both at the same time, which was awkward. I didn't know... I feel like I almost need, like, to write my own primer to my... I feel like we need to... Not, it doesn't need, like, a full primer. Just like a... Okay, how do I stack these... What am I targeting with Angel? I mean, so it's Quellers and Dwellers, right? Goblin Dark Dwellers and Spell Quellers. Right? Founders should just be a Foothills. We can do that. I can play another Foothills. You think we should just do that? Sweet. Easy. Target all Angel triggers on Quellers. They're going to take my Ardent Plea now. Wow. Thoughtseize bug. I always feel like that's like a real thing, by the way. You guys ever feel like Thoughtseize bug is a thing on Moto? I mean, mostly just people that are playing Hand Disruption do, right? But do you ever feel like it's just... Do you? Do you ever feel like it's a bug? Do you ever feel like you don't play enough lands in your 24 land deck? Pepperidge Farm does. And it remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Is this Vendilion Click? Charm? So they had a counterspell anyhow. But, yeah. Play Jace. They don't play out Jace. They have more permission. Yeah, I mean, Plea or Agent gives us another permanent. Hey, I'll take it. And I'm sure they're like, whew, I'm safe. It's not a green source. Think again. It's another charm. Okay. I played Dredge. Thoughtseize bug ain't relevant. Yeah. This is not great for us, though. I do feel like the deck still relies too much on Wave Sifter. Easily. But I feel like every build has... Whoa, Murktide. Spicy. Spicy, spicy Murktide. Alright, Dweller last. If no Dweller, yes, Queller. Angel target self last. Then Angel on ETB effects, any order, then Omnath, then Provisioner, then Queller on the Cascader. Is Wave Sifter good? Feels like a scam. No, it's great for this deck. I don't think it will ever be played anywhere else. It's a 7/7, dudes. Alright, so we have 4 permanents now. I'm very glad we took the first game. This is not looking great for the home team here. If you're rooting for the home team, I'm not sure if you are. You might be rooting for my opponent's Murktide deck. This seems sweet. This card's powerful. Take something else. This is their 3rd Inquisition. I mean, I'm just as far away as I am from... Like, Agent is just as far away from Outburst, but yes, it is better to take Agent. Yep. Yeah, sounds good. Have a nice night, Bonkers. No, I wish we had more things like Wave Sifter for this deck, actually, meme brand. I know it seems like a really weird card, but we need more cards that are like it. I mean, we were playing some. It's just they weren't really... There is like the Make a Treasure card. It's just... I just wish they had a version of those cards. The discard Make a Treasure spells. I just wish they had some of this thing. Because we need more 1 or 2 things. One or 2 mana things to be doing, right? I do wish that... Another Dwellers. It's not great. Yeah, this is probably a mulligan. I have 1 more turn to maybe hit the green source, right? And then not have something here? Are we so sure that they're... I mean, they're playing Jace, so they are playing the combo. Thoughtseize me. Take my Outburst. Seems correct. At least we're seeing just how good Leyline is. Next game. We've seen 4 pieces of Hand Disruption. Guess you would want Sifter. I guess you want Sifter. Hey, there's a Sifter. Too late, though. They didn't make Strixhaven discards as creatures because of things like Unburial Rights. Ah, that makes sense. Let's run it back. I think we just want Click, Force, and Leyline, right? Well, Force only helps us force through our Violence, just by the way. This is like a defensive spell for our deck, actually. It's only offensive when it comes to Violent Outburst. It's actually a defensive deck often for us. Might be correct for me to do Teferi instead of Force, though. But yes, course. Let's jam. Let's keep a better hand, shall we? Sand is 2 lands, several Cascaders, and it has the Wave Sifter on time. Don't think they'd actually take the Sifter, though, but Sifter's actually really good in this hand. This hand could go Triome, Mine. I'm actually going to keep this. I think this might be the beginnings of enough Cascaders. And like worst case, I can use the Clue Stones off of Sifter. I could theoretically, it could be all right to spend 1 on trying to hit 3rd land if I don't hit it naturally. But we're playing 24 lands. We're really trying to naturally do it. I can't take Sifter. Teferi's an offensive card. Force is a defensive card. Yeah. So maybe I should have gone with Teferi since I'm on the play. Maybe that was wrong for me too, to go with Force instead of Teferi. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to fulfill similar, or they have similar but dissimilar feels, right? I mean, Plea is still better when we're setting up, much like Agent is, but Outbursts are important. Opponent has demonstrated that they have both, apparently. I feel like they've maybe like really sided down on their combo, perhaps, and they are trying to play this more like a control deck, which I really like, actually. It's unfortunate for us. That's still a very good choice. Yeah, let's go with the Triome. Different green stores? Well, that is another source, so perfect. Take it. If they go with Hand Disruption, we get there because we can just cast the other. If they hold open something like Drown in the Lock, okay, so they're going with the Hand Disruption line. They need another Hand Disruption or something like a Force. Do you guys think they'll have a Force? Guess you can't really play around it. We always have just Suspend Glimpse afterwards, which is not the greatest, but hey, we still get to go off maybe. We drew a Provisioner, huh? Alright, and green please. Here we go, 5 permanents. Let's do it. Whoops. Red, green, please. I thought I tapped red on the Ralgren. I did not. Don't force me. Don't force the negation me. Please. Don't have it. They didn't seem to have it. Alright, Dark Dwellers, we get to keep going, so we stack that first. Conda Garden goes off. We'll crack, fetch, make mana. What colors do I need? Or are we okay going with just our basics here? I'd rather make blue-green mana. That seems to be our bottleneck often. Right? Blue's important for both Agent and Plea. So let's definitely make a blue. What's the other bottleneck? I mean, we'd like to even cast clicks, we find. Well, you have to also think about what's in our hand. I might just want to float a green source. Always go basics unless you have a specific card. I do have this Provisioner in my hand. Nah. We're going to go with the basics here. Casting it. Here we go. Not the greatest. Not the greatest. We were going off from a low base, right? Play out the Provisioner. No, suspend the Glimpse. Not the greatest. We had our hand pulled apart a little bit. We would have had a second Cascader in theory. I feel like we ended up with like a lot of the same permanents. It's funny, like Ralgren's back. We've got a fresh Gemstone. Well, not fresh. We used it once, but to suspend. This is not looking too good for us, folks. I have a plant. I have a plant that can attack for damage, though. Just funny to me. Wonder how often that's going to come up. Hit them with our plant, huh? Get in there, little buddy. We whiffed, if you're wondering what happened. We hit some spells. Because I actually went down 1 permanent, right? Sucks to tap the gemstone, but I think I'm supposed to play Provisioner. You think 8 Cascades are enough? I do like that Plea is a permanent, though. Plant beats seem way more likely. Well, I'm going to try to hit them with the Provisioner next turn. Pretty much any land in our deck lets us cast the Omnath. Is this Jace? Shadow says, but we need like 9 to 10 Cascades because we're not playing cycle cards. I'm playing 11 though, right? Just maybe wrong. Our current build is 11, right? Yeah, we're playing 11. We were playing 10. I added an 11th one, which is maybe wrong. We got here, opponent. This looks like the Murktide. So we are not attacking into this. How big is it going to be? 7/7? Not attacking into that. But maybe I get to resolve my Omnath. That would be nice. Nice, and it was with a fetch. So, make treasure. This is nice. This is good. Treasure token. Play Omnath. Then crack treasure. But am I doing anything, though? With that mana, I'm not. I'm not actually doing anything with the Omnath yet. I just want the permanent. Is this a weird spot where I would consider not getting the landfall off of Wooded Foothills for Omnath? I'd rather just get the extra treasure off of Provisioner. I mean, it's very possible they have a counterspell next turn for this Glimpse, though. We don't know if we will, because Omnath will draw. Oh, that's true. Omnath's going to draw me a card. Yeah, let's play to that. That what Omnath is drawing us to is relevant, right? Because, like, I'm losing a permanent to go with Gemstone Mine. Sack the treasure. All right, here we go. Omnath. Draw me a card. I should have fetched before the draw, though. Yeah, I should have fetched before the draw. I mean, we drew a Coney Garden, but it's like I still should have thinned. Do we even fetch now, or do we wait till next turn? Do we fetch? Only fetch if Omnath kills? Yeah. Or if it would help. Yeah, I think we actually wait on the fetch. Yeah, we wait. We wait to see if the Glimpse goes off, kind of a situation. 100% wait. You might need the mana later. They have 6 cards in their hand. I don't think this Glimpse is resolving. I'd be very surprised. Fetch in response to Glimpse. I wish we could wait to see if it was going to resolve before I fetch on the Glimpse, right? I mean, they know my Glimpse is going off. They're not going to sit there without... If they have a counterspell in their hand, they should sit on it here, obviously. Is this where we need, like, Teferi instead? What were we thinking? Yeah, Regent seems sweet in their deck. A whole lot of do nothing than this, like, huge, scary thing. Seems like a great way to play control, maybe. Well, I mean, they're a combo deck. Sort of. We got here. Collective Brutality. Okay. So I probably want the treasure more than unlocking the Omnath mana, right? Right? Maybe not. You would fetch... We do want the treasure, right? I thought so too. Hey, there's the Foundry coming up. Get our token on. Gain some life, which is relevant-ish. They have 3 cards in their hand. I'd be pretty surprised that this resolves. I don't think I want to float the mana then, right? Because, like, then I'm tapped out for my turn. Like, what am I doing? Like, and then if I draw something relevant, yeah, don't float in this case, right? We think they have the counterspell pretty clearly. Oh, they didn't have it. Kind of wish I'd floated the mana then. I was so convinced they had it and I was wrong. Wow, they did not. Choose an Omnath to keep. There we go. You almost never float mana on upkeep and don't care. Alright, Outburst, right, is what we're doing because we want to pull more glimpses out of the deck. I think that's what I'm doing. And Omnath triggers. Hey, they didn't stop us. They have 3 cards of maybe not the things. Treasure. Draw me a card. And we float. We float red or green because I'm thinking about Outbursts, right? Second glimpse. So wait, there's one that's exiled and there's one... Okay, sweet. Another Leyline. Dark Dweller. Could keep going. Could keep going. Yes. Yes. Yeah, funny, like, we can kind of, like, weirdly go off in our upkeep sometimes, like you see happening here. Make 2 more mana. But not really, right? Eventually we're going to fizzle, right? Because I have a Shardless in my hand. Float the blue, float the white. Let's keep going. Now we're talking. That's a few more triggers. All right, I'll take it. We'll take it. It's a modest set of triggers. I should have fetched before I drew, right? I think that was wrong. More green mana, right? I don't know if it's worth shocking though. They have this Murktide. Let's keep going. Just keep going. Going. Cast. Alright, so we stop here finally, right? If I pay the life, we can still Shardless on our turn though. More Omnath triggers. Perfect. That's what we're trying to do. We're a loop build. That's what we're going for. What's happening here? Violent Outburst hits the bin, but before the Dwellers can do it. But all the glimpses have been cast, right? And I think they're all exiled now? Yeah, this is my exiled pile, isn't it? Yeah. So no more glimpsing to be had, but I think that's okay. So no, I'm not agenting. I am what am I doing? Playing the Provisioner? Yeah, we've used up all of our Cascades, right? Shadow says, why don't you play a 4th Glimpse before the 11th Cascader? Just play out Tireless? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think you read my mind. Oh wait, this is a fresh Omnath. Isn't it going to make me lots of mana? It should. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. We're in the red zone. Which is fine. This is game 3. They beat us game 2. We beat them game 1. They have 4 cards in their hand. They have 7 life. They need another blocker if they want to block Dark Dwellers. So the Menace is relevant here. Maybe. Let's see what they got. They're going to draw some cards. I'm with you. I'm with the opponent. We win the match. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have F6'd. Alright, so hang on. Let me scroll back in chat. You described for me, Shadows, a very, very full, like... Here we go. I'm going to make this into a command, maybe. Actually, no, I'd rather just have the text, right? Alright, it's a command, so we don't have to type that out ever again, hopefully. Copy. Yep. Yeah, thanks for that. Always do Dweller last, if no Dweller, yes. Queller, Angel needs to target itself last. Angel on end of the battlefield effects, any order. Then you do Omnath, then you do Provisioner, then Queller on the Cascader. Dweller last. If no Dweller, yes. Queller. Angel target self last. Angel on it. It's like a lot to think about. Tokens could just be with the Omnath. Right, that's like the stuff in the middle of the sandwich. Like, what I need to think about is what's first in and what's first out, and what's happening first and what's happening last. I'm sure any other fellow Magic Online players understand what I'm talking about. It's first in, first out. Or no, first in, last out, actually. Excuse me. On Magic Online, it's first in, last out, actually. So the things that you put into the stack first, they're going to be the things that come out of the stack last. Yeah, it's actually last in, first out, or first in, last out. Yes. And so, yes, that's confusing, and yes, this is a very confusing combo, and no, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend. But man, this is fun, and it's interesting, and I'm probably making plenty of mistakes. All right, land. We can't keep this, right? There's 2 of our basics in a garden. This is probably a mulligan. This hand is better. I might even put back Provisioner. Is that weird? Let's say, hey, good luck. Opponent is mulliganed. You like putting the Dweller back? I think that's reasonable. We do want to keep the density of hitting them high, right? We're on 1-1, and so is our opponent, apparently. I don't believe so, Joe. I think you have to pay the cost, right? Dwellers and Glimpses are your top 2 putbacks. Good to know. Yeah, I think this is a good hand. I do need to go to green source here. This is going to hurt. Do they have to be an aggressive deck? Darn it, they are. Of course they are. They're playing Dredge. All right. Here comes the Dredge. Can we race Dredge? Well, 3rd land, please, deck. Do we want Stomping Ground? No, we have 2 Ardent Pleas, so I want Breeding Pool. Easy. We did it. We found the line, guys. I did it. I did the thing. Oh yeah, I have Ardent Pleas. If I had Temple Garden was also a choice there, but I don't. Because Raugrin gave us the blue. Alright, so they dredge over. Not all that great stuff, but they loamed Life from the Loam. There's a Shriekhorn. Churning over some more cards. They hit a Bloodghast. They play their land drop. They get back the Bloodghast. Would Emrakul be good? Yes, the Omniscience build plays Emrakul. We're doing a very, very different take on this deck. We're playing the... It's kind of hard to explain. You just watch. Just watch. But yes, there is a variant of this archetype that's trying to do stuff like that. Thank goodness we drew the land. Holy guacamole. Oh, Ardent Plea. 5 permanents. Here we go. I would assume most games though you're getting your green from your colony. Yeah, we are. Agreed. Alright, so here's Angel, here's Queller. How do we... Oh gosh, it's like the 3 most confusing pieces. Alright, I have a fetch to get another admonition trigger, so hold on, this is wonderfully complicated. How do I pull this off? I have 1 admonition trigger, just go Dweller, Angel, Queller. Go Dweller, Angel, Queller. Well, yeah, the Dweller makes sense to me. And then, what am I exiling with Angel? The Queller? This is where I'm weak. I don't know what to do with Angel. Angel exiles the Queller. Cool. Queller's last. Queller's gonna go after the Ardent Plea. Good. We exile that Queller. Do I do anything with the Wooded Foothills, though? Or no, I just go again right now. I'm just wondering if I need to exile something else with Angel for more value. There isn't any, right? Make a red and ignore Angel? Okay. Why red? Isn't my hand an Ardent Plea? Shouldn't I consider shocking to make... I mean, I guess I do have this Omnath. You don't want to pay your life, though? That's fair. Ah. Oh, I get it now. This Goblin Dark Dweller glimpse is going to go off, even though the Dark Dweller no longer exists. Oh, that's sick. I get it. I understand. I understand. Bruce Spy gets it. He gets it. This is so convoluted. I love it. This is like the craziest. Gosh. And you know what? The dragon also helps us pop the Quellers. But man, this is like, what is happening? What is happening? Oh, we did it. More triggers. Awesome. Wait, why are there still angel triggers to be had? Oh, return all cards. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I maybe just stacked that wrong. Dark Dwellers should always be on the bottom. I just messed up. It's a dead angel, don't worry. I know, but I feel like I'm messing up. Oh no, triggers. Do I cast this one? I do, don't I? That's targeting that one. This was targeting this one. All right, let's do it. Let's keep going. Oh, the Loaming Shaman. What am I putting back into the deck? The Wave Sifter, right? Okay, Dark Dwellers on the bottom, but I have a Dark Dwellers that's already going off on this. Don't I not want to do this one? There's more value out of that one. All right, I'll still... Yeah, Sifter, but I don't... Oh, we hit some terror triggers. Oh, man, we finally hit terror. Okay. All right, hold on. I don't want to cast that Glimpse. Why Loaming, not Endurance? It gives us more selection, but also it made the deck more budget-friendly. But Endurance doesn't let us choose, and this actually lets me do some selecting. Because I don't think we want the fetches back in the deck, but maybe we do. And sometimes you want Glimpse back in the deck if you have more Cascaders in hand. But right now I'm just kind of looping without any need for my help. I'm looping without any help from my hand right now, which is really cool to see. That's what we were trying to achieve with this new build, this loop. Hold on, so... This is like super confusing magic, right, Shadowless? Okay, hang on. So we can say no, right? It's May, right? It's May. It lets us select, which is good. You never want fetches back in. Okay, so let's choose us. Although they're Dredge, it's so tempting to choose them, but we don't care anymore, right? Like, we're comboing off at this point, right? I don't need to hit my Dredge opponent, which is just so bizarre. Wow, I'm actually hitting myself because we want to put Sifter back in. Pick them because it doesn't matter. Okay. Well, in this case, it doesn't really matter, right? I think Dredge is a matchup where we're happy to hit them, right? We hit them with these Terror of the Peaks triggers. Actually, we don't care about their creatures. Take a bunch. They take a bunch. Their graveyard goes back into their deck. Dark Dwellers, I'm going to say no on this, actually, because I've got another one that's going off, so no. Angel goes away. These come back. Spell Queller is going to go after this Ardent Plea. Terror of the Peaks hits them. Alright, that, then this. Cast the card. This is awesome. This is like, what is happening? Yes, I'll pay the life, why not? What is happening? I messed up just now, didn't I? Well, actually, I don't need to bother with Angel, do I? Or no, we wanted to blink Omnath, didn't we? You don't have Outburst. Oh, yeah, how many glimpses do I have left? We have one glimpse left in the deck, right? So this other Cascade should work, doesn't it? Don't we have one more glimpse? I did all that off of just 2 glimpses? What? I have one more glimpse in the deck, right? Confirmed? Those are revealed cards. These are exiled. Yeah, confirmed. I have one more. Trigger stacking .deck now. Yeah, it's a lot more confusing with the Angel idea. Choose another non-land permanent. All right, so we're hitting Omnath, right? Because it's value, isn't it? hit the blood gas because it's funny, but I'm not actually planning to. Yeah, alright, float. Queller's gonna come back in and cast our thing. There's some knights here, but what about making tokens? We could be doing like Chancellor too. Hit your amalgam. Aren't I just gonna make that also? Didn't crack to do 4 damage there. Oh, I messed up there, didn't I, Guano? I think you're right. I think I messed up. Would have been my 3rd land drop. Return the permanents. We have these going off. Always yield. I don't know. I'm still like, this is very experimental, Guano. I have not done Spell Queller with this loop yet. And certainly not Admonition. Admonition, bring back all my stuff. This comes off. There's a glimpse of my yard, but I think we're happy where we ended up, right? Aren't we? We're happy, right? We liked what happened, right? I hear you having trouble keeping up. Yeah, this is very confusing. But, like, I think we're happy where we ended up, aren't we? Or did I make some mistakes along the way? I probably did. I don't know if I had noticed all of them because there was just, like, a lot to do. There's a glimpse of my bin. 2 glimpses have been exiled. Just play Tarn and Crack. I can't. I already played my land drop. Shadow says, I feel like I'm the only one who knows what's happening. Yeah, I missed one Omnath Dome. But I think it's going to be okay that I made that one misstep. I could draw another card with Omnath. But I don't even know if that's worth. Don't I want to keep? I want to keep one because I have a fetch in my hand. Yeah, we're good. We say okay. Your turn. Dredge opponent. You get a turn. You're gonna need to find another dredger. Yeah, that was a crazy turn. That was a crazy turn. What a turn, right? It's value, but you stack the triggers wrongly. Angel targeting stealth is first in. I thought Angel can't target itself though. Earlier in the combo, it said it can't target itself. Are you positive? You may exile target non-land permanent other than Admonition Angel. Angel targeting self is first in, flast out. Angel cannot target itself. So does Angel not do... Are we supposed to play that other Angel? There's a different Angel that can exile itself. I mean, I do feel like this is less and less my deck now that I'm trying out some of Shadowless's tech, right? The whole Spellcaller plan with some number of angels and... Well, we were coming up with Terror, or somebody else in my chat was coming with Terror. I think it might have been you, though, Shadows. But the Terrors pop the Spellquellers, but they also kill my opponent. Seems likely if they flicker stuff, though. Like, we could also just use... I didn't say Queller, someone else came up with Queller and Terror. Ah. But then you came up with Angel because it's a landfall card that lets us reuse the flicker or the spell quellers. I don't even know anymore. Opponent's still doing their dredge thing, which is terrifying that they still managed to hit with their Shriekhorn. That stinks for us. That's not good. I mean, they don't have a lot of blocks here, though. They're going to stick to their blocks. I actually can't deal the damage with Omnath without the help of our Cascaders, by the way. It's not like I'm playing... it's not as if we're playing... Alright, well... Island we're interested in. Aren't I now maybe more interested in... No, we still want some treasures, but maybe the first food might be correct. Yeah, I mean, I can cause the second trigger on the Omnath, right? Naturally. If we attack whether they're blocks, they block with Amalgam and Narcomoeba, right? But we don't even care about Omnath dying because I have another one in my hand. I don't know if I should have gone with the food, actually. I think this is attack. Attacks in. I mean, it's definitely attacks. Yeah, they have a Stinkweed. It sucks for us. Ooh, we're getting the double block on the Omnath. That's actually excellent for us because I have another one. Do we not want to do the Scalding Tarn now? This will be a second trigger for my Omnath, but it would be in the middle of combat. I think we wait. That's dead. Take some damage. Yeah, we wait on this fetching, right? We play out this other Omnath with our treasures, actually. Alright, Omnath. Drew a Spell Queller. Spell Queller's not irrelevant in this matchup, and I do actually have enough mana to cast it if we need to in response to things. And the fact that it flies is actually what's most important. Yeah, we went through all our glimpses. I wonder if we do want the 4th glimpse. I feel like this deck actually could support it. And it's a red card for Fury. We're going to mill over some stuff. They hit a Creeping Chill. That stinks. Yep, can't stop that here. Yep, they go up to 7. They hit another Creeping Chill. Honestly, I like 4th Glimpse over a 3rd Plea. Yeah, that's probably correct. Like, this actually might be a build of Glimpse of Tomorrow that does want the play set because, like, we were running out of them, actually, as we're going off. So maybe cut a plea. I think you're actually spot on. Agreed. And I'm less interested in the mana from Omnath now. I'm more interested in the life gain, right? They're loaming. You got it. I mean, they're playing to their conflag, if you're wondering what they're over there doing. They're playing to the conflagrates. Cycling. Yep. Angel piles. Angel makes piles of loops way too viable. No, she was, but it was like... It was sweet, right? It was even like... I mean, what could Resto do something similar, though? Don't I just get to free block this Bloodghast? I feel like this is a free block for me. Isn't it? Down to 15. I mean, they're not blocking anyway, so I understand it. It was a free attack from them because they had a Blood Crypt. So it's free from them. I can't counter a conflag. Maybe I should just put the Spell Queller in, just to have more damage in the air. It's not like this counters a conflagrate anyway. Don't block. That fetch is 4 damage next turn, though. Oh, because I have double fetch. Good point. Because I have a fetch and play fetch fetch. Resto's only better if you hit an Omnath. It's not with Queller and Dweller. Oh, okay. Understood. No, it's tech. It's very much tech. They don't have great blocks here. They might block here. But they're still taking lethal this turn, right? Should be lethal, right? So I didn't need to get the, yeah. Go to combat. No plant. No. No, buddy. No. Attack with all and fetch fetch. They're dead. Yeah, but this would have been better if I hadn't made mistakes with Angel, right? And I think I will continue to throughout this league. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'd like to not do that. I'd like to not make mistakes. It's tough. I only have 13 minutes left for this match. I mean, it's a quick match. Like, either they get us or they don't. We got them, but I feel like we kind of hobbled across. I feel like we hobbled across the finish line there because of just, I think, like, this is, like, wonderful and also just, like, really, like, expanding my brain. Not that I'm getting smarter, but that I feel dumber, right? Like, this is awesome. Like, this concept, this is so cool. I feel like... And, yeah, we need more glimpses, maybe. Loaming Shaman, best card in this matchup. Maybe. Omnath 3-land Tribber is super effective. Yeah, how you doing, Guano? It's good to see you, friend. Super effective. These are all 5 drops and a 6 drop. Yeah, so I just don't even know anymore. I love it, but I hate it at the same time. It's funny, though, that the beginning of the league is when we're hitting... It's a singleton Angel, and we've seen the Angel a bunch. I think we saw the Angel more than Terror, right? Yeah. I mean, Glimpse itself also clears what's under the Spell Queller, in fairness, so it has more natural synergy in the deck, and it is just like a interactive card, right? Should we cut this extra Ardent Plea just so we get a feel for what the deck feels like? I don't think so, though. I mean, my opponent's playing Dredge, so let's enjoy the 11th Cascader for now. These other cards don't really do anything in this matchup that I'm aware of. The Elemental version makes a ton more triggers. It also can make Moto freeze. Oh, does it? Oh, does it freeze Moto? Okay. Interesting. I mean, this deck can make a lot of triggers as well, but I don't tend to crash Moto. But yeah, I'm with you. Borrower slows him down. Do we consider Force for Conflag? Just putting that out there. Do we consider Force and Negations for Conflagrate? I know Brazen Borrower can slow them down a little, but like Conflag is actually what beats us, isn't it? I wonder if we should consider the Forces. Wouldn't they win? They win if they full discard a hand to Conflag? You wouldn't. They'll win if they full discard hand. You're saying they're winning anyway? Is that the thought process? Maybe we're just not sideboarding. Which I'm fine with. We already have Shaman in the deck. Maybe I was supposed to Shaman that... No, we were able to cast all our glimpses through the Dwellers. Alright, well this is their game to beat us because they're on the play this time. Yeah, I think the 4th Glimpse is actually really sweet in this build. Mulligan. We keep here, right? This hand casts the Shardless Agent. We put the Admonition back in. Alright, so keep. Put this back in. I know it doesn't cast the Spell Queller or the Plea yet. Is there a Discord group where we could talk about the deck? Sure. Okay, so they're haggling. Modern section's the most popular for this deck. Anto Kriv. Alright, so they hit a Creeping Chill. They also hit a Stinky. It's a pretty good setup for them over there. It's a pretty solid Dredge. Alright, we drew another Agent. Not bad. Love playing 5-color elementals. The red one is so powerful. You talking about Fury? Sounds like you're describing Fury. Alright, there's a bunch of blood gas coming back. They're gonna bring back that prized amalgam. We in trouble. They've got the mismatch blood gas going on, if you didn't see that last game. It's okay. Some people like that. It's alright in my book. Oh no, the Risen Reef build? Mm-hmm. Yeah, just elemental value. It's a sweet deck. I've seen it. Seems like fun. Does seem fun indeed. Yep. There's a Conflag. Sure, my Dredge opponent's excited to see that. So there's Triome, but it's probably still better for me to just go Colony. They might Conflag my plants away. It kind of stomps or fails miserably. Yeah. Those kind of decks can be fun from time to time for me, even. Even Brew Spy gets pleasure out of that kind of stuff. Alright, so... Even I don't know why I just talked in the second or third person there. Third person, rather. That's a Narc. That's a Narc amoeba. I would just kill the plants if I were them. Maybe they won't. Why would I spend my juicy Conflag on plant tokens? Looks like they are. Respectable. I mean, they saw what we're up to, so I respect it. I like it. I like it a lot. Seems correct to me. And you said you didn't like Force. I'm going off with a lot less permanence now. I think we still try. Could hit a Dark Dwellers and loop again. So yeah, the Shardless puts us up a permanent, potentially. I mean, he does. As long as they don't hit a spell here, of course. Forces aren't in, so we won't brick on a force, but I might brick on... So hopefully we end up with more permanents. We didn't brick. We get to keep going. A glimpse, right? Provisioner without a land. Provisioner with a bunch of land. So yes, I get to keep going. Awesome. One of the best cards in the deck. Sweet. If I don't hit an Omnath, it also gives us the mana we need to keep going. Gives us the mana we need to carry on. Gives us the mana. Gives us the mana. Another shardless, right? Pretty sure it's another shardless, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. One glimpse down. Alright, Dark Dweller's that. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Treasure token. This is a very low base for us to maybe go off by. And you see us doing it anyway, right? This should scare you guys. It scares me that we can go off from... I had 3 permanents when we started this, guys. And now here's an Omnath. Remember, I had 3 permanents when we started this. This is turn 3. Don't forget that, folks. It's not like I did anything right. This deck seems to be getting better. Yeah, no, it's gross. No, this is bad, Smiley. I'm very scared. This is very degenerate, actually. This is not what Modern's supposed to be like. I could have quelled my own agent there, by the way. I think I was supposed to. Dang it. I may have wanted to do that. Alright, Ardent Plea. Still don't like Force here, because imps are scary either way. Alright, Ardent Plea. I'm just wondering what the bottleneck's going to be. Alright, well, we can queller our own Ardent Plea to maybe keep going. Alright, this is glimpse number... what? Is this it now? We hit the Loaming Shaman? Sweet. I just get to get rid of their graveyard. Perfect. We don't want to give them back Cathartic Reunion, right? Is that like the exception? I want their graveyard to be a pile of Cathartic Reunions, right? Pretty sure if there is a card I don't want to shuffle back into their deck, it's that, right? Or, yeah, no Shriekhorns either. Yeah. So this is cool. Endurance can't quite do this very specific thing. But we're playing Loaming because we actually want to use it on ourselves sometimes. But since I have the Queller, I think we can get away with just targeting them. And it's dredge. We want to. Queller my own... Yeah, it's an ETB, so we don't need the Queller anymore. Or the Loaming Shaman anymore. Do these triggers... Did I mess this up, actually? I think I did. No, I didn't. I think this is actually okay. Oh, I have a Queller already. Do I have any glimpse? I have 1 glimpse left. Yes. No, it's in the graveyard. Never mind. So no, I'm not supposed to quell my own plea because it doesn't do anything, right? I needed to hit another Goblin Dark Dweller, which I can't anymore unless I draw a bunch. I mean, I could. So we actually don't want to counter this finally, right? Make some food. You actually needed to loam your glimpse to shadow. I had to either pick them or pick myself. So maybe I was supposed to pick myself actually instead of my dredge opponent. So that's fine. Yeah, I was supposed to pick myself. Oh, so let's fetch and make some mana. Maybe I should make even a food token somewhere in this, or 2. Yeah. Yeah, we did need to get the glimpse back in actually right there. It's okay. I'm learning still. It's okay. Let's cycle this. Or no, we crack clues first before we cycle a Triumph, right? Let's draw a couple cards. Drew an agent. Yeah, no, I mean, with no Omnath on the table, this is not great. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, it might have been correct for me to use the Loaming Shaman on myself instead of my opponent. Could I have actually spell quellered my own Loaming Shaman while it was still on the stack? I think I could have. And then found a way to pop my own Queller, and then I could have reused this. Yeah, there's a lot of weird lines now that we need to just be thinking about. So there's a Provisioner. I do have a land drop, right? No, I don't. Loaming wasn't cast, so no. Oh, it just hit the table. Yeah, never mind. So what am I doing? Just playing this out as a... How can you pop your Queller? Dragons and Admonition Angels. Just bizarre, right? I think I'm just playing a Provisioner. Your turn. So we kind of have the mediocre team here. I mean, like, the Wave Sifter's actually not too bad because it flies. Oh, so they hit a Stinky, so they don't even care. They don't... Long hair don't even care. They hit a Stinky off of their Shriekhorn. That wasn't the greatest dredge, though. I think Fury will always be better. Fury would have cleared most of their board. That's very true. Oh, cool. They decide not to attack. Should I just put the Queller in and just get the clock going? What am I countering with Spell Queller? Life from the Loams? They have a Stinky in their hand. I think 2 main deck could be good. Should I just put this in? I have 3 damage in the air. Save it to try to counter a Death Toucher. You think we should hold this? Okay. We're holding. Oh, Dark Dwellers. Sweet. We get to combo off again. I should hold my land drop, right? Although we have 2... Mana's not the... Well, we should attack first. Sorry. We do attack first. Yeah, definitely attack first. It's okay if we even go down a permanent or 2 here. Yeah, definitely attack first. Thank you, Guan. Thank you, Guano. Not the plant, though. I don't care if they kill a couple permanents. I have so many permanents, right? Play Garden, then Dwellers, this Shadow. So wait, I do play my land out now? I thought we want to hold the land drop for when we have an Omnath on the table. We don't care? Well, I'm losing a Provisioner here, so if I was going to play the Garden, I should have done it. So now it's not nearly as many permanents. Yeah, no, I may have messed up there. Alright, good to know. Treasure token, make a bunch of mana. It's nice that these tap for white automatically, actually. We're going to be good on mana, right? I need another red. Right? We're going to be just fine. Here we go. Here we go. This is going to be a lot of triggers, though. I may die to the clock. I have 6 minutes. I don't need to pay for that. Not about it. Lots of triggers coming. Here go, guys. Goblin Dark Dwellers, it doesn't matter, because... Okay, let's just start clicking these, because there isn't anything that's relevant for me to stack properly in this situation. This is just a value glimpse. This is not... You wanted to tap mine for red. Yes, I did. But I'm more concerned about dying to clock than I am... well, yes, I'm concerned at losing to my own misplays, but like the little things, Shadow, definitely point them out, and I will review them after the match. Please do. Please point them out, Shadow. I don't know if you play this deck in paper or Moto. Please point them out, and we can review them after the game. I need to quickly do this. There's still a lot of game maybe to be had. Or maybe not. Maybe, isn't this the last glimpse? Maybe I'm wrong there. Don't forget your Omnath triggers. I'm not forgetting. Oh, okay, Shadows. I appreciate you. Appreciate your heart behind the deck. Appreciate your heart behind the stream. Thank you guys for all the support. This has been awesome. Stream's really been growing lately, which is exciting. If you haven't hit the follow button, please consider it. They're at 2. They're at 2 life. Can I just deal that 2 damage somehow? Can we just deal the 2 damage somehow? Ugh. You just need to deal 2 damage. Roll the dice again. I can't roll the dice again. I'm out of them. Norberger says triple the viewers. That's exciting. I'm trying not to look at the numbers. Try not to. Always yield. Maybe make some more food along the way, actually. I tend to not make enough food when we're like out of the glimpses, and I really should make more, because like once I cast everything that's in my hand, that's pretty much it, right? Might make some more food along the way. If we had hit a 3rd fetch, we could have done it on their turn, though. Alright, so I did already play up my land, and even if I fetch, I'm not actually doing anything else with the Omnath that's in play, right? I can't actually kill them, right? This turn, but next turn we can. This is where I wish I had Urza. That's so much mana, that's so many extra spins. But let's draw a card. Actually, let's just pass, no reason to waste time. Yeah, that's true. I was considering cycling the Ralgrin. Maybe play out Provisioner. Passing it to them. Just quell their stinky. I mean, yeah, quell pretty much whatever they play. No. No soup for you. I'm kidding. I don't really care about this, right? I don't think we care about a life from the loam. It's tempting to counter like whatever they do, though, right? Stop it anyway. You do care. Bruce By, you do care. I do? I did because it was a Forgotten Cave. That's why I cared. I cared because it was a Forgotten Cave. They could dredge with Cave into something like Narcs. Yeah, no, I definitely should have quelled. I don't know why I didn't. Don't know why. Go to combat. I wish I could swing with my treasures. Right? Not like it mattered. I swung with my plant tokens too, guys. Did you see that? Alright, sweet. Hey, we beat Dredge. So we're 2-1. We actually managed to beat that control deck that was actually a combo deck, but that was a control deck. That was actually a combo deck. I'm referring to our match 2 opponent. We lost round 1 to a greedy, but maybe not greedy. Maybe that's normal for Shadow these days. It was like a 4-color. It was a 4-color Shadow. They actually didn't even know what lands they had in their deck anymore. They fetched at one point and didn't even get anything. Accidentally, they failed to find. Thanks for that follow, Corathan227. Thanks for that, friend. Welcome to the Bruce By the Magic Guy show. I'm Sean, and we're working on a deck here. We got a real deck and a half. This is a real deck and a half. Yeah, we really want 4th Glimpse. This deck really wants it. Let's be more judicious about when we hit the Loaming Shaman to use it on ourselves. The sand is pretty bad. Sand is also kind of bad, but not. Do I actually put back a gemstone here? I might put back a gemstone over the Dark Dwellers, right? Isn't this the spot? You want to put back Dweller? You like the 4th land? Really? I feel like I put back a gemstone. Well, let me say, hey, good luck and have fun. Right. You want us to be able to cascade into it. That makes sense. You like mulling this? It makes sense to me what you just said. Yeah, we that's very reasonable, right? All right. Prowess. You just see it in hand as being actively bad. Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. It is tough to cast. Hey, a Squeller. All right. Could we theoretically spend a turn Squelling? Probably not in this matchup. Probably want to... I honestly, like, Ardent Plea kind of guarantees us a permanent more than Shardless does in this matchup because they have bolts. It almost... Yeah, my words. It almost always seems right to lead Shardless, but I actually might lead Plea just because it's kind of a guaranteed extra permanent that they're not going to remove. They're not going to counter here, most likely. I actually might rather lead Plea because both of these are vulnerable to the bolt in their hand. I mean, I'm guessing is in their hand. Shardless might be a blocker, though. No, it's dead. It always dies. It always does. It always does. Although they might not get Delirium, but nah, it always dies. Always seems to die, at least on my watch. Maybe you're luckier than me, Shadow, and you don't get your Shardlesses bolted, but I get them bolted. Please hit spells. Please hit permanents. This could be problematic, actually. We might not hit. Alright, no. And you might be sitting there in the chat and you're like, that wasn't a very exciting glimpse, Bruce By. I went up a permanent. Bolt my face. No. No, we're not bolting my face. Okay. You might be sitting there and saying, well, Bruce Spy, it wasn't a very good hit. But at least I didn't go down permanents. There's the bolt, if you're wondering. I know. That's like results-oriented thinking, and it's like, Bruce Spy, get it. Like they don't always have the bolt. I know. But when they play against me, they always seem to have it. So, yeah. They put a card on top of their library. That's scary. Expressive. Let's get expressive. We have a lot more permanents to try to go off with next turn, though. Instead of 3, we're doing it with 5. We have a glimpse already in the bin, so goblins are good to go. Actually, it's a good hit, since your lands won't run out of mana this way. Yeah, we had like double gemstone, so it was a fine hit, actually. Just, we're taking quite a bit here. Loaming's out, though. It's okay, I can hardcast it. We can hardcast it. Shadows, don't worry. We can always just hardcast this. Cast it the difficult way, the hard way. That's a lava dart, lava dart, lava dart. It's a lava dart. The delirium, or sorry, the surveil on Dragon's Rage Channeler is really cool for their deck, giving their deck just that little bit of consistency it really wanted. It's really quite awesome what this card has done for a few different archetypes in Modern. A little terrifying. Red's got a lot of tools lately. There's Ragavan, Dragon Rage. I take a bunch. I gotta go off for sure this turn. We can't hardcast it mid-combo, though. Oh, that's true. Now that we are also on, like, the Squeller build, it's tougher to. Yeah, we kind of have to, like, stop, and it's hard to stop mid-combo. That's very true. I mean, that's why Planeswalkers are a little bit weak for us. If you're wondering why we're not trying to Walker build. Like, Urza works mid-combo, but you're right. The Loaming Shaman, not so much. Plenty of minutes to go for it here. Ooh, Colony Garden instead of Gemstone Mine. Do I want the extra permanent, or do I want to... I want the extra permanent, if you're wondering, folks. Just making sure our stuff works here. So we're going to go off with even more permanents than before. They might dart this, though. They probably should, actually. Dart my plant. So, maybe not going off with an extra permanent. Oh, maybe they're gonna let me keep the plant. They did let us keep the plant. So I do need to spell queller my own Shardless. I don't think we get to keep going, though. Them darting would be shocking. So if I quell my own Shardless and then block with my spell queller, we get to keep going. Quell the Shardless? Yeah, I think we have to, right? I don't have to shock here, do I? I need a blue or a white source. This is going to be very painful. So I don't pay 2 life here, but I do need to fetch here. Answer is no. Yes. Okay, garden happens. Yep, that's fine. Wow, this is going to be painful. I'm just dead. I can't actually do it. Yeah. They just dart my face. Like, we don't have a way to get to a white source. Because we had the Wooded Foothills. Are we sure we want Foothills? Just get basic and then play Loam then? Yeah. Like, we can't actually get there. That's really disappointing. We need a top deck. I mean, we're already dead, right? Try to turn off their Delirium. Go for an Ob Nixilis. Yeah, we've thought about all the different weird landfall creatures out there. We have. Alright, so I can't... It's target players, so I can't actually also put my glimpses back in, which we kind of want to. There is one more glimpse left in my deck, though. We just put everything back, right? Even though I don't really want them to top deck a Bolt and such. We want to turn off the Delirium, I agree. They'll probably dart here, though, right? Dart my plant here. Maybe they don't want to sack their Steam Vents, though. I mean, we don't know what their hand looks like, so I think it's been maybe reasonable that they didn't dart. Kind of out of gas, aren't we, folks? I mean, I've talked to a few different people that there's some people that are playing 23 land in this archetype, but I'm also not playing Spyro. I don't know. I wonder if it's 24 land. Could be 23. It could be. It could be a 23 land deck. I'm not sure. I feel like, I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, what do you got? Another expressive? Okay. Yeah, expressive is great for turning on Delirium with Dragon Rage. So they dump a creature. So that's 2 different types already. See if they can get to their Delirium once again. Mountain Chandler. Okay. Serum. I know. They worked so hard on getting their Stormwing in the bin, huh? They don't have a Manamorphose in their hand. Dumping Unholy Heat. This is their 4th type, right? Instant creature. Let's see. Sorcery. Oh no, we're good. They could have a Mutagenic in their hand and blow us out. Yeah, they're at 3 types. So do we get blown out by, or just block with probably just block with a plant? I'm wondering if I want to get blown out, right? I don't really want to get blown out, do I? Probably not. Probably just the plant block. What about Valakut Exploration? We did talk about that card briefly at Parks. I think it doesn't quite do what we want, though, because those cards get exiled permanently as we're comboing off. But, yes, we could do a ton of triggers on it, maybe. Alright, Cascader, please. We're playing more Cascaders than I probably should be playing, right? In theory. But it might help me right here. That is a land. It doesn't cut it. We're dead if they just turn on the Delirium, right? Probably should still play out a land, though. That's unfortunate for us. Shadows, do you think it's a 24 land deck, or is it a 23? I know we've made some improvements maybe to the mana colors, or to the mana base itself, but I wonder if we have the wrong number of lands to spell ratio. I do wonder these things. They just have to crack their fiery islet and they have Delirium. So we're pretty dead. Like, even if I quell this, it doesn't really save us. I can't actually, even because we don't have the colors for it. I was supposed to play my gemstone. I mean, I did play a blue source. I just played it as tapped, obviously. I was supposed to play gemstone. Alright, with a landfall variant, I'd say play 24. You run 23. Ah, I see. I do appreciate you going deep here and you know, into the tech. I know that you very much prefer the just gotta crack your fiery islet. Or Lava Dart also does it. I don't see a universe where we live through this, right? If we're going big, why don't we play black and just go with Archons of Cruelty? That's spicy. Why don't we, I mean, at that point, maybe it should just be an Omniscience build, Guano. Are you referring to some of the Omniscience builds? That's a bolt to my face. So, okay. These are the pieces I'm unsure about the most. I mean, time and time again, you've been telling me that we need to move away from the 11th Cascader, but I just don't know. I feel like, Anyway, Furies help here tremendously. Is that really all I want? Do I want some more cheap interaction? Well, let's start with Fury, so that settles it on Terror, because I want to keep my red count able to cast them. Red count is 20. Good. So 4 cuts, probably from some of this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else I want in this matchup. Fury's really the big to-do. Alright, I've loved the Lena today in the board, though. It's won some games. Yeah, Lena's sweet. Lena is sweet. But it's kind of like your 5th Chancellor, right, Shadows? It's a fifth Chancellor effect that has like a selfless built in. So just play a borrower. You think so? Alright, let's jam. Easy. Yeah, kind of like a 5th Chancellor. It's nice. Alright, Fury with red. This needs a Cascader. I mean, we have 11 Cascaders in the deck. This hand casts a Fury and it's still doing other things. And I know they play mutagenic and they can sometimes play around Fury. I know. But I think we keep this opener. It's got a plan. The plan is to Fury. Think it's a good hand? Turn 2 Sift. Hope to draw into the Cascade. We'll draw the Cascade surely. Hope so. You're gonna try out a few Quellers yourself. Yeah, it's cool tech. I didn't realize that it works with the combo. I'm really into the, like, I might not be into some of our other choices, but oh yeah, we're switching out a plea and we're gonna play another glimpse. But because our this build anyway, the loop build actually might need the 4th one. Because like there are a few times where we could have kept looping, but because I didn't have something like an Endurance or a Loaming Shaman more specifically, I do like that Shaman lets me kind of fix what's in the deck. Endurance is the better card though, I think, just in general, but we have a very, very weird and specific thing that's happening, right? So I think that's part of the reason why we're thinking, anyway. So let's go, Tarn go. I do think the deck would rather be on Misties, right? Oh no, we were doing Foothills because of, well, A, that's what I own, but B, we were doing it originally because we were going to play the Sacred Foundry, but now that we're not playing Foundry anymore, our fetches could change. Biggest thing Queller's doing for you is making Yorion. You're a Yorion build? What? I'm fascinated. Not yet, but you're trying to make it work. I mean, the deck needs more early things. Would you consider playing Love Struck then? At that point? We don't Fury yet, folks. We don't Fury just yet. Patience. Patience, my stream. Patience. Go get a basic. Do the sifting. Oh yeah, we drew a Cascader. Sweet. Oh, I got the wrong land. Oh, I did not mean to get the mountain. Oh, I must be tired. Wow. Oh, that hurts us more than you can know. That I just clicked the wrong land. That hurts us more than... Actually, it hurts us just as much as most of you probably realize. But that is the worst, because now I actually have to shock as well to add insult to injury. It was just an honest, just brain fart moment. The honest brain fart. A pleasant little brain fart. That's terrible. We lose now, maybe. Every point of life matters in this matchup, and I think this might be my last match of the night. I was hoping to finish this league, but it... 3:30 in the morning, Bruce Spy is going to make those silly little mistakes. I was like, oh, I'll get the mountain. No. I don't know why I grabbed the mountain. Pretty much any other land would have cast the Sifter, right? Like, so many lands in our deck would have sifted. Yeah, mistakes were indeed made. It's okay. Hopefully you guys can see my recovery. Not that we're going to win the match, but just like my mental recovery. It's really okay. Now I need to pay 3 more life. I know. That's what I was just saying, Anto. Or the deck is very kind to me. You should have done that, deck. You're too kind. Alright, so anyway, we load up the Fury. All on the Swifty Spear. Hit OK. Deck is being very kind to us, so I do need to take a turn off to be a little more slow. To sift. Hope they don't have any sideboard counter magic. Man, that hurts us. I was hoping to do all the things. You're playing the Suspended Llanowar Elf, and you're playing Lovestruck. Oh, you're not playing Lovestruck. Ah, I see. We could still get this. We did 2 for 2, which is all you need to do in these matchups. Like, we're happy with 2 for 2. I'll take 2 for 2 with the Furies. Could Fury be main board to pop the Quellers? Maybe it's just a better card. That's an interesting idea, Smiley. Glimpses do pop the Quellers naturally. Bolt my face. Okay. Stormwing. That bolt makes a lot more sense. Okay, so we're going to go off with a few more permanents than before. We're going to get the other basic on this turn and to float. And to do the float. I don't have another Cascader in my hand, though. We need to establish a loop. Need to hit, you know. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, we need to hit. Period. That's the story. I need to hit Quellers, or, well, we cut the Quellers. So there goes our Queller potential to loop. Yeah, maybe we should just never cut the Quellers, right? I mean, that almost makes me wonder if, I'm trying to think of how we could use our sideboard. I mean, it's not like we're a Karn deck, right? It's not like we're a Karn, the Great Creator deck. I'm like wondering, because, I mean, we do need to do some light sideboarding. I was just sitting there thinking that, like, with, like, Quellers and all these flexible cards, and they all seem to aid to the combo, it's strange sometimes, right? I should fetch before I float, by the way. Just Moto things. Just Moto reasons is the reason. Blue is better, right, than red? I think keeping blue is better. They're about the same for us, though. Alright, glimpsing. The Quellers are here to exile the Cascade spell. Yes. That's not too bad of a hit. I just don't get to keep going. But this is not too bad. Opponent only has 2 cards left. So I say no here. We get some triggers. You have to be able to trim the combo and know where. Queller, Angel, Shaman is the weakest link in the combo. Yeah, and we cut it. We did. We got enough Omnath triggers there to do the full wham bam. We draw a Dark Dwellers. We do get to keep going. Fantastic. And we want to, right? Yeah. Yeah, we want to. I don't think we play out Provisioner, though, right? I think the mana's more precious as we go about our combo. Right? Most likely? Most likely. No, you don't have mana for Provisioner. Yeah. So I'm glad that we didn't. We hit a Fury, so we get to kill their Stormwing, maybe. That's a sweet hit against the creature decks. That's true for us to just hit a Fury and keep it. Alright, so there's really not much reason to pay the life here that I can see. I would need the other Cascade spell for this to function. Let's hit that. Cool. It's dead unless they have a mutagenic. Yeah, mutagenic? It's dead. Probably play out of Provisioner. Okay, we're done. Was I supposed to cut Terror? Was I supposed to cut Terror as well? I mean, like, Terror hits creatures too, but I do like that Terror also is... They're not the same card at all. Please don't take this the wrong way. They're similar in what they're trying to do in my deck anyway. Fury? Yeah, Fury is a blast, yeah. We, honestly, I like a second Borrower over Terror, says Shadows. I think you're right. Honestly, I think we'll win a lot of board states that just end in Fury, right? Isn't this what we're trying to achieve? I think you're right. We just play another bounce. Yeah, I think we're just trying to achieve Fury. Now, earlier you were saying I was playing too many Cascade spells. Should I play Terror over the Ardent Plea? Because wouldn't this be how we sideboard for this matchup in the future? Fury's basically lethal versus them, yeah. Well, I Furied them twice that game, in fairness. I don't have to ferry over Provisioners. At least it interacts. Yeah, but the Provisioners let us do our combo, though. I don't think we ever cut on these 8. These are all of our mana production to keep looping. And the looping, we're hoping, I guess, results in Fury. No, I wouldn't cut it versus them. No, because I wouldn't cut a Glimpse versus them. So no, the Terror wouldn't be in. Okay. So borrower. Oh! I'm with you. You're saying that this would be the 4th Glimpse. Ah, gotcha. Okay, let's jam. But at least it interacts. Teferi is... Well, this is a 1-lander, so that's an easy decision. Mulliganing. This is a Fury hand with the Cascade. Do we hope to hit a land? And we're keeping Gemstone Garden, right? We keep this, right? And we put back the forest? Yeah, you like that too, Shadow? Alright, cool. I think so as well. We've got several draw steps, and we're playing 24 lands. I think we're going to hit it. Yeah, famous last words, right? In the worst case of worst cases, I could crack a clue to try to find another land. Alright, well, hopefully we get the 2-for-1 with this Fury. Drew a fountain. So we drew the land. The only case I'll keep a Dweller is... The only case you would keep Dweller or Glimpse. Easy clap. Oh wow, they're tapping out for me too. Please don't have a mutagenic. They mulligan quite a bit here. We're not the only ones having to mull a lot. Didn't they mulligan? Maybe they didn't. Hang on. Yeah, they mulled a 6. Okay, we both mulled a 6. I'll take it. Yeah, Fury in hand, no other red. Yeah. Oh, this is when you keep Dwellers so that we can pitch it to Fury. Yes. I'm with you. Yeah, we needed it for the pitch. I mean, we might find a different... Ooh, borrower too. We want to see how this turns out before we decide what we're doing with our turn, right? I want to see how this turns out. Alright. Do you have the mutagenic? It saves them both. Please don't. Whew. It's a lot of breathing room. This is 2 for 2? Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I say 2 for 1? Excuse me, Bolsha. It's 2 for 2. The 2 for 2. But I just need to exchange cards with them. A Solska. Two for 2, 0 mana though is pretty good. Alright, don't have the Spell Pierce. Do you want to play around Spell Pierce? I mean, I think that what they're more likely considering is whether they kill my plant or not. See how they're waiting in my upkeep? I've drawn a second Cascader. Let's just go for it. If I hadn't drawn the second Cascader, maybe I'd consider not going for it. We're going for it. They were considering whether to kill my plant or not, I think. But, here we go. Could be a Pierce. Could be a Pierce. Looks like it's a Pierce. It's okay. We do end up with another permanent after this exchange. I mean, it sucks, right? We wanted to go off there, but... Yeah, can't really play around the Pierce yet. We could have sat on the Brazen Borrower for a turn. They got 2 cards left. I mean, if they're playing that defensively, it might suggest another Pierce. I may just want to bounce the Mage. Although I just drew an Omnath, so I do have things to be doing. Oh, that's not true. If I go for Shardless, I go down a land. If I go for Borrower, I don't go down a land. Do I consider getting feisty with the Shardless and see if they do stuff? Probably not. Just go for the Shardless in. It's tempting, right? You would have misread that too. I think we got to risk it. Still on the clock. Yeah. Yeah, I think we go for it, but pass and just hold borrower. Maybe crack even a clue. Yeah, we could even crack a clue. Like, I don't really want to use my mind. I mean, I feel like their hand actually might just be... If they're not being proactive, it probably means it's reactive. Just go off for agent. Oh, now go off with agent? No, you should go off with agent. Next turn we would have borrower. We would win the race. Smiley says no reason. They take 2. Do you think there's a possibility they would spend a second spell pierce on the petty theft? 1 damage? Sure. Except, yeah, their hand's very reactive. That's what it is. Their hands may be more counter spells. Do you want to spell pierce this one? You get the whole card. You get the whole card. If you spell pierce, you do get the whole card. You do get the whole card, opponent. I will not pay for that pierce. Do you think they have the 3rd spell pierce? Maybe borrow our own shardless? Yeah, that's true. We could have done that instead of trying to hit their mage. Shadow says no way. Their hand's very reactive. If their deck's not being proactive, they're being reactive. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if their hand was another pierce effect. I almost just want to play Omnath. Like, I think their hand's like an Aethergust or something. When their deck's not being proactive, it's reactive. So, do you guys just want to get our Omnath gusted? Just jam? Just jam the combo? They may have Gust, but I'm okay with it. Smiley likes Omnath. I think I just jam Omnath because I'm going down a land to do Shardless here, probably. I'm going to jam Omnath. I like it. You can't bar. Hey, thanks for being patient, folks. My computer crashed. Awful to happen in the middle of a matchup. Not precisely sure what caused it. Got this computer from a buddy of mine, so I may want to talk to him about that. We're back. That's a very fast reboot. Alright, where was I? Oh yeah, I was trying to slam an Omnath. Thanks for those of you that waited. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Or am I getting gusted or what? Am I getting gusted? Yeah, that was a nice quick reboot. Excellent. Excellent. This gum has been old forever ago. Oh wow, that resolved. Sweet. They have another spell pierce? Their hand's another pierce? Hit you for 2. Is their hand the 3rd spell pierce or something? What's going on? Ah, now they understand that the plants are dangerous. Oh, they're tapped out. Perfect. We risked the double block, right? With our Omnath. Sifter, huh? I don't think we risk it, actually. Right? It's. I don't kill both creatures. I only kill one or the other. That seems like a bad attack. Let's just go off. Changed my mind. My mind has been changed. Here we go. Comboing. Sweet, we get to keep going. We hit Dark Dwellers. Hey, we hit a Fury. That's a better way for us to kill their Stormwing. We could mark the Soul Scar for one. I don't have a lot of action, though, in my hand, right? So... But we want to float mana. I just don't want to do it off of pain. Right? I don't think we want to do it painfully. Kill the Stormwing. We kill the Stormwing for sure if they have a mutagenic. Well, we don't. Even if I put all the damage on the Stormwing, so we'll go like this. Actually, I was supposed to put the Dark Dweller on the bottom of that. It's fine. Treasures, making the manas, making some mana. More mana. Float some blue. Treasure token, please. Float. And Dark Dwell. Actually, would I stack these properly because the Fury was going to go away? No, it wasn't. Not in this case. I was thinking of, like, when it comes to... Oh, what's that spell? 4 on the Stormwing because of Dart. Oh, there's a Dart in the bin. Shoot, I didn't know. I forgot about the Dart. Thank you. I may have really hurt us there. Also, there go a lot of my Omnaths. That's kind of crummy. That's a lot of triggers. Alright, darn it. Alright, there's another Glimpse to hit. Oh, choose an Omnath to keep. Oh boy. Alright, so those are the other Omnaths in our deck. All 3 of them. Alright, Glimpse. Either one doesn't matter, just need to target. Let's work through these triggers, shall we? 9 minutes. I lost a little bit of time on that disconnect. We could still win the match. We can do this, folks. We can do this. Auto yield, always yield. Always yield, please. Well, they're probably dead, though. Probably. Respond. Could Borrower this back. They're going to 1, so I think they're fine. We can stop and win on board, right? Like, you're right. Like, I messed up in regards to their I messed up in regards to their Lava Dart. Just making sure I'm doing some things correctly here. Not gonna play perfect at 3, almost 4 in the morning my time, but trying. Well, we're at 61. I could pay some life here. Could probably pay some life if I'm at 61. Alright, Fury, finish them off, right? So there is a Lava Dart. So this needs to be marked with a little bit more damage. And this needs to be marked with a little bit more damage. How much more damage, though, right? I think that's fine. But, click, 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 click. Let's grab that last pesky Omnath trigger on the bottom. Once we finish off all these tirelesses, the Omnath triggers will go to the stack automatically. You can make some, like, clue stones. I mean, some food stones. Make some food. Doesn't really matter. I mean, make enough treasure so I can cast my whole hand, sure. Honestly, though, we have Sifter. I'm going to make 1 food token just so they know that I know. Just so they know that I know that you know. You guys know that I know. I can make food. I have a choice. And I used my choice. Oh wow, we have a violent outburst. Do your dudes die? This goes off. We could have... Okay, that's dead too. Bounce the Fury. We could bounce Fury and use it again. That's cool. Oh, no. Brazen Borrower is opponent's control. I do have an Omnath. Do we have more triggers to be had with that said Omnath? We do, right? I don't know, play out the Provisioner, play out the Sifter. Like, I just play out my deck. Why not? Casting. Isn't this deck degenerate? Isn't this lovely? Your turn. That was my turn. You can have a turn. That's my turn. You can have a turn. This deck probably like makes everybody happy at the same time, right? Like except for the players that want to play black mana, because like I'm gaining life, I'm dealing damage, I'm ramping, I'm doing blue player things. We're kind of this deck's kind of a culmination of doing all the different things that most of the colors do. Sure. I missed a third trigger. What, my Omnath? Oh, the if I cracked Foothills, it would have killed them. Did I? Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm not gonna play Perfect Fear Phage. It is almost 4 in the morning my time, so please do forgive the misplays. I just got to get there. My computer also crashed. Good games. My computer also crashed, so I just got to jam. I kind of just want us to finish the league, even though I might play it this last game poorly. Let's just finish it out. We're 3-1. Let's just finish it out. Yeah. No, I should have cracked the other fetch. I cracked the first one. It didn't do anything with the Omnath, so I was sitting there like wondering. But I think it did. I think I just didn't notice because I'd auto yielded to the triggers. Maybe Fear Phage. Guano says I'm looking at an Iona version. Why don't they just play 4? I don't know. I think it did do something. I think it gave me the second trigger. I think it gave me life and I just didn't notice. Or no, it gave me mana I didn't notice. I feel like I would have noticed mana happening. It did give me some mana fear? Yeah, then I should have cracked the land. Sorry. It's confusing because it's like you own a new Omnath, and then you own a new Omnath, and then you own a new Omnath, and then you... like, do you see what I'm doing with my hands here? I'm kind of like... We're looping. We're doing Omnath loops. That's the build we're on. Like spell callers and... Yeah, this is sweet. Why would I ever buy real cards? You're planning to go to different events other than just your local store? I mean, it's kind of like a spirit of the game kind of situation. On one hand, everyone's super chill. Store owner doesn't even check. I mean, it's one of those situations where, yeah, I mean, it's there's some perhaps even, might I drop the M word, right? There might even be like a moral implication or imperative, or that's a fancy word nobody uses anymore. Imperative. We're gonna mulligan this hand pretty easily. You paid Ender. I am supporting them. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting. We're gonna table that and try to focus on the deck for a moment here. So we're gonna put the Dweller back in, right? Easy. Play this. Hey, good luck and have fun. Guess what you put back? Yep, I figured it out, Shadows. I feel like I'm learning so much. Oh no, they take my Ardent Plea and now we lose. Now we lose. Unfortunate. This is where I'm very happy that I have more Cascade spells than we're maybe supposed to. Do I love telling them that this is what I top decked if they look at the information that they got off their Inquisition? No. I still think it's probably better for me to play out the plant than my other lands, though. Now they're going to die to Omnath because they're playing crappy colors. Now this is when they grief me, right? The rest of my hand away. This is when they Stoneforge for Cauldra and kill us. Wolzov Stoneblade. It's actually a pretty popular deck. And they play Dam as well. That's the Cauldra. You sure we still beat Cauldra Shadowless? We might. Ah, the Provisiona. Provisions. Provisions have arrived. We can angel their germ. Good suggestion, Raven. I'll remember that. Shadow says, yep. Okay. Here it comes. Big Daddy. Big Daddy calls. Taking it. 15. Doesn't quite work with this card. It's okay. That is one of the many various reasons why we are playing. We are back to playing a playset. The other Cascade. Some outbursts. Because this hits this. Awesome. Alright, let's shock in the Omnath, right? I'm sure somebody's like, the horror brew spy. Well, I need the treasure anyway to cast this Omnath, but yes, the horror. Yes. White. I don't know, maybe I was still supposed to another Omnath. Maybe I was still supposed to swing. I don't know. Next turn we've got play Foothills, fetch Foothills. I don't know. We've got a little bit more time to work with. I guess they could kill this Omnath here, which it looks like they're doing. Sure. I'll play another one. Next turn. Playing fetch and not fetching. Yeah, well, we want to get the full value, right? I don't thought sees me. It's a Sifter. Still better to play right? Oh, I can't do the full value, though, still. I can't cast off this mana. Alright, so treasure again. Let's do it through the treasure once again. I mean, I can get more value off this Omnath the second time. Shardless in hand. We lost 2 life by shocking. Yeah, I don't play a ton of oh, excuse me. Now I'm choking on the food I was eating. I will go on the record for 2 things, Shadows. Please do make the comments. I don't tend to play Omnath decks. That's your first. Second, it is 4 a.m. my time. It is 4 a.m. my time. Charity. I don't know what I mean, and granted, like, there's no tone when it comes to typed words. I don't know if you understand the things I'm telling you. I'm like, but my brain's not where it needs to be at this time. We're just jamming because we wanted to. I told you, I made no promises before this game I was gonna play right. But you are pointing out each and every one, and I do appreciate it. You're pointing out each and every one, and I do appreciate it, and I will get to go back through these comments. I do sometimes go back through my own content. I get to go back through this, especially when it's going to YouTube. So they are appreciated. I don't know if you realize, though, that I just need to play quickly so we don't lose to the deck. All right, let's do it. So let's yield to some of these triggers. I'm gonna play the best. I'm gonna play the best I can, though. I will try to play the best I can. It's not me saying I don't want to try to play well. I'm tired and don't want to, like, time out on my own stream. Guano says you're playing Great Brew Spy. That's just because you're a fellow streamer. You know the stress. You know the long, day-long stress. We're trying to grow the channel here on the Brew Spy show. So, I don't know. I heard that 24-hour streams do it. I heard that they do it, but I'm not convinced. I think it's still a lot of people out there trying to discover what we're doing. Okay, so let's not shock here, right? We've got plenty of mana. We got enough mana to keep going, so I don't think I'm supposed to shock. We hit some terrors. That's good, right? These dwellers can't really do much. Terror doesn't kill the Calder. We're just going upstairs, right? Take a deep breath. It's worth it. We're going upstairs, right? I don't really care to kill a Stoneforge that much, do I? Yeah, you agree, Raven? I think we just go upstairs with these triggers. Upstairs. So 3 and then 4. Upstairs for sure. Down to 5. Yeah, Terror can kill pretty quickly. We just need to hit like an Omnath or something and not misplay. Oh wait, they're just dead? No, that was our Shardless coming in. They're at 3. Don't I just kill them with the Sifter? Then just evoke the Sifter? They're dead to the Sifter, actually. Because of Terror, actually. That's hilarious. Sifter MVP. A Sifter kill. A Sifter kill. Okay. Alright. Shadowless, we're losing so much sleep over this. I feel like you've been helping me so much. I hope you don't take that the wrong way. You're pointing them out because you want to help me play the deck better. I do realize the heart behind it, I hope. I do think that's your heart behind the comments. So I'm gonna take them that way. I think that's the heart behind your comment. See, we don't care about Kaldra. Yeah. I'm tired. Can we just keep the Terror in? It kills more quickly. Alright, you told god-awful cards you wouldn't beat it. I'm losing a ton of sleep too. Yeah, it is at the heart. Alright, cool. Cool, no doubt. Alright. I know we're brothers in arms, okay? We're both trying to make the same deck work. I get it. Do you like that? We're brothers in arms? Alright. So they're trying to interact with our hand. They're going to be playing a Grief build, most likely. Absolutely, that's what they're doing. We want Leyline. Do we want anything else? Alright, Safety Spud says, whoa, this is wild. Used to watch you way back when you were Spawn. Stepped away from Twitch, couldn't find you after made a new account. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Been streaming for about 7-8 years. How's it going, Safety Spud? How have you been all this time? How's your last like 6 or 7 years been, my friend? I hope life's been good. Spellcaller Admonition out, right? Because I just can't seem to do this very well, and I'm sure there's going to be a better pilot that comes behind me and does it better than we do, right? Do you guys have any other sideboard suggestions? So that's a 59. We want to cut Shaman too, right? Don't we? I feel like if I keep in Terror, I don't necessarily need to loop the deck as much. We could cut Terror as well if we want some interaction. Like, yes, like we could play Borrows. Do you think they're on like Grafdigger's Cage? We would want the Borrowers or Tetheres if they're on. Maybe we should just like bring in some outs just because I don't know. Might just want to bring in some outs because I'm not sure. Alright, it's been good. I don't actually play Magic after all this time, but watching Magic's still one of your favorite wind-down activities. How have you been? Oh, I moved like twice in that time. It's been crazy. Can I ask why and when are we going to cut Quellers? In a matchup like this, I think we cut Quellers. Their deck's trying to be really low to the ground, isn't it? I mean, maybe Quellers are good. Why and when are we trying to cut Quellers? I think in a matchup like this. Also, I don't have the Teferis to back them up, so I feel like we want to do that. I'm going to submit, and we're going to think about our sideboard, because we did take game 1. Even if I lose this, we do have a third game, but I do think that we'll be thinking about our sideboard throughout this game. In fact, I'm going to leave it on screen. Very, very small. Thanks for that follow, Safety Spud, or refollow, I should say. Thanks for the reunion, friend. It's cool to be reunited. We have a Discord now, Safety Spud, if you want to reminisce. We can chat there. That'd be cool. Yeah, and I hope my heart behind that comment was right, too. I mean, that might be tired, frustrated Bruce by even, and I try not to ever get frustrated. But, I don't know. I like to think I have a pretty decent fuse. Alright, so this is a pretty easy mulligan. This has Leyline, and it has the potential to draw to a Cascader. Has interaction and a Leyline. I mean, the primary way they interact with us is through hand disruption, and they kept a 7. So, I think we consider this hand and put the Dwellers back, right? Whew. I think we actually keep this and hope to top deck into the Wombo. And keep it and put that back. We don't mind 4th land. I think. I mean, we are an Omnath deck, right? Maybe it was a land, actually. We usually want them to be inside of the deck, though. I'm sure we're going to be looking over at these Furies in our sideboard like the whole time we play this game. Like, man, do we need this? Do we need this? Like, Leyline's really the prize, though, in this matchup. Chalice on 0. Well, glad we brought in the Borrowers. That was a good decision. It's Chalice on 0, apparently. Okay. Apparently it's Chalice. Let's lead Breeding Pool. Actually, I could have grabbed my Triome. Maybe I should have grabbed Triome. The pitch elementals are really neat for a deck looking to Cascade. Yeah, that is a cool deck, Safety Spud. There's a few different builds of that floating around. We don't need this because we're not playing the musics. Sometimes I have some music going on stream, not right now. My computer crashed and we're just jamming. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for finishing out this league with me. The fact that my opponent's doing, nothing makes me think they actually kept this on the back of Chalice. Let's go get the Triome, actually. I'm not gonna bounce the Chalice till we're ready to go off, obviously. That was very astute of us. I mean, like, Brazen Borrowers are good, just like, I'm not sure how they're going to sideboard against me kind of card. So, good on us. Let's play out the Foundry and say go. We're just going to start hardcasting, like, 5/4 flyers. Might be good. Grief. Okay. You got it. They could just have tons of discard and Chalice. Yeah, that might have been what it was. There's a Shardless. So we could try to set up to go off. Hallowed Fountain tapped. Grief is rough. Why? I have Leyline. Are we ready to end step bounce the Chalice? Is it time? No, you're fine, Safety Spud. It's also a newer art than maybe you recognize. This is kind of a new... Yeah, not kind of. It is a new art for the card. So we're going off, right? We try to go off? Yeah, let's try to go off. I could play out Terror of the Peaks, but let's just go for it. Bounce your Chalice. Combo. Oh, that stinks to kind of draw a glimpse there, doesn't it? We haven't been drawing a lot of them this league. I shouldn't complain too much. I really haven't been drawing a lot of them. Alright. Float the right colors, right? There we go. Looks good. Actually, I might have wanted to float a white at some point. Alright, Shardless. And that's got to be wrong. Hang on. Let's try that again. So yes, that's my only green source, but I should make more blue than that. And a white and a red. Shardless the red mana away? That seems wrong, actually. I should have kept Izzet colors, but maybe it's going to be alright. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, because we get to keep going, so yes, I do want to pay. Dark Dwell. And yes, we are going to fetch. It's going to give us the other Omnath piece of mind. No, trigger. Provisioners, Omnath, yield. Shadow says I would have kept 2 red. Yeah, the deck is a very red deck, and like I do have Terror of the Peaks in my hand. That's a good point. Alright, treasure token. Let's go ahead and fetch before I draw the card. Alright, so you think I should float more red mana? I take that to heart. I will do it. I think you're right. And I will trust the suggestion. Wow, this is wild. Yeah, let's keep going, Safety. You haven't seen the half of it. Let's go again. Ready to go again? Let's go again. Should I make mana off these treasures? Nah. Not where we're going. Yes. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Alright. Sure, we could pay the life, right? Yeah. Yeah. Trying to gain life, and then we're like, but we'll pay it. But we'll pay it. Alright. Wait, we stop here, though, don't we? Our reign has ended? Is this all that we're doing? I mean, I think I'm happy, right? We play Terror, then we play Omnath, don't we? Alright, in hindsight, when double red comes up, hitting Omnath 2 lands, lets you Terror, interesting. Alright, so let's, red source. Omnath. Me playing Borrower out is going to trigger the terror, right? So hit you. Draw a card. Hit the Borrower. Play Borrower. This deck is really degenerate and wonderful. And maybe bad. But I'd like the terror plan. This is sweet. I don't know if I want more than one. This is a very, very cool suggestion from you guys tonight. Kill this. Alright. This is where they cast Dam. And then I have to suspend a Glimpse, and we're very sad. Their deck plays Dams. This is them having the Dam. This is them Inquisitioning my Brazen Borrower. That's not good. They're hand checking us before they dam us. I mean, I hope not, too. Yeah, that'd be a hilarious way for us to go out. I wonder if we could keep going. I mean, I could just cast the Borrower and then we don't lose it to the Inquisition, but then they take the Glimpse. I kind of don't want them to take the Glimpse. There's nothing for me to bounce. There's nothing for me to target. I couldn't just get this out on the instant. Might just have to let them take it. Yeah, we did cycle away our Leyline as we comboed. They easily could have Dam. Their deck does play it. There is no other line, really, that I'm aware of that their deck has. This looks like they do have it. We're going to be left with a bunch of clues and a suspended Glimpse. Alright, they got 4 cards left, too. Chalice on 0. Why is the title Urza's Glimpse? We were originally playing Urza. I cut it. Alright, so we have some redraws. We did what we could. We did. I shouldn't fetch there, actually. There's no reason. Like, if my mind was like, no, we need it because we want to thin, I could suspend this and hope to bounce the Chalice in the meantime. 1 Glimpse down, 1 Glimpse in my hand. It might be correct to suspend this. That's my white source. I have another one. Suspend this, and in the meantime, we hope to bounce the Chalice. Well, no, both of my Borrowers are down, so we're probably just losing here, right? I have to hit, like, threats. So, we did take game 1. It looks like we're losing this game, though. They had Dam. They play it. I'm aware of it. We could play Vendilion Clicks to strip the Dams out of their hands. I don't have a lot of great ways to fight sweepers, unlike, you know, what is it? Our friend Shadowless is messing around with, you can have it. Shadowless is messing around with, you're messing around with Linvala. I think that's Sweet Tech. I was considering her in some of my builds. Just other selfless effects, because sweepers are actually good against this value build. We got them low. Alright, they knew about Gemstone. We'll play it out, right? Alright, let's draw another card. There's a Garden. I guess I'd rather play Garden. I mean, there are Thoughtseize style decks, so I don't really want to clue too much. I should have played out my Gemstone. I meant to. Oh, no, I played Garden instead. It's fine. What about a World Spine Worm? Hardcast Grief. You got it. That'll kill me in a few turns, I suppose. The Dam was painful. All right, during their end step, we'll crack another clue. Let's try again. Hit some cards. There's a Wave Sifter. Could hardcast that. That gets across the finish line, maybe. Yeah, I shouldn't have suspended the Glimpse. It doesn't do anything. Alright, they know about a Gemstone. I'll just play that out. Even though I think Scalding Tarn might be the better land. Let's hardcast this Sifter. Yeah, something like Rhythm of the Wild. We've considered that card, I think. I do have another draw with Clue during their end step, which is the ideal step against these kinds of decks. Got a flyer. I mean, their deck just has a better fair plan, obviously, turn off auto yields, than us. But yeah, I mean, they needed to have Dam there, and they did. We couldn't have kept going, actually. So, I mean, we did all we could to try to kill them directly. Solitude. Hardcast. Rough. Okay. At least it gains us some life. I think we're losing this game, and, I mean, knowing about Chalice, does that change anything? We can bring it to Fairy. Teferi bounces artifacts. So we should also consider bringing it to Fairy to fight this. Force counters Chalice. I mean, we could bring in a whole lot to try to fight Chalice. Alright, let's do this during the end step. Yes, I know I lose my Gemstone. This is not exciting to cast. Alright, so this is going to get countered due to the Chalice. Unfortunately. And we draw a card. It's a garden. Before we play land, we cycle a clue. That's another land. I mean, a lot of our permanents are in the bin, right? That's also why we're drawing a lot of blanks here. Draw before cast. Why? It's going to get countered int. Oh, draw before casting anything? I mean, like, casting Leyline does very little for us here. Might just want to draw even one more card. I feel really dumb if I draw into an Omnath and I can't cast him, though. Another Glimpse doesn't do anything. This is another blocker. I guess I play out the blocker. I mean, plants can attack with Ardent Plea, but I think we've just easily lost this one. No. Both Brazen Borrowers are down. I only play 2. I wasn't sure if they were on some... I haven't seen Chalice out of their deck. This might be an evolution that this player has come up with, or... we could still draw an Omnath. We still have 3 in the deck. So this is an evolution I haven't necessarily seen from Black-White. I guess they're playing Chalice to fight us. Like, what else does this really fight? I guess they could set Chalice to 1. Their deck could function without 1-drop spells, right? They have a Stoneforge. They have a Splashiok. You got it. Sure. Let's check our Exiled. They hit another Omnath. Dang, we were about to hit an Omnath. We were about to hit one. Do I consider blocking? Might consider blocking. We were about to hit another Omnath. It's down now. It sucks. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? For us. Outburst. It's an Anthem effect. If I swing with plant, I can damage the Ashiok. Could kill it over the course of a couple turns. Or excuse me, that would only be with the help of Outburst. Another land. I mean, yeah, we're going to hit a lot of lands, right? Because all of our permanents were swept up in the dam. So our deck is very land dense right now because of a lot of our things were swept up in that dam. Yep. Maybe I should just try to conserve time. I don't know if an Omnath would really... Is another Omnath down here? Nope. Still 2 left. 2 left in our 20. Taking it. Down to 3. Alright, Omnath. It's your time to shine. That's a Provisioner. You actually shine a little bit, don't you? Doesn't it? This guy shines. This card plays. This makes food. This card plays. Alright, we attack the Ashiok. Trying to conserve the, yeah, trying to conserve Exalted. Trying to conserve the Omnaths that remain. Another Solitude. I think that does it, though, for us, right? Fetch, make another food. Just another hardcast Solitude. Oh, I didn't have a fetchable. I didn't have something to hit, apparently. According to my deck, I'd fail to find. They get to eat my food. Sorry, they get to eat my plant. Even if I eat the food, I'm dead, right? Yeah, even if I eat food, I'm dead. Ooh, I could kill off that Solitude, though. They did not play around the Violent Outburst in my hand. Kill their Solitude. We're back in for a turn. Come on, Omnath. Oh, no, Ashiok is what denied this fetch. Thank you. You can live now? Yeah, Ashiok is what denied the fetch. I got all excited about the Tireless, and then I realized, a little too late. You're correct. Are all my Omnaths down? There are still 2 Omnaths in the bottom 15. I'm going to eat this food to not die. That seems smart. Seems like the smart big brain play. Alright, Omnath. Here you go. Been a long time coming, friend. Been a long time coming. Is this finally a Stoneforge? Been trying to draw you for a while now, friend. There's the Stone Forge. Okay, that probably seals it, right? Don't think Omnath is going to be able to stand against the Cauldra. I was just curious. By the way, we finally found him, but it's too late. If you're wondering. Hit a Dark Dwellers, though. Is there anything juicy in my bin? Is this where I wish I had like a just a beast within or something, right? I mean, there's really nothing that works through the chalice here. Well, we know we can't draw at anything, so do we consider... Well, we do want to get our other Omnath trigger. I think we consider just casting this guy. Oops. Nah, we can't win this, right? We're just being silly. We're wasting precious time. I'm just being tired. Just wasting precious time. But there was some gas at the very bottom of our deck. Okay, so we want more ways to fight Chalice on 0. I could bring in every way to fight it, which would be Force, Time Raveler, and Borrower. I don't think I can run all that, though. Yeah, I mean, I won't have room for all those pieces, right? Terror could go. That gives me 1 Teferi. I mean, Teferi's the better way to fight over Chalice, because if I top deck a Force, it won't answer the Chalice. Do we really only have 4 answers to Chalice? Tef seems good. Do we cut the 4th Dwellers, too? Maybe? Pig says attacking. What card are we talking about? Mendomai could be a lock. Alright, yeah, can we cut a Dwellers, or is that, like, crazy talk? Is that crazy talk? This deck is crazy talk, right? Let's be serious. Yeah, we can trim? Okay. Let's jam. Last game of the night. We made it. How long was this stream? Somebody tuned in earlier. I mean, like, yeah, my computer died, so we, like, lost the clock. Wow, there's that nice voice crack. Lost the clock. Here we go, submit. Admonition Angel actually might even be interesting in this matchup. There's a Leyline, Suspend, Glimpse plan. That might be good enough. Their deck's pretty slow. You guys hate the Leyline Protect My Hand, Brazen Borrower to beat Chalice, Suspend a Glimpse plan? Seems good to me. I think this is fine. I want a green source, obviously. Yeah, it seems good. Just keep it. Seems good to 4 a.m. me. Yeah. I mean, that's the main way that they interact with us. Chalice gives them another way to interact with us, but I don't know. They could have a double Chalice hand. You were somewhere around hour 12. That's a pretty long stream. I think Bruce Spy needs a snack. Actually, do you have chocolate? Let's not do that. Let's remember to the ley line. So I think we're gonna go get a green Shorsh, right? I don't have Temple Garden though. Yeah, I don't have Temple Garden. We should actually lead Steam Vents, because I don't know if this needs to get white yet or if this needs to get green. It's probably going to need to get green, but we're most likely to draw green. So I think I'm not going to lead on the Foothills because I don't have Ketria in my build. Yep. Well, we know why you kept your hand, maybe. Okay, well that kind of settles it. Looks like we're looking for white, actually. Huh. Okay, well I don't have to go off yet. I mean, I can't, obviously, next turn. If I didn't borrow this, that seems wrong. Alright, last game opponent did nothing a million turns due to leyline. Heads up, not leading with Foothills. I don't know. Yeah, they don't do anything. Okay. That's, like, damn is a thing, though. Violent. So now we're in that awkward spot. Do I want to do this or do I want to do that? We just need to not overcommit and make it so I can do a cascade even after, but the problem is the chalices, right? It sucks that they have access to the sweeper, right? Not much I can do. Alright. You just keep playing lands for a while, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a threat yet. This might be the Ashiok, though. In response to the Ashiok, I will crack my foot at Ills. Don't worry. Playing land go seems fine. He might pop your ley line here. Yeah, this might be... this could theoretically be Vindicate on my ley line of Sanctity, actually, to turn on the rest of their hand. Yeah, Glimpse is going off in a couple turns, maybe. I say maybe because it might not be successful. Ah, Ashiok in response. I have a response. So our deck is more green than it's white. Rogrin fixes us the best, but I think I'm supposed to grab either Breeding Pool or Stomping Ground here. Stomping Ground gives me red for Dwellers. I already have red. I mean, I already have a blue. It doesn't really matter which green source I get. I think, well, Ardent Plea is tempting, though. The reason that Ardent Plea is tempting is just because it's another permanent, really. And we have the Teferis in, too, now. So these can bounce this and we can keep going. So actually, I wonder if I do get the Triome. We're most likely to draw into green. Fetch the worst land. Make your glimpses better. I mean, I might want to go off, but, like, they don't have a threat yet. Don't we want to go off on a turn where I get the free glimpse? You like holding out on the outburst? Yeah, I wonder... I don't know. I wonder if I want to get something going faster. Like, the problem is if I lose Leyline, then our hand is open. You think you just wait? We're chilling a turn here? That's reasonable because I get one more permanent. Second plea. Play land. It might be correct for me to just put the Borrower into play. Well, I have to bounce the Chalice, but I meant... I wish I had enough mana to bounce and put Borrower in. Yeah, another permanent. That's fair. 7 minutes. Sorry, 8 minutes. We're at 7:59. Put these cards down because I think they're hurting my clock because it's tempting to shuffle them. Alright, end step, we bounce, right? Respond to Glimpse, Flash and Borrower, just like last game. Bounce it, then put Borrower into play in response to... Oh! That's spicy. They could have like a Solitude, I suppose, but I like it. I like it. That might actually be what we want to do. AJV with the raid of 36. Thanks for that. Go to cast this, holding control. Float. Cast my Borrower. Alright. Outburst, so we want to float red. Nice. Extra permanent. May have been the land, right? Could be legit. Okay, yes, we'll shock, because that gives me the Violent Outburst in my hand. Sure. Lots of triggers. Awesome possum. Awesome possum doing the combo. Guys, we're doing it. Lots of mana, lots of treasure. More triggers to yield to. Don't want to yield to the Dark Dwellers, though, right? We'd rather do that than the Violent Outburst in my hand. Going off of my upkeep, not impossible for us. We hit Omnath again. Hit a couple of Borrowers. It's okay. They're permanents. Sift. Dark Dwell. Okay. Float and burst. Gonna keep going. Yeah, thanks so much for that raid, friend. Gonna keep going. Gonna attempt to keep going. Here we go. Do we want to pay? Oh, we hit a Teferi, so we don't care about Chalice anymore. I think we stop here, actually, maybe. Oh, maybe we don't stop. Can't stop, don't stop, right? They showed us Dam last time, but at least this time I'd have a Planeswalker and lands to continue to go off. And we're not dead. We're not dead to the Chalice again. Just keep the combo. Upkeep combo's hilarious. Yeah, it's sweet, but no. I'm actually gonna say no on these shocks. Just kill your opponent this turn. All right, lots of triggers. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being scared of the Dam that happened last time. Maybe just try to kill them this turn. I mean, like, I have to do an Omnath loop though to kill here, which is tough. Not impossible. I have the potential to do it. These Omnath triggers, huh? Drew into another Omnath though. Did I miss Omnath damage? No. Did I? I can't fetch because of Ashiok. I could trigger this Omnath off this land drop though, couldn't I? If I haven't already. Okay, well, I think we're finally ready to move out of this phase unless we want to crack some clues with all this free mana. I think I do. Just draw a bunch of cards, right? We want to spend the mana on something. Drew a Brazen Borrower, that's nice. Could bounce their Ashiok if fetching is relevant. Is that what I'm doing? Am I bouncing this? Got 5 minutes left. Am I considering bouncing this? Basically kills the card because they really can't redeploy this with the board state the way that the board state's going. They won't redeploy this. And then I can get the mana off of this fetch. Is that all that relevant? I think it is because of the landfall stuff that we could, like, I don't have to play my land to necessarily get this Provisioner and Omnath doing things, right? This is the last game. Omnath trigger. Treasure token. Alright. So that was the gain life trigger. Play a fetch. Another Omnath trigger. Yeah, this is a fresh Omnath. Treasure token. No, it's not a fresh Omnath. It didn't do anything, so I should have played out the other Omnath. Dang it. I messed up there, maybe. I mean, Teferi lets me keep going. Do we just want to keep looping? Main phase drop. Yeah, no, it didn't, I actually think this Omnath already done his triggers. No, yes, says Shadow. Okay. I mean, I have more glimpses, don't I? No, it's in my hand, so actually I don't have access to more glimpses. We can just pass and win next turn. Not necessarily. I don't have a Queller for their sweep. Maybe I'm supposed to even return like a threat here, right? Yeah, no, time is indeed a factor. I just don't want to overcommit to the sweeper again. I should have pitched a plea actually there, because I think, yeah, that was my last glimpse. That was dumb. I should have pitched the plea. Thanks for that follow, though, Nonsensimo. Like I said, not going to play perfect this late at night, but I'm going to try. Chalice doesn't stop us, but we actually really can't keep going. I do think a fourth glimpse would be nice for this build. We should make that change. You're fine because you have Teferi? Am I? Surely they're not just redeploying Splashiok. There's got to be, like, play Stoneforge. Inquisition me. Sure. I mean, we're also putting our Brazen Borrower onto the battlefield. Let's not forget, during the end step, we're going to put this in play. These adventure cards have been really sweet. Thanks for the follows, guys. Jake. We're fine with getting hit with the Inquisition here. Yeah, we were. Cauldra. Okay. Chalice on 0. Okay. Don't really care anymore. Not really. I also just Teferi the Stoneforge back into their hand. Like, we're not glimpsing anymore. It's not really a thing anymore. Did I just mess up? I did. I shouldn't have cracked a fetch. I should have used a clue. That was dumb. I just wasted some Omnathing potential. I'm making a lot of little silly mistakes, folks, and it's adding up. I just gained 4 life when I could have done more with this Omnath. Oh boy. Alright. Well, anyway, let's cast this and hopefully still win. Yeah, I messed that up. That was very simple. It was a very simple turn, Bruce Spy. Wait. Return this. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Where we're headed. Get out of the way. Alright. Okay. Omnath trigger. Cast the Sift. Draw a couple cards, see what we find. Probably not much else left, really. There's a ley line. Could play out ley line, spend a bunch of treasures to do it. What we'd be doing, we would be protecting ourselves, the extra Omnath from grief. Guess that's relevant. That's a major way that they interact with us. Still have a lot of mana, even if I do that. Swing for a bunch. 2 minutes left. Still have a lot of... Oh, sweet. Hey, another 4-1. This deck just, like, plays itself sometimes. Bruce Spy adds all these complicated... This was the most convoluted and complicated build of this deck that we've played. And yet we got the second 4-1 with this archetype so far. Awesome. Shadows. Couldn't have done it without you. Folks. Couldn't have done it without you either. Thank you so much for the help, guys. This deck's sweet. We did it. We did it again. Yeah, that was sweet. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We gotta find another stream. Is somebody else playing something sweet too? Let's host something sweet. Let's see what else is on here for Modern, right? Obviously, you guys want my thoughts now, right? Which is that we need the 4th glimpse in this build. That's about it. Also, the Ardent Pleas are awkward, as are the Quellers, but I do like the loop thing that we were doing, the loop-de-loop. That was sweet. That was really sweet. Somebody's playing Crashing Rhinos. That sounds awesome. We could do that. I'm grabbing the last glimpse, just so I don't have to dig this deck out of my deck pile. Glimpse of Tomorrow. Andrea's also playing. Oh, he's who's playing. Check out. I think I can get one more glimpse. Maybe not. Yes, I can. Barely. Awesome. Andrea is playing. Ento says, we can finally cut the scroll. I'm not going to cut it tonight. We'll talk about it another time. The Terror of the Peaks was awesome. I like this a lot. I liked this a lot. Also, it's red count for the Fury sideboard plan, which the Fury sideboard plan like helped us get the 4-1 in a couple matchups. Is very important. Very important. There's got to be some other sweet decks going on. Time to go back to Chancellor. Maybe. Might be time. I liked your split, though. Seriously, I liked your split. Like, you were playing... I know you're playing a 4-1 split. I would be down for the 3-1 split, which would be... because, like, we did just almost lose to a sweeper again. What about just a Lena build? And then against decks that we know have sweepers, we can just stop at a Lena, and we're happy. I do think the Quellers were sweet. Like, we could keep looping through the Quellers, but I think that Dark Dwellers just works a little bit more cleanly. I did like the Squellers, though, using the Spell Quellers to grab a Cascade spell and then go off anyway. Like, I did like this synergy, but I think the Angel... I don't know. We were going a little deep there, but maybe not. Why don't you try the Risen Reef package again? I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over that card. I tried it once. I'm over it. Angel was a little too deep, yeah. Why is this called Urza's Glimpse? Because we were using Urza to generate mana and enjoy all the extra mana. I don't know. I could be down for this build. I do miss the Urza build. Yeah. I mean, we could do the Urza build again. There's a lot of artifacts in the deck naturally already. Provisioners make... Oh, yeah. I don't think we need the Loaming Shaman, actually. I think I'd rather just play an Endurance. Or no Graveyard Hate at all. And it was here to, like, help us loop, but I think with the 4th Glimpse, maybe we don't need it, right? Landfall Treasure Guy better than Risen. Yeah. Yeah, Provisioner was really sweet. Yeah, we're generating mana. Risen Reef doesn't actually generate you mana. It gives you land drops, but you got to play the long game. You got to have a lot of, like, relevant pitch elementals and like the deck wasn't playing Grief, and Grief is like the other relevant elemental that you, as you draw your deck with Risen Reef, I think the deck would actually want to be griefing along the way, not just removing threats, but I think you also need to just punish your opponent's hand and just tear your opponent's hand to shreds. So if I was to go back to a Risen Reef build, I don't know how we'd make it also a Grief build. I don't know, play like, you can't play something like, gosh, he is playing Modern Rhinos. Is there like a smaller stream though we could support? I mean, he is playing a sweet deck. I did ask you guys to point me in the direction of a sweet deck. That's pretty much it for Modern right now. Okay. Alright, so maybe we'll raid there. I wanted to give you guys my closing thoughts. So yeah, a Lena Chancellor of the Forge split I might be interested in. Might be interested in Lena just anyway, just as it's a powerful hit that also gives us that much needed selfless effect. Because we are going to die to sweepers, right? This build of the deck just will die to some number of sweepers. These are our Cascaders. This is our mana generation. These are the recasts. This is something else that kills with the help of the Omnap Loot. I really did like this card. I thought it was going to be too cute, and it wasn't. It was just killing people. Yes, but you could play both. I know. So those are thoughts. Another build we had was the Urza build, but we couldn't figure out a way to filter the Urza mana to keep going off in the combo. And maybe we don't need one, right? Urzas. We also wanted to play like Tireless Tracker in addition if we were to play Urzas. Well, a couple things. Urza didn't really want to be a playset. He wanted to be like a 2 to 3 of, right? So that was the first thing we discovered, is it wanted to be a 2 or 3 of. Terror was here because we were trying to help our red count with Fury, but Chancellor helps that too. So we kind of need a way to filter this mana, and I still haven't figured out a way to filter that mana into the other colors of green, red, and white for the other Cascaders, right? Or even just red for Hardcast Dark Dwellers, right? Or all the different colors you would need a Hardcast and Omnath out of your hand with the Sifters, or we need a way to filter the Urza mana if we want to play Urza. Tireless Tracker seemed lackluster when you played it, yeah. Alright, Lena was way worse though, 85% of the time than Chancellor. Did spinning the Ursa wheel not do enough? It did some stuff, but often the spin, I wanted to just be able to cast what was in my hand instead of hoping for the nut off the top. Why don't you just cut 2 Urza, play 4 Risen, play 2 Fury? Well, no, if we're playing Fury, they all need to be in. Like, we could do this and just be boarded main board for, this is the same, well, it's off by a couple red cards. This is the same amount of red I was playing when I was playing Furies. Like, yeah, we could be better against the more aggressive decks game 1 and just have the playset of Fury in. But again, like, it almost wants to be a Risen Reef build again if we're going to just do this. Instead of using this for more matchup-specific stuff. Like, yeah, like main decking the Fury, playing this many Fury, and especially main decking the Fury, the deck certainly wants maybe to be on the Reef plan again. Alright. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know, that's our second 4-1, so we're doing something right. I'm not claiming that we figured out the deck just because we got our second 4-1. You know, that could just be, well, it's certainly not yours truly. It's not my piloting. We know it for sure now, right? Because I was exhausted this league. Exhausted. I'm a pretty high energy person, so I think I can like make you guys think that I'm not tired, but I'm actually very, very tired. And I can push through it, but I don't know. I kind of, with it fresh in my mind, I kind of want to figure out what the last few cards might be. But yeah, I mean, there could be an Urza build. I just don't know how to filter the mana. There was like a bad artifact we were trying. I wish it was a creature. But like most of the filter creatures that I know of are not, they're 2 or less mana. We could tell, says Shadow. Yeah. Isn't there like a snake though? Or like one of the snake kin? Isn't there like a weird 3-drop that filters? Not Blex. Not you either. That's when it dies, make treasure. It's an interesting card. Where's that card that, isn't there like a random, I don't think it's 3 mana, but I'm pretty sure there's oh yeah, if only we could play Lotus Cobra in this deck. Alright. I've got it, that's our mission. We'll play Lotus Cobras and then we'll try to combo off with the Delirium guy, right? That's our plan. Seriously, that'd be sweet if we could play both Provisioners and Lotus Cobras and use the 2 mana Cascade guy they printed. I thought it was a snake or a snake person. Yeah, it's from way back. It's in the way back machine. I don't think it's 3 mana though. Steeple Creeper, no. Does anybody know if like filtering creatures. Any filter creatures out there? Like just something that lets me filter the blue mana from Urza into the colors we need. I thought it was like an Orochi, like a snake person. Orochi Lightcaller. Yeah, that's 1 mana, never mind. I thought there was another one. What does like the mechanic look like too? I think it'd be helpful for me to know what they call what they like, how it's worded. The filter on a creature mechanic is worded on a creature, because it might help us find another one. Maybe just an enchantment. It could be an enchantment. It could be anything except an instant or sorcery. Yeah, but you can win simply by attacking with Onmath and Sifter. Celestial Dawn. It says what, guys? That would filter us? Is there a different filter than Celestial Dawn? And not Tribe Scout. We're about to the card. We're almost to the card that you were referring to. The 1-drop. That doesn't quite work. Sniper. Mother. Reaver. Shuzo. At the beginning. Blah. Mid. Nope. Doesn't work. Yeah. Nope. Doesn't work. Decoy. Yeah. Leaf Caller. So what is the wording on this mechanic? Dang. It's also like worded like... Dang it. It's worded very similar to just like what mana dorks are worded to. It's : add 1 mana of any color. Alright, let's just make sure there isn't another one, because that was kind of a mechanic that I've recognized on an Orochi before. Yes, we're looking for very weird, obscure, random cards right now. Forgive me, folks. I thought I was going to host over, but now I'm wondering if we could figure this out. : add 1 mana of any color. There's Verdant. Oh yeah, Chromatic Orrery. There's also Verdant. What about the Verdant Eidolon as well? Yeah, there's Orreries. Yes, there was Verdant. No, Eidolon filters. There's also Chromatic Lantern, right? Except this, it's lands. It fixes our lands. It doesn't let us filter. Yeah, we're looking specifically to filter the Urza mana potentially. I mean, if we hit this, we don't mind hitting it. It's a ton of mana if we hit it even without Urza. So I mean, it might be really dumb that I'm making this argument that we don't want Orrery. We should just play Omniscience. But at the same time, not because this is less mana to cast initially, but this is a draw 4 cards, right? This is also a draw 4 cards as we're going off, which Omniscience isn't. So this card does do 2 different things for an Urza build. It's a way to filter. It just generates a bunch of mana on its own, or it draws me cards. We can either generate 5 mana, or we can draw 4 cards, up to 4 cards. What about Gemstone Array? Oh man, I feel like I've tried to play with this card before. Yeah, the 5 mana one? No, the 4 mana one. So the filtering's expensive, right? Although Orrery's legendary. Yeah, the filtering's expensive, but it's a lot less mana. Would we try a split? Array's just such trash, though. Yeah, I almost wouldn't mind a 2 of Chromatic. If we're gonna commit to the Urzas, wouldn't we just play the 2 of? 7 drops a lot of mana. We're not hoping to cast them. Ooh, there's pretty ones that exist. It's the same art, just full art. We're not looking to cast them. In the same way, we don't really want to have to cast Dark Dwellers. The Orreries would be in a similar category. But like, here's the thing. Like, we've had states where I have over 7 blue mana just sitting there. Like, it actually could be theoretically live in our hand if we've already made tons of blue mana with Urza. So like that has happened a few times where I'm just sitting there wishing, like, it's like, all right, cool, like we've done a lot of, like, all right, like we've tapped our Shardless Agents for mana because they're an artifact. We've instead of cracking our treasures, we've made them all blue mana because we couldn't afford to crack. We didn't want to crack them. We've especially, like, the most synergy for Urza is out of these cards here. It's these, the Sifters and the Agents, because those don't really mind being tapped as we're comboing off. The Provisioner mana, yeah, it might. Like, it might be better that I just tap it, right, for a color instead of tap it for Urza mana. But he does give the treasure tokens I'm generating off of Tireless Provisioner a different mode. So he does synergize with these 12. So yeah, I don't hate the idea of like if this is what it takes to play the playset of Urza, maybe we should just try it a league and see how we like it. Might be win more, but the idea is neat. Well, Urza's just another mana engine, right? It's like Provisioner and Omnath we've really liked, right? Omnath coming in off a glimpse and we see at least 2 lands. You don't need to see the third. Yes, you hope to see a fetch or the third so that you also deal the 4 damage to your opponent directly. But I'm okay with only seeing like a land and a fetch, or well, that would be ideal. But even just 2 lands still generates 1 of each color, and we can keep comboing off, right? We can keep casting more Cascade spells. Is Fourth Glimpse better than the first Shuffle effect? Is the next question to figure out. I know I just rented a Glimpse, but is the first Shuffle not necessarily for like Dredge? We lost to Dredge anyway, didn't we? No, we won. We beat Dredge, but I mean, Loaming Shaman might have had something to do with it, maybe. But like, do we want this not so much for the graveyard hate, but because, and I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, why are you playing this over Endurance? It's not because it's easier to cast. It's although Endurance we can use mid combo, which Loaming Shaman you can't, by the way. Endurance I could flash in if we're like, oh dang, I need to put the glimpses back in. So that is one disadvantage that Shaman has, but the advantage that Shaman has is I can be strategic with what I choose to put back into my deck. So that was an interesting idea. I don't know, during that league we felt like we wanted the fourth glimpse though. Shaman over Endurance. It was because of the selection, but I think Endurance, we have plenty of green. It wasn't a problem of not having enough green. We have more than enough green to pitch Endurance, right? I have 21 if I'm playing Endurance, right? I mean, I really did like the Terror of the Peaks, but I wonder if we just... I think what the deck is hungry is mana production, right? Stuff that generates mana is, I think, where the deck is the hungriest. As we're comboing off, right? So we're playing 10 Cascades, 4 Re-Cascades, full set of Glimpse, maybe, and Sifters and Gardens and Fetch of Triumph for the early game. I mean, I do wish this deck had more early game to it. It just really doesn't. Shadow says, I think your deck is hungriest on Re-Cascaders. Well, then we should be playing Squellers and maybe find a different way than Admonition, or I just man up and figure out how to do it. And then we just play a 2 of Urza, maybe. I mean, yeah, I think the deck wants more mana production. And yes, I realize you could theoretically play Orrery without Urza, but that seems strange. But then, I mean, yes, this does do fixing. It's either draw a few cards or it's a burst of mana as we're going off, but I feel like you'd still rather play Urza. Alright, you liked 3 Squeller, 4 Chancellor, no Urza, no Angel, just Squellers? You like 3 Squeller, 4 Chancellor. I'm still maybe not trying to play Chancellor though. So you like Spell Quellers? I mean, why don't we just play the playset and just main deck the Teferis then? Angel seemed bad. Yeah, I mean, we have other ways to crack the Quellers. I mean, we could even use Terror to do it. Why don't you just play 3-1 split Chancellor? I mean, I like that Queller gives me something interactive to do and then go off the turn after. I do like that this kind of almost gives us grounds to go off 1 turn later. Although I guess they would get their spell back. But you're talking with Lina. Urza's so dope, though. He is. But I do wonder... Time Raveler also lets us go off more if we're out of Cascaders. Not out of Glimpses, though, but out of... if we don't have another Cascader in our hand, he can bounce Shardless or an Ardent Plea, and we can try to go off again. So no, I mean, if we're just gonna play all these Quellers, just give me mainboard Teferi. So yeah, there are weird little lines here that you guys might not see that I don't necessarily see. Could I get another Spell Queller? Wonder how much they are. Ooh, they are cheap enough. I could maybe get one. And then I don't know what we're doing with the sideboard. Check out. Alright, well, I don't have any more budget. That's the end of my budget. But yeah, maybe the fourth Queller because it's more re-Cascaders. This is similar to the pile of Dark Dwellers. Fourth Queller is useless. You'll never get the Glimpse with it. Teferi is 5 and 6 just makes no sense to you? Okay. I mean, you could play a 2 of Chancellor. I'm sure I'm frustrating Shadows a little bit because I'm straying from this card. I mean, have you done the testing and figured out the right number of Re-Cascaders? I know you've been working on this deck for a while, my friend. 4th Queller is going to be useless. You won't get the Glimpse. The Fairies is 5 and 6 don't work. Think about it. You use Squeller to get 2... Think about it. You can use Squeller to get numbers 2 through 4 of Glimpse. No. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I was just also thinking about the synergy that Teferi has with Spell Queller naturally. And that Teferi's not something all that bad to hit mid-combo. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. I mean, I understand why we maybe could move away from Planeswalkers entirely. Even something as powerful as Teferi to kind of protect our combo. Maybe I should just be playing 3rd Force Negation. No, I'm trying to say that the 4th Squeller isn't good. Tef will be good in the mirror. He is. Oh, yes, he's very good against other Cascade decks. That's true. But he did come up in those matchups. But, I mean, Force can also kind of work, too. And Click also can do some work. The mirror? Oh, yeah. Well, not necessarily our Cascade deck, but also just the other Cascade decks of the format. Teferi's useful against. Teferi's useful against Control, too. Yeah, I mean, the deck's hungry for finishers. I did like Terrors, but Chancellor's probably the better finisher because it also does something early game. I've been testing it too while watching. I like 3 Squellers. Your Tefs are in the board. You ready for this? Oh, another Chancellor. Oh, the 3rd Chancellor. I'm kidding. Nah, it's going to be a split for me. Oh, it's bad now. Oh, the deck's so bad now, Bruce Spy. What have you done? What have you done to your deck? What did I do? I'll try a split. Wouldn't Obnix be fine? Shadow says I predicted this, and I'm okay with it. I predicted you, Sprueby. And I just dyslexicked my name. Bruce Spy. You predicted this. I do think the 23 lands could be fine with this, though. Ah, okay, what land do we cut then? Oh, the Foundry. Right? We need to refix our mana base. It was cut Foundry, do something else. What was it? Oh, yeah, Wooded Foothills doesn't find Hallowed Fountain, by the way. We may need to just change up our fetches. I mean, without Sacred Foundry, we should just be playing Misty Rainforests, which I don't know if I can afford the same time as the 2 of Force and the 4 Fury and the 2 Tetheris and the many other things I'm renting. Just throw a Bug Triome and just play Niv Mizzets in there and call it a day. Yeah, I'm sure you're running Misties. They're just the better thing to be running. Yeah, like Foothills Scalding Tarn's kind of awkward for this, right? Because it almost wants the Foundry more than the Hallowed Fountain. I think because I'm playing with red fetches, maybe I should just cut Fountain. And, like, even though we're not a huge fan of Foundry, I play Foundry just because of my budget constraint. Let me play one more Wooded Foothills. It's fine if it's a budget constraint. But you want to go Colony into Sifter? I know. I have a flooded. You want to go Colony into Sifter? Yeah, I mean, I do own a Flooded Grove. We talked about this briefly, and then decided against it. I also think these Spell Crawlers are going to be tough for us, obviously. I don't really want to play Sacred Foundry at the same time as the Grove. I just need different fetches for this, right? I could play... Gosh, this deck really wants Misty so bad. Because it's basically a rug base. Rather play Flooded Strand as budget. Yeah. So, I mean, I could just play another Triome. Well, okay. So, Ralgren is getting the Wooded Foothills into the white. Ketria could get the Scalding Tarn into the... I mean, Flooded Grove will make me take a little bit less damage off my mana base too. But, I mean, this card's a little awkward in some cases, right? Like, it's good for it's like, this is going to be great for filtering all this extra green mana we seem to always have into a lot of our sideboard cards, like Forces and Clicks, Brazen Borrower, right? It's not really helping us much else besides filtering. You're still at 24 lands, though. I'm at 23 lands. Hang on. Should be at 23. Yeah, it's 23 lands. It's one too many for a Chancellor variant. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm there now. So maybe this just because it's a budget constraint, but I need another fetchable white source, don't I? Or is our only fetchable white source Triome? I mean, don't we want a fetchable white source besides Ralgrim? I feel like I would need to be like, yeah, we do need one more. I mean, we do have these gemstone mines too. They've been helping us on our life points as well. But I mean, if could I just play different fetches, right? I mean, I could play. I mean, I have Flooded Strands. I have. It just wants to be Misties. You know what? I'll just put Misties in there, and I'll try to figure out how to budgetify the deck a different way. Did I like the 4 of Gemstone? I did. I did because, like, our deck is designed to exchange them, right? Let's just put Misties in. And I think it's more of a Misty deck than it is a Scalding Tarn deck anyway, right? Isn't it? So there you go. I think Flooded Strands would work if you changed your land without too many issues. Oh, the issue being basic forest. So no, I mean it will have issues. We cut the Grove though, right? And play Hallowed Fountain now. Cool. We'll just stick the Misties in there for now. I know I was trying to make it so I wouldn't have to dig out the deck, but I'm gonna have to dig out the deck for my binder essentially here. 2-1 split. I like it. Hey, you want to keep playing the Terror? Means I have to loop a lot less. It probably saves my sanity. Well, no, that's what the Chancellors are for. Chancellor and Lena are here to save my sanity. Obviously, Lena is worse because they don't have haste, though. This is just main deckable anti-sweeper tech, right? That's why we kind of like the split. Also, she's legendary. And she is non-token, so she doesn't have inherent synergy with Chancellor. Also means no early goblin. Yeah, she doesn't give an early goblin. She's not red to pitch to Fury. I mean, there's a lot of weaknesses about this card. I know. As we're describing it. Talking about it. I'm not unaware. My Fury count has suffered, right? No, it's actually gotten better because of Chancellors. Sweet. Yeah, Chancellor's nice with Fury. Like, he likes to be in the opener, and then you get to pitch him with the Fury. Like, I'm aware the card is nice for the archetype. Someone explain why Queller. The Queller exiles the Cascade spell mid-combo, and then when you crack the Queller, or the Queller gets killed, you get to Cascade again. So it's like an extra Goblin Dark Dweller kind of feel. It's your pet card, I gotcha. I run it on the board because there are matchups you need it. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you getting it. We could main board a Brazen Borrower. They're fine. Gotta hit opposing to fairies. So you like it in the board, and maybe we just play the 2 of Brazen Borrower. There's so many matchups. There were so many matchups today where it would have been nice to bounce a hate piece or bounce it to fairy. Well, not today. I didn't see a ton of Teferi today. That's not true. Last league I played against a Teferi deck, so it would have been nice to borrow. Just have more borrowers available. This buys me another sideboard slot. This gives me something else early game to be doing, which I like. I like the adventure cards. Did I explain it though, Antocrith? It's kind of trying to fulfill a similar role as Goblin Dark Dwellers as we're comboing off. We actually don't care so much to counter my opponent's stuff. I mean, we will. Obviously, that's a line. I'll do that, right? I'll sometimes counter my opponent's spell, sure, but Often I just want to be looping. I don't mind the bar remain. Slows you down slightly, not enough to worry about. I'm a fan of just being super fast main and then try to interact from our board. Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't know. I hate just like, dang it, they have the Teferi. I can't really win anymore. I kind of like having like a card to draw to. But I'm with you. I mean, yeah, maybe it's just smarter to just scoop them up. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I think because I want to be playing Fury, I do think that the Chancellors, loading up on the Chancellors, is nice. It does save me some sanity points with that I don't have to kill with only looping. It's true. Yeah, I mean, like, this build of the deck just might not be able to get by without some token generation. Chancellor's just so dang strong. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is, right? He's always representing at least two, but he's usually in this deck representing a lot more, right? I mean, we're on 27 creature now. Helps our red count for Fury. Oh. Oh. Are you playing Ley Lines, friend? We also could go back to playing that one evoke elemental that blows up something. Like, it was a little awkward against the Chalice being set to 0 over and over again. Like, we had to hit Brazen Borrowers into Fairies. But, so we could go back to playing that card too. You run Ley Lines, you're not running Force. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, blue count's fine. Just briefly thinking about my blue count. Blue count's great. I mean, Queller's interacting. They're also a combo piece. I mean, I might need less interaction with Queller. But you're running 3 Teferi and Elena. Ah. Yeah, I mean, like, Queller might be the better way for me to be interacting. I haven't really readjusted the sideboard since we added the main board Quellers as another combo piece. It's cool that it's a combo piece. I do feel like you'll keep making suggestions shadowless until my deck looks exactly like yours right now. I know. You're giving me some freedom. I want the freedom. I like the freedom. But I do like the suggestions, friend. It's nice to have somebody else innovating on the deck and we're sharing ideas. I do appreciate it. Let me know if you get like a Yorion build working. It's so tempting to think about like it's tempting to think about like there's Karuga. We could play a companion. That's the other thing to think about. The problem is I think Glimpse stops it. Never mind. Not Karuga. What is that other? What's the companion I'm actually thinking of? Not the one that requires all elementals. There's Yorion. There isn't really one, is there? That's my hope. Yeah, Yorion build. Yeah, sounds good, Shadowless. You can direct message me or you can put it on the Discord. Yeah, there really isn't a companion we could play, right? Because we have double colors, so we couldn't play Jegantha. There isn't, right? I don't think there is a companion we could play. Well, I mean, I would hope so, right? Our deck's really all over the place to pull off this combo. Like, I would hope that there isn't a companion this archetype could run. It's kind of tempting to look into it, though, briefly. Doesn't quite work. This doesn't work. Obosh doesn't work, of course, because we're all over the place. There's 4s. Yeah. Umari. No, we have different card types. Zerda doesn't quite work either. Yeah. No, I don't think any of the companions do work. We have evens and odds. Oh. Guano says 16 Cascaders. I'm playing 12. Oh, you're asking for your deck. Oh, Guano, are you going to be playing this too? This deck's pretty gnarly. Yeah. Oh, you would need 16 Cascaders in a Yorion build. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Yorion's really the only companion we could really, like, adjust our deck to function with. Oh, that I can see. Excuse me. I mean, like, you could almost think about, not Obosh, but you could almost think about, Why is it not listed here? Gigantha. Like, you could almost think about Gigantha. Why is Gigantha not there? There he is. So you could almost think about Gigantha. The problem is, I think the Dark Dwellers are too integral to the deck. Fury out of the board. Like, there's a few too many things that are, it's a little too integral to the deck. All right. Yeah, my brain's pretty fried. But yeah, I'll keep innovating on this, folks. I'll keep working on it. I mean, our sideboard definitely shows off that I'm trying to make Fury and Force and Negation work, right? Just that the fact that, like, the sideboard is so very blue and red. Yeah, I might not be able to, you know, I've tried to fight the law and the law won, right? The Chancellor token generation kill coupled with the Omnath looping might just be the way to go with this archetype. The fact that it does give us an early game permanent is legit. And, yeah, red card to pitch to Fury. And it could be a red card to pitch to Fury and also give me the Goblin token. So it's almost like we still kind of got a card out of it, even though we ended up just pitching it to Fury. Yeah, have a nice night, Guano. I'm going to screenshot this just so it doesn't disappear. I guess I'll do that just not to confuse my Discord. All right, let's host over to another stream. I know a lot of folks have left now, and I hate, not hate, hate's a strong word. I'm a little sad that I'm leaving a maybe smaller raid, but why don't we raid, guys? Let's do a raid. Why don't we raid that other modern streamer you're considering? Let's refresh though. Let's go see Andre. He's also playing a sweet. Oh, now he's playing Esper Osmo. That sounds sweet. Are we in white for any particular? I see Tetheres. That sounds spicy. Just trying to see if there's any other spicy modern decks really happening right now. Yeah, not really. I gotta get some rest though, guys. Sleep well. Let's send you guys over to Andrea. Can you guys give him a nice big hello from me? Yeah, night, guys. Thanks for being here. This has been a fun stream. Give him a nice big Brew Spy hello. Esper Asmo. Maybe it's got Blade going on. Maybe. I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy show. Hit the raid button. Let's do it. If you haven't hit follow, of course, hit that so you know when I'm live again. But all right, most of us are ready to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hello. I'll say, I hope you have a nice rest of your stream. Smiley face. Cool. Well, hey, thanks, guys. I really appreciate you. That's about it. I'm going to hit the hay. Long stream, but that was fun. Let's do it again sometime, okay? I'll see you on the next Brew Spy the Magic Guy. See ya. Go to bed. Why are you guys still here? Go check out the other stream. Let's go to bed. Let's all go to bed. Let's all go to bed. I mean, unless it's, you know, different time zone. All right. See you guys. Goodbye.